Tonight, I bring you 5 special dogman encounters that were shared with me. From finding the supposed dogman den to seeing a deer being torn to shreds in front of you. These are 5 horrifying encounters with what can only be described as a living werewolf. Close your windows and lock your doors. They're out there and they're coming for you. Grew up on the West Coast, got engaged and moved my butt to the East Coast for my woman, and we've been living in New York City for quite some time now. She's an avid fan of the outdoors and loves to camp overall. I'm not really a huge outdoor guy myself, but since being with my wife, I've gotten out of my shell a lot more and have grown appreciation for it. One of my wife's favorite places to go check out is Shelter Island. It's actually next to Long Island, and the only way you can really access it is through a ferry. The best thing about the island is the Mashomack Preserve. It's 2,000 plus acres of swamp and forest with some cool little trails to hike around on. The problem is the wife and I have had some not so great experiences there with unknown animals in the area. That's the only really way I can think of what to call it. The first time was when my wife and I were still dating. This would have been back in 2014. This would have been our second or third time hanging out, and we were on one of the trails, and we had an encounter with one of these strange animals. It was in the afternoon, and we were a ways into the hike, and this humongous black wolf jumps out into the path, looks over in our direction, and leaps into the brush. I honestly thought it was a dire wolf just because of the size of this thing. I mean, it was practically the size of a moose. I don't think it's possible for wolves to live here, let alone on the preserve, but I'm not entirely sure. From what I remember, it just looked like a giant black wolf, and I didn't notice much out of place. It did have a bit of a longer snout though, and its eyes were a sharp, sharp yellow. It only glanced over at us for a second in acknowledgement that we were coming up the path. As soon as it happened to me and my girlfriend, we were just like, "Whoa, did you see that?" We were more amazed than anything else, and so we continued our hike. Now, I've talked to her family. They're also all very outdoorsy people, and they said there's no known wolves in the state of New York that they're aware of. They thought it was rather interesting that we had a supposed run-in with a larger-than-life wolf. It was the following summer in 2015 that her uncle, who's also an avid hunter, wanted to join us on a few of our hikes into the Mashomack Preserve. He had come with us at least 5 or so times since we went there a whole lot, and we had a whole lot of fun seeing the sights and doing all sorts of different hikes and whatnot. At this point, we had kind of all forgotten about the previous year's encounter with the large wolf. This particular time, we had come to a clearing in our hiking, and this clearing not only had marshes, but was kind of swampy, and you could actually see the coastline. My wife's uncle spotted something in the distance, a large black mass moving. It looked like a huge animal. We were hundreds of feet away from whatever it was, but we could tell that it was on all fours, and as black as any animal I could have ever seen. It was quite the unsettling sight. My wife and her uncle are more familiar with the wildlife in the area. I know there's all sorts of animals, and there's white-tailed deer, but I can't imagine what animal this is. We were watching it for some time before it started moving in our direction, which we all thought was rather strange. We watched intently, not sure what it was going to do. It was clearly going in our direction, and to the right of this openness was the coastline being just a bit further, and to the left of this thing was the forest. All of a sudden, this thing stops coming toward us, and what looks like it stood up on 2 legs and darted off into the woods to its left. We were all baffled at what it could have been. It was still hundreds of feet away when it stood up. It looked like a dog that just decided to stand and had full mobility. I couldn't really make out details just because of the distance, other than it just being a big dark mass that stood up. Maybe it was the wolf we saw last year. I'm not too sure. It darted into the forest so fast though, we had to double take and ask each other where it went off to. I did some researching later on and found out there's such a thing as the Michigan Dogman, But that's pretty far away from here in New York, and so I don't think that's it. I really don't know. Maybe there's some unknown animal roaming the preserve. What do you think? My story takes place back in 1971 in the spring with my cousin and I. My cousin was a full-time mechanic and happened to be great at fixing up cars and flipping them. A guy brought a cherry red 68 Dodge Charger into him with a blown up tranny, told my cousin if he could fix it and find out what's wrong with it, it was his. Cousin eventually ended up getting it fixed, and so here my cousin is, rolling up to my house in his almost new 68 Charger. I lived in rural Wisconsin at the time, so he would come to see me every so often. Me and my cousin loved cars, so he would drive out to me, and we always would go for joyrides in his Charger, just around the countryside. Looking back, those were the times. One day though, we were driving around having a nice little joyride when my cousin decides to pull over on the side of the road. Now, we're in the middle of nowhere. It's a 2-lane road, no cars anywhere around. There's nothing but fields and pastures all around us. We're entirely alone. My cousin pulls out a black leather bag out of his glove compartment and opens it up. It was full of doobies. He pulls out one, and I remember very vividly him putting it to his mouth and then feeling around his pockets and swear because he forgot matches. He asked me to check underneath the passenger seat to see if maybe he had dropped some down there. I remember as I was reaching down under the seat, I just happened to look out to my right in one of the fields, and I see this large animal, or what looked to be a large animal, huddled up in the grass. I quickly brushed it off as a black bear, probably, since that's honestly what it looked like from some distance away. I found some matches under the seat that he had dropped and handed them to my cousin, who at this point was more than ecstatic about my find. I looked back over, just out of curiosity, and I see this animal, what I thought to be a black bear, standing up. It was tall. As my cousin was lighting up his joint, I pointed it out to him and said, "That's a huge black bear," and he looked. What's weird is that this black bear looked strange. We were looking at it from behind, and it was quite a ways out from us, but it looked more canine from behind, which my cousin and I thought was odd. My cousin was handing me the joint, and before I could take a puff from it, this animal we're watching turns around in full and faces us suddenly. As I'm blowing out smoke, I see this thing start to walk toward our vehicle. It was then that my cousin and I began to really panic. As soon as it turned around and started walking in our direction, we couldn't tell it wasn't a black bear at all. It looked like a big black dog standing on its hind legs. It was really hairy and shaggy, and it was just jet black. It had a dog head on it, and not a bear's. Within just seconds of processing what we were seeing, it was locked in on us, picking up its pace dramatically. It was going to be right at our car in less than 20 seconds at the rate and size of its strides. My cousin swears, throws his joint out the window, and floors the car in a drive. We took off so fast we left tread marks and smoke on the road. We never looked back in the rearview mirror, but we were both like, "What in the hell was that thing?" Neither of us have ever seen anything like it out here, let alone period. We were quite a ways out from where I lived, maybe 7 or 8 miles away, on a more desolate road, but I didn't even know those kinds of animals lived out here. I'm not sure what it was, but it was big, and we were freaked out a little that it was going to come and attack the car, or even us. My cousin's convinced it was just some huge black bear that got mad we encroached on its territory, or maybe it even had cubs around that we couldn't see. I don't think it was black bears though, and I don't think black bears even run on 2 legs, do they? Back in the winter of 2000, I was driving back late from a long road trip from Indiana back to my place in Tucson, Arizona. It was pretty late at night, and I still had a long ways to go to get home. I was driving the 191 and was somewhere before Burnside. It's pretty desolate out here, and things can get lonely. There's pretty much nothing in either direction, but just more desert. Anyway, I was driving back, and I think it was sometime closer to midnight. There really wasn't any other car on the road at this time, but I ended up seeing lights in the distance. Pretty normal, an oncoming car in the other lane. No biggie. Well, I noticed this car was speeding abnormally. I mean, not just speeding, I mean hauling ass. I know a lot of people like to speed out here, so again, I didn't think too much of it. I noticed that this car was going so fast, the vehicle was beginning to lose control on the road and even began swerving, just trying to stay straight. So, my first instinct is, uh-oh, drunk driver. But as the vehicle approached, I slowed down and pulled closer to the right side of the road. As soon as the car flew past me, and not even a moment later, I don't know what it was, skinwalker, werewolf, monster, mystery creature, whatever the hell you want to call it. Some large, brown, grayish wolf was running, chasing after this vehicle that had just flown right by me. I mean, this thing was hauling ass too, and if I had to guess, at least 60 miles an hour. It didn't seem humanly possible, and I have never seen an animal move so fast. I couldn't even believe my eyes. I had slowed down to almost a full stop just to intake what I was seeing properly. Both the car and this creature went by me so fast, the details were pretty limited. I knew I saw a wolf face and brown grayish fur. It looked really bulky, and it looked like its front arms were much longer and didn't really work on its body. It was strange. I even thought to myself, is there some laboratory around here that this thing escaped from? I didn't see any eye shine or anything, which was weird. After it happened, I picked it up into high gear and I flew down 191 the rest of the way home, just trying to get there as fast as possible. Living in Arizona, I've had quite a few friends over the years, and natives specifically. Some of them Navajo, and I know when I tell them about my encounter, they just tell me it was a skinwalker. I'm just not so sure. I've grown up hearing about skinwalkers being out here, and this just seemed like a roided out wolf running on all fours chasing a car. I guess I'll never know for sure. I love exploring the woods. I always have. Ever since I was a kid, just going out by myself and venturing off and finding all sorts of cool stuff. It's always the best. I found so many great things as a kid. I found bones. I've even found an arrowhead one time as a kid in Oklahoma. I thought that was pretty cool. I remember when I was a teenager, I came across some really cool bones that actually looked human, but it just turned out to be elk bones. However, even though I've had some fun finds here and there, it was nothing really serious. Nothing will ever beat the day I found the den of what I believe to be the Michigan Dogman. It was terrifying, but so exhilarating. This was in winter of 2010. I was working in Danbury, Wisconsin at a plant with a buddy whose dad helped me get the job. Now, what's great about Wisconsin and the surrounding states is all the areas of just beauty and places to hike and go explore. I know people say the Great Northwest is beautiful, but they need to come out here, especially around Danbury. Even in the wintertime, nature still has its beauty, and that needs to be appreciated. Some friends of mine think I'm nuts, but I just love going on my days off and walking miles and miles into the woods just to explore. Today was no different. Out here, you don't have to go very far to find wilderness to explore. This day, I had driven out to the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest to hike and adventure for the day. I had everything I needed with me: snacks, food, flashlight, emergency kit, all my backpack, extra hoodie, you name it. This was November and things up here are freezing. It wasn't going to be stopping me though. No, we actually didn't even have snow yet where I was, so it was perfect. I hiked quite a ways in. I remember I had been going for at least 4 hours when I ran into more of a clearing of an area. This area had what I noticed to be in it a ravine, and at the bottom of the ravine was what looked like the entrance to a cave. It wasn't huge, big enough for a person to fit through, but getting down this ravine was a little tough. It was slick, rough, and steep. I had to sit on my butt and slide down a lot of it, but I did it in the name of adventure and exploration, so I did what I had to. I made it to the entrance of the cave in just a few minutes of sliding down on my butt, all across the sharp rocks and dead brush. I was a little banged up, but I was okay. I realized now that the entrance hole was bigger than I thought. Holy shit, I thought to myself. I just stumbled upon a bear den. Talk about the ultimate adventure thrill. I decided to quickly pull out my flashlight and investigate. I may love hiking, but I am nowhere near a wildlife expert. I know bears hibernate, and I could potentially run into a sleeping bear. I'm crazy, and that was a risk I was willing to take. Now, I've gone spelunking before, and for those of you who don't know about spelunking, it's also known as caving, and it's one of the funnest experiences you'll ever have. Just so people out there don't think I was entirely retarded for doing this. Luckily, I have a really high quality flashlight with fresh batteries, and this thing was bright. The entrance was kind of sloped. The slope that I just came down on my butt continued into this cave entrance and looked like it opened up more once you slid down a little more ways in. I would say maybe 20 feet at most. I shone my light in and slid down. I reached the bottom in only seconds as it was pretty muddy. As soon as I slid into the cave, the most overwhelming wet dog smell engulfed me. I practically gagged, it was so strong. While holding my nose, I shone my light around, and it was a decent-sized cavern that looked like it continued on for a bit. Now, I started to feel a bit nervous because I didn't think that a bear's den would reek like a dog. As I began to unplug my nostrils and get used to the smell, I started to recognize another smell that was a little bit more faint over the overpowering dog smell. Blood. I knew right then I was in the den of a predator, and I should probably leave. I at least wanted to see where this chamber went off to, so I climbed over some of the rocks just so I can get a better look at the tunnel entrance to the next chamber. As soon as I climbed over the pile of rocks, at the bottom of the entrance I just came through, there were bones literally everywhere. I don't think I've seen so many bones in one place in my life. To answer your question, no, I didn't see any human skulls, but there were so many deer skulls and animal bones scattered around. This couldn't be good. As I shone my light across all the bones that lay in front of me, I gasped pretty loudly, and I must have gasped loud enough because as soon as that happened, I started hearing rustling noise from the next chamber, which wasn't far away. I immediately started panicking and convinced myself I woke up a hibernating bear and I was in trouble. It just sounded like rustling, but I heard it coming towards the chamber I was in. I turned around and bolted my way down the entrance so fast, I climbed up that slope like someone had a fire underneath my ass, and eventually made it back to the top of the slope. I was filthy, muddy, and banged up, and was certain I had just entered an unwelcome den. Unfortunately, I was still 4 or so hours away from my car. It was a long and nervous hike back to my vehicle. I was hoping that I did not disturb some animal that was going to find me in the woods and come get me. I'm just not sure it was a bear. I just keep thinking back, why would a bear's den smell like a wet dog? I can't get over that. I've convinced myself it had to be a dog man. It's creepy too, because the cave I found wasn't really easy to get to, and it's miles and miles in the middle of the forest. It was only by chance I happened to stumble by and see it. Although even though it was fall and there was a lot of mud, I didn't recall seeing any footprints of bear or dog anywhere between the top of the slope and the entrance of the cave. Anyway, that's my encounter. Make of it what you will, and I no longer will wander into random caves and won't be as risky next time around. My brother has always been a pretty avid hunter. Me? Not so much. My brother also grew up a lot different than I did. We have the same dad, but after I was born, my dad and my mom split up, and I went to go live with my dad in the city, while my older brother lived out in the country with my mom. They had a pretty disastrous divorce, and so I actually didn't get to see my older brother for quite some years. It was terrible, I know. My mom lived out in the country and remarried a man who happened to be one of the best trackers in the area. My older brother was still young at the time, so he learned well. He's in his older 30s now and is a great bow hunter. He's been hunting for most of his life, and he has ran across every situation you could possibly come across. Or so we both thought. I actually try and go camping with him more and more now, just because he's a wealth of information to be around, especially while you're out in the woods with him. He recently opened up to me, though, about an encounter he had with a creature he can't quite explain. My brother is a pretty stern, atheistic, doesn't believe in nothing kind of guy. If it's not flesh and blood in front of his face, it don't exist. You know what I mean? My brother is not the type of guy to make up stories. He has too much of a reputation to withhold in his small circle of trackers and hunting friends, and has nothing to gain from making silly stuff up. Anyway, this is what he relayed to me. He was out bow hunting some white-tailed deer in October, and he came across a big old buck at about 20 yards away, which is great. He happened to sneak up on it, and it somehow didn't hear him. He really had the upper hand, and somehow this buck hadn't noticed him at all. Right as my brother began to draw his bow, this buck immediately lifted its head up and turned its attention to the left. This is where my brother begins to have a harder time telling the story. He gets pale, nervous, and you can tell he's pretty shaken up recalling details. This scares me because you can tell he's genuinely terrified about what transpired. He goes on to tell me this. Somewhere out in the woods, somewhere around 40 to 50 yards to my 10 o'clock, comes this giant black blur that leaps onto this buck quicker than he could blink his eyes and just starts tearing this buck to pieces. He said it looked like an overly sized canine that was more ripped than a bodybuilder, just tearing into this buck, ripping it to shreds and gore. He sat there behind a tree, just watching for a few moments as this animal literally was reduced to a pile of guts. As the creature was feasting, its back was to my brother. My brother was so scared at this point, he knew it was time to bail and get out of there as fast as possible. But before he could, the thing that was eating this pile of what was ever left immediately stuck its head up in the air and began sniffing before quickly turning around to face my brother. It's like it spotted him and knew he was there. Even though my brother is great at hiding, and he was pretty cleverly tucked away out of the open. My brother tells me that he pissed his pants right there on the spot out of sheer terror as this hulking werewolf creature was standing not even 20 yards away from him. Covered in gore and blood of the buck it just mutilated, this thing is staring right at him and begins to slowly and menacingly growl and show its teeth. He said the thing that got him the most was how intelligent this thing was. He said its eyes looked like they had deep intelligence in them. It wasn't just a wild animal he was dealing with. He said the eyes were terrifying in their own right, and they were a glowing amber color. But he just said the beast looked evil, like it was right out of a movie. My brother slowly began to back up, and this thing just kept looking at him. He eventually backed slowly out of view enough to run back to his truck. He told me the number one thing you should never do in face of any predator is to turn and run, because that just invites them to give chase. That's their predatory instinct. He's so glad his hunting common sense didn't fail him in the moment, because he's certain he would be dead. I asked him if he thinks it was a werewolf or just an animal, and he just tells me it was too evil and intelligent to be either of those things. He just tells me if demons existed, that was one in the living flesh. He still goes out hunting and doing whatever it is he does, but he's definitely developed a sleeping disorder from it and has trauma that he's still dealing with from the whole ordeal. I hope you enjoyed tonight's episode. If you like my content, be sure to hit that subscribe button for more terrifying dogman encounters like these and other horrible cryptids that lurk in the night. Don't forget to like and comment, and I will see you all in the next video. This happened to me back in 2013. I was on a road trip back from seeing my girlfriend in Florida. I was in Tennessee, right outside of Clarksville, as a matter of fact, on the 48. Right when my front right tire blew and I had to pull over to the side of the road. I was in Tennessee, right outside of Clarksville, as a matter of fact, on the 48. That's when my front right tire blew and I had to pull over on the side of the road. This happened at about midnight, so there wasn't really a whole lot going on traffic-wise. I quickly put my emergency lights on, got out of the car,
and got the donut tire out of the back and began to change my tire. Out here, there isn't a crazy amount of thick woods and brush. It's pretty open, but there is some occasional brush and thicket on the side of the road. There are trees and forest, but it's back a little ways from the road. However, with it being midnight, it was fairly dark, and it was a cloudy night. I'm sitting there, changing my tire, and I just take off the popped one. Of course, out of all the spots on the road to have this out, I just happened to pull over right next to a really large area of brush. Well, as I'm getting the next tire ready to be put on, I hear some rustling in the brush, not even 10 feet from behind me. Thinking it was a person trying to sneak up on me, maybe to rob me, or Lord knows what. But I just said out loud, "I hear you, I know you're there." As soon as I said that, out pops this 10-foot tall behemoth of a wolf creature holding a dead deer in its arms with blood all over its muzzle. I literally froze with the tire iron in my hand and bolts in the other. This thing was pure evil, and it was literally the most hulking, biggest thing I've ever seen. I've never seen something just so massive and thick. It's kind of like if you took a bodybuilder and gave him steroids times 100, and then stuck a massive wolf head with glowing yellow eyes and gave it huge fangs. This thing didn't seem irritated. It just looked at me and stared at me for a moment before looking off in the distance and bolting faster than I could even see it move. When it bolted, I didn't even really get to see where it went. It was so fast. It was like a blur. I couldn't even believe my eyes. You damn well bet I got that tire on as fast as I could before getting the hell out of there. As soon as I got the tire back on and everything was secure, I jumped back in the car and I floored it, man. I don't know what it was. I don't care what it was. All I know is that I didn't want it around me. Me and my buddies live in Missouri, and we like to go four-wheeling from time to time down old logging roads and find the best spots to just jet off out into the woods. We've been doing this for years, and I've always had such a blast. But very recently, we've had a different experience. Me, my buddy Travis, and my other buddy John all hopped in his truck with our trailer with our four-wheelers on it, and we drove out about an hour or so in the woods away from his property. There's a lot of really old logging roads that haven't been used in God knows how long, just around the area he's at. We usually just pick one and go down until we find a good spot to pull off, park, and get our ATVs going. We go down a different dirt road that we usually go down, but there are several to explore, so we thought, hey, let's go pick a new one today. The woods are pretty quiet out this way, I thought. Something I didn't really pay attention to much before, but I just felt kind of uneasy. I wasn't going to mention that to my friends since everything else seemed pretty normal and we were all laughing and joking. We ended up parking and pulling right in the middle of the road, and Travis said, "All right, let's load up." We all got out of the truck and got the four-wheelers all set up and ready. Got our gear on and our GoPros and our helmets, and we're all good to go. Travis went first, and I followed after it with my friend and John following behind me. We went for quite a ways. I want to say at least a mile or two, and just traversing through the forest. At some point or another, Travis went ahead of me, and me and John kind of just stayed behind. I think Travis was really wanting to explore, so he kind of went off, and we usually just wait around a little bit for him to come back. But it wasn't even a couple minutes later, and he comes flying back faster than I've ever seen him ride on that son of a bitch. What was weird is as he was flying back toward us, he was motioning us frantically for us to follow and hurry. John and I exchanged confused glances as he passed by, and we start to hear this heavy thudding. It sounded like a moose the size of an elephant crashing through the woods, running toward us, chasing us. John and I both look over, and a ways away, we can see this giant werewolf creature running toward us, smashing through the trees and toppling over brush. This thing was a bulldozer, literally. John and I, without hesitation, flew out of there and pray to God Almighty we knew our way back. We had done so far, and I actually kind of lost my sense of direction. So I was mainly following the trails and Travis, who had already flown off past us. This thing was hot on our tail, and it was maybe 20 to 25 feet behind us at all times. It stayed that way for about the last mile, and as soon as we got out of the woodline, we literally ditched the ATVs right on the road and jumped in the truck and drove off as fast as we could. We didn't see the wolf creature come out of the woodline. I thought it was really weird that it actually never caught up to us. It's almost like it wasn't fully trying and was just wanting to scare us out of the area. Maybe we stumbled into its territory. I'm not too sure myself. We felt like shit though for leaving the ATVs, so the next morning we got up and drove back there, and sure enough, they were all still there, just fine. We definitely avoid that logging road from now on, and that whole area. We stay far away from it. This is hard for me to talk about. I miss my dad very much, and this happened almost a year before he passed away. It was July 4th, 2008. My dad ended up passing away in a bad car accident that following winter when he hit black ice and went off the road and ended up hitting a tree. My father was an amazing man, and he always took care of us kids. Him and my mom's relationship, though, was rather rocky, and it wasn't until we were almost 17 and 18 did they divorce. My dad ended up getting a nice piece of property out in the country, a ways out of town. He had a lot of woods on the back side of his property that we had wanted to explore, and he would always tell us it wasn't safe and to stay away. He would really stress that we were not to go back there. We always thought this was weird because my dad never acted this way about anything, so we just respected his wishes and never went to the back side of the property. I always just assumed he had stumbled upon a bunch of rattlesnake nests or something. I didn't question him. I had a lot of respect for my dad. Okay, anyway, moving on. Fast forward to July 4th, 2008. My mom wasn't doing anything, and she encouraged us to go spend the holiday with her father. Have a nice little barbecue, shoot the shit, and light off a bunch of fireworks, right? Well, me and my brother, who at this point are in our early 20s, go over there and we have a blast with my dad. My dad makes amazing food, and he smoked so much great meat, and we ate so much food. My dad used to be a chef, so he knew his way around spices and taste. We were enjoying the evening when it started to get a little dark, and my father proclaimed it was time to bust out the fireworks. We weren't just playing around with sparklers or crap like that. My dad busted out the big illegal fireworks. He enjoys getting them every year and really putting on a show just for us. We began the fireworks, and it was wonderful. I remember maybe 30 minutes into the fireworks, I had to piss really bad. I enjoy pissing outside more than I do in the house, so I thought, what the hell? And I walked my butt near the back side of the property to pee since it wasn't too far away. Closer to us than the house was, anyway. I told my dad and my brother I was going to go back here to go pee, and my dad just shouted at me to be extremely careful, and he looked nervous, whatever that means. As I'm walking towards the back of the property, which is a couple 100 feet, I approached a tree. I stand behind the tree so that way my front side is facing my brother and my dad, so I could hide behind the tree as I unzip my pants and relieve myself. I started to get a really funny feeling, but I just ignored it and continued taking care of business. Afterwards, I was walking back, and for some reason, I just thought to myself to turn around and look into the woods. Well, I did, and I saw two glowing yellow eyes staring at me high into the trees. Something was up in the trees watching me, watching us. I couldn't see it since it was practically almost dark at this point, and the sun was just barely in the sky. Whatever it was, though, it certainly glowed, and I ran back to the house with fear and panic. My dad, from a few 100 feet away, sees me running as fast as I can, and as soon as I catch up to him, he looks even more panicked than when I left. Before he even says anything, I immediately tell him and my brother that there's something watching us up in the trees near the back side of the property. My dad, not even saying a word, just sits down in his chair, and there's silence for a few moments. He still had the firework in his hand that he was going to light, but we just sat there for a few moments. He finally broke the silence and said this: "Boys, listen to me very carefully. It is crucial that you do not ever, for whatever reason, go to that back side of the property. Do you understand me?" I've never seen him so stern and so serious before in my life. Even the times that we've messed up and done things as kids has he never talked to us this way. There was a sense of fear and anger in his voice. He said that let's finish off lighting a couple of these fireworks and go inside for the night. I wasn't going to argue with him. I was beginning to feel uncomfortable after everything. My younger brother just sat there in silence, not saying a word. After a couple more fireworks, we ended up going inside for the night, cutting things a little short. After that night, we went back to town, and I didn't see my father again until October, when I learned that he had moved out of the property and into an apartment because there was some issues going on with the property that he never talked about. I want to know what he knew. What did he see? What did he experience? He clearly knew something was back there and kept us from it out of our safety. I don't ever want to imagine if anything back there crept up to the house and tried to get in. I'll never know now, but if my dad was alive, I would sure love to ask him. I drive a truck for a living, and I'm actually quite well known in my business. Some of my superiors know about this, and I'd prefer that I keep anonymous as much as possible. Like I said, I drive a truck for a living and have been doing it for quite some time. Truck driving is an interesting occupation, to say the least. Long drives, not a lot of interaction. Hell, it gives you a lot of time for audiobooks, music, and time to just sit and think. But like any other job, things can get boring. The pay has been really good for me, and I always loved driving, so it's something I've kept doing. I've had some bizarre things happen to me out on the road. Mainly being at truck stops, actually. You get all sorts of weirdos, prostitutes, freaks, you name it. However, the weirdest thing happened to me when I was driving a route from San Francisco to South Carolina. During this route, I was actually making a pit stop in one of the upper Midwest states, and so this event happened to me as I was driving in Wyoming. This was years and years ago. I don't remember which highway or interstate I was on in Wyoming, but I remember it was late at night. It wasn't quite time to settle in for the night, so I was doing my usual driving. I remember the road I was driving was actually only 2 lanes, and there was a bunch of woods on both sides. There wasn't a whole lot of traffic out on the road, that much I do remember. I came across a slight bend in the road, and then it lengthened out. As I'm driving, my headlights hit something in the distance. A dead deer in the middle of the road. Now, that's not uncommon out here, to be honest. But I noticed something else as I got a little closer. Something really big was eating on it. This thing was much bigger than the deer, and so I started to freak out that it was a big grizzly bear eating this thing. I started honking my horn and beginning to slow down. This thing was hundreds of feet away, but if I had to stop due to a bear, you better damn well bet I was going to start slowing the hell down way before I ever got even close. I was doing about 50, and I'm slowing way down and slowly approaching this dead deer and the animal that was eating it. From the ways I was away, all I could see was a big mass of black hair. I couldn't make out what it was exactly. I got close enough that this thing turned and faced me, and then stood up on 2 legs. It looked like a big, hairy black wolf. It was standing on 2 legs and facing me. It looked like it was awkwardly standing, like it was forcing its body to hold itself up. I said to myself, "What the fuck is that?" Before I could reach a full stop, this thing literally darted to the side of the road in darkness and disappeared. I was probably down to about 15 to 20 miles an hour when this happened, and maybe about 50 feet away, if I had to guess. I kind of glided there on the road for a second, rubbing my eyes, convincing myself I was just really, really tired, and I was hallucinating. I picked up my speed, drove around the dead deer, and kept going. I was unnerved by what I saw. I've never seen an animal like that in my life. It looked like a werewolf, if they really did exist. I quickly extinguished those silly thoughts out of my head and continued my way on my route. About 30 or so minutes later, I'd been noticing my load feeling weird, like it had extra weight to it, or it started to pull itself one way or another on the road. I can't quite describe the feeling. It was so odd. I thought I probably damaged my hitch, or possibly popped a tire when I partially ran over that dead deer, and it also happened to be a 5-point buck. And so I figured one of the horns maybe tore a tire or something. There was a truck stop just a couple of miles away, lucky for me, so right before I ended up pulling into it, I felt the weight of my trailer shift again. This time, it felt more normal and was lighter. Something's going on with my load, and I know I needed to get to a place where I could stop and look. When I finally reached the truck stop, I got some glares from fellow truckers that were outside of their trucks with coffee, which was only maybe 3 since it was super early in the morning. I got out of my truck, and my jaw dropped at what had happened to my load. 3 of the tires were not only popped, they were shredded. They looked like somebody attacked them with a sword and sliced them up. There were giant tear marks all over the trailer, and much of the wiring for the lights on the hitch were not only torn, they were missing. They had somehow been torn out entirely. My trailer was in significant damage. I had no idea what happened, and there's no way this could have happened from just partially running over a dead buck. I called my supervisor immediately and explained the situation. I ended up having to take an emergency vehicle somewhere else, and they came and took care of the truck. I'm not sure whatever came of the truck and the load, but that's my story for you. Maybe the wolf creature did it. I don't know. I've always been into living out in the countryside, but never quite knew when it was going to happen with my current job. So I ended up being in the right financial situation after getting a new job in a different part of town to be able to finally find a beautiful place in the country and call it my own. I had looked all around and ended up scoring a pretty good deal on a pretty cheap piece of property that not only had acreage, but a nice good-sized house with a little extra few bonuses. Let me explain this property for you a little bit better. You go up this long driveway, about 500 yards, all gravel. Both sides of this driveway is just alfalfa fields, and then past those fields is woodline and forest on both sides. Once you get up to the property, the house is surrounded by a wraparound driveway that's also all gravel. All around this wraparound driveway is open pastures with occasional trees here and there, but it's pretty open. Past the open fields that were once used to have livestock like horses in them is a lot more woods, and it eventually dips down into a canyon with a creek. We got a lot of beautiful scenery out here. The house itself, though, needs some cosmetic work, as a lot of the updates haven't been worked on it since the 80s. It's an older, larger farmhouse built in the early 1900s. It features an amazing open living room with a huge stone fireplace. For the minor updates it really needed, honestly it was totally livable, nothing major needed updating to live in. This was a steal of a deal. I remember being there with the broker the first time I checked the property out. He walked around and showed me all the stuff there was. This place even had a really nice 2-car garage shop across from the house, a chicken coop next to that, and a barn further down the field that I had access to. Near the front of the house was a woodshed, and another building what looked to be like an old homestead. Everything looked great, and when I asked the broker why all this property was so dang cheap, he just told me that they've been having problems keeping tenants in here for some reason, and that maybe a lower rent will help. I was confused by this. How on earth could they have a hard time keeping people here? You bet I signed that contract as fast as I could, and before you knew it, I had the keys in my hand and it was move-in day. An important detail I should share with you, this is one of the things I love most about my property now. There are so many deer, lots of deer. Mostly all does though. I've only actually ever seen just one buck, but still, they hang out in the fields and they come up to the house sometimes. I see them maybe every day. It wasn't even more than maybe a couple weeks of living here, and I started to notice weird things going on. The first is that the deer started disappearing. Not only did they just stop coming around the property, but I noticed initially they would travel in larger groups, but I kept seeing over time the groups getting smaller. There wasn't several large groups of deer that I saw, just one main large group of does. It looked like it was getting thinned out. During the day, working on the house outside painting, I felt like I was being watched, and I could never fully pinpoint where it was coming from. I would hear weird banging and clanging noises at night from my woodshed and homestead. I know we got critters out here like badgers, coyotes, skunks, coons, and deer, but these were loud, like some large animal was banging around at them. I initially ignored it until just a few weeks ago, I began seeing shadows running around my property, and I've seen this wolf face pop up in my window multiple times, staring at me, watching me. I know we don't have wolves out here. I don't know what it is I'm dealing with. There's some sort of animal living here with me, and I don't know what to do if it becomes aggressive. I still love my property, and this thing must be living around here, eating the deer. I've only seen this animal's face a couple of times, but I'm not scared. I'm not going to be outrun from my house by some animal. I'll gladly share my land with a predator if that's the case. Just as long as it stays away from me and doesn't hurt me, we can live in peace together. Oh, and I've been living here about 6 months now, dealing with this situation. It's strange, and I'm living with this weird wolf thing on my property. I guess we'll just have to get along for now. I want to share an experience I had last summer. I think it should be shared, documented, and taken note of. I did send it to Paranormal Roundtable a couple months back ago, but I haven't heard much back. Last summer, while on vacation, I had a couple strange things happen to me one night. I had gone to a music festival on the west coast of Canada, about an hour drive east of Vancouver. I had traveled from Vancouver Island to get there. After the festival was over, I decided to stay on the mainland and check out some areas and parks and do some camping, as I rarely get off the island. I ended up getting lost in my car and heat stroked, and finally found a campground. It wasn't a great campground. It was mostly intended as an RV resort type of park. But I didn't care. It was up the road from this haunted house attraction, like one of those ones that are open on Halloween. The attraction looked like a storefront. It didn't have a sign or anything. I thought it was the office where I had to register to camp. There was a sign on the street right by it that said camping. When I got out of my car, I got creeped out. And that was when I realized it wasn't the office reception for the campground, but a closed-down haunted house attraction. There was a campsite behind it. I thought about staying there, but my instinct said no. So I go in my car, drive down the road, and found a better campsite up the road. I was so tired I didn't even set up my tent, but slept under the stars in my air mattress. The next night, I was hanging out with a family that was camped next to where I had set up my tent. They had a propane fireplace, campfire ban in effect, so I was enjoying their fire. I had to go buy smokes, and there was a store about 10-minute walking distance up the road. It must have been about 10:30 p.m. Being from the city, the thought hadn't crossed my mind to go to the store before it closed. I assumed because it was a gas station, it would be 24 hours. I also thought nothing of being a female out walking in the night in the country. As soon as I got to the road from the property of the camp park, I felt a little bit at ease. It was dark as hell, but I'm not afraid of the dark. There were a bunch of big rig trucks lined down the road. The road was adjacent to a major highway, so they likely parked for the night. Both sides. It made me nervous, but I continued. The store was so close it wouldn't take long, I rationalized in my mind. I couldn't see the store because there was a slight curve down the road, so it wasn't as quite a straight shot as I would have liked. As I walked past the haunted attraction, there was a pair of bright, round, yellowy, amber eyes. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a coyote because of how low they were to the ground, like a foot above the ground. We don't have coyotes on the island, so I'm not super familiar to their traits. I stopped and I shined my flashlight at it from the road. There was a parking lot between the house and the road. I was hoping to see what it was or maybe catch some sort of an eye movement, but my light didn't really do much. I couldn't see what it was, and the eyes did not flinch when I shined my flashlight right at it. They just stared at me, so I kept moving. I was almost at the store. From my experience, when you shine light at an animal, usually you get an eye movement or a flick. That did not happen. That was concerning. I was freaked out now, but determined to get my smokes and get back to camp. Got to the store and it was closed. I needed a smoke at this point as I was scared from what I had encountered. There was a dude, who's a truck driver I assume, standing in front of the store talking on his headset, so I wasn't completely alone, but he did give me a little comfort. I knew I had passed another store back down the road when I drove in the day before, so I kept on walking, hoping to get some smokes there. I also did not want to turn around and go back past the eyes, even though I would eventually have to go that way to get back to camp. So I kept walking, really scared, pitch black, nothing around me except trucks. Tall bush to one side of me. I am walking in the middle of the road as there are bushes to one side. I start hearing things move in the bushes and start thinking about wild animals, and I am freaked out, but addiction is a funny thing. Something in my head told me to turn around, but I did not listen to that voice. Then, the bush opens up into the fields. Cornfields. I keep walking and I could hear rustling. I feel like I'm being watched now. Sounds like animals or bird calls. I look through the corn and I see something shadowy and moving. I thought I saw a tall figure. Something tells me to go back now in my head, so I do. I think to myself, fuck the smokes, I will fucking quit. I'm hearing sounds all around me. I start to feel really tired. I'm finding it hard to walk, like I am walking through mud or fast-flowing water. I'm trying to walk as fast as I can, but I feel like I'm being pulled back. I feel fear and start to panic, so I put my music on my phone, gangster trappy stuff, just so I have a focal point and something to concentrate on, and so I don't keep feeding the fear rising up in my mind. I continue to walk down the road, zigzagging from side to side. Out of the open field area, back to the part with the bush and trees, zigzagging away from all the parked trucks, just so I don't get snatched. I pass the store and then the haunted house. The glowing eyes are not there. I make my way back to the property of the RV park. I am fighting to keep walking. I feel like something is pulling me back. Gravity is so heavy. Once I turn up to the road to get back to camp, the heaviness lifts. I go back to my neighbor's fire. They shut it down about a half an hour later. I'm not ready to go to sleep and I really want to smoke. I think I will wander around the site and try to find someone to bum a smoke from. I have calmed down by now. As I am wondering, I thought I saw something move up a lane I was about to go down. I wasn't sure, but it was enough to make me go back to my tent. I sat outside my tent, having a beer, and smoking a doobie, and as I was scanning my surroundings, I see a dog staring at me from in front of the RV of my neighbor's campsite. At first, I had a moment of panic, as I am terrified of dogs. I've been bitten a couple of times on different occasions. Then I see this isn't a normal dog. It is huge. I couldn't see its body because it is obscured by shadow from the hedge that is separating the RV sites. It had to be 8 or 9 feet tall. All I can see is its head and shoulders rising from the shadows cast across the RV from the hedge. It is like a Doberman in that it has the slender Batman type of head that a Doberman has large ears that point straight up. It is standing there, not moving but looking right at me. I couldn't see its eyes. I couldn't make out much detail because it was in the shadows of a hedge, except its head and shoulders stuck out above the shadow, right in front of the RV, and it came pretty close to the top of the RV. It was staring right at me. I told it to stay there. Do not come over here. I called in my guides and asked for their protection. I said if it had a message for me, that it had to talk to my guides and it did not have my permission to come near me. At that, it started moving in a strange way. It stayed in the same spot, but I don't know how to describe what it did. It looked like it was fading in and out, like the mass of it was fading in and out. The only way I can describe it, like it stayed in the same spot and moved like one of those neat wind chimes. If you look at kinetic wind chimes on YouTube, that is the only comparison that I can give you that sort of explains what it did. It looked like it was vibrating and it was making a noise too, like a low hissing wind sound. I freaked out at this as I thought it was getting ready to attack me. Then it was gone. I can't be sure how. I think I glanced to the side for an escape route and looked back and it was gone. I used my joint and smudged my area. I made a protective circle where my tent was and asked my guides to bless and protect it and went inside. Every time I got up to pee in the night, I was so afraid. I literally peed beside my tent. The area I was in is very close to the Washington state border and Mount Baker. I do wonder what would have happened had I not fought to stay awake and keep moving forward when I was walking down that road. There are so many missing people in BC, and it just makes me wonder what could have been my fate had I not said, "Not today, motherfucker." Also, one other point of interest was that I was dressed up in kigurumi. A kigurumi is an animal onesie for adults. Like kids' one-piece pajamas. I had worn mine that night as it was a bit cooler than it had been all week that night. I had that and a bunch of other costumes for the music festival. I was dressed like a leopard, complete with a hoodie that had ears and a tail. Food for thought. I've become obsessed with listening to other people's dogman encounters since this happened. I was researching Anubis and hellhounds and found the topic of dogman. I had heard of it maybe once before, but never paid attention to the subject. I wanted to report what I saw because I haven't heard much from Canada, especially the West Coast. The area that I was in is a hot spot for Sasquatch activity and has been for hundreds of years. I just wanted to share my story. Thanks for listening. About 3 years ago, I encountered what I can only explain then as a deformed hyena. It was in the later part of the day, under dusky conditions, and I was small game hunting at the time. I did not feel any fear because I was carrying my over-under shotgun at this time. Its eyes were kind of strange, and I remember it had very pointy ears. Its head was almost cartoon-like, as its snout had messed up overgrown hair. Its fangs looked unusually long too. For some time before I seen it, I heard a very, very long coughing noise, like a cat coughing up a fur ball. However, this went on for a long time, so whatever did it had strong and large lung capacity. I doubt a lynx or cat could have been the noisemaker. I have no idea if this dog-like creature was the source of this strange and long coughing fit. Another strange thing along this trail, I always seem to be under the watchful eyes of a high-flying turkey vulture. Now, these are newcomers to Alberta, but a few mating pairs have been reported up here, and this is common local knowledge that no one questions. This coughing bout I heard at least once before in this specific area. Never seen the source in the nearby dense boreal forest. This wooded area is kind of on the edge of an oil exploration and is an active work area now, so I don't hunt there anymore, which is too bad as it's chock full of small game such as rabbits and grouse. During this encounter, the woods were unnaturally quiet. It's hard to move in many areas off trail because the evergreen limbs reach so far close to the ground, an upright person would be stooped over to move at any kind of speed in many areas. Quadrupeds have a definite advantage here over people, and the area is also ringed with swamps and marshy, very uneven ground that one could easily turn your ankle on. There were other strange moments then. I think when I did see this animal, I sat down on a large rock with my gun across my lap and caught the first glimpse as it was circling me. I think to catch my scent on the wind. I just caught a glimpse of it, passing behind a tree in the dusky light conditions. It had hocks like a dog, but as it came around the tree, still on all four legs, I noticed the front legs were longer than the back legs. Its back bowed upward, and I got the distinct impression its frontal back, chest, and leg muscles were much more pronounced and muscular than its back legs. I believe the front coat was lighter too in color with some reddish tones. It looked like a hyena loose in North America to my own eyes. It was not a black bear. I'm very, very familiar with bears. It was canine-like, but not any canine I have ever seen before since. My brother, who was not there, found a near-perfect picture of another critter online on another crypto site. The picture was said to be taken very near the Wisconsin River. In the picture, it looked like it was on farmland, corral, or fence line, in the early spring because of white and light snow cover, was near the twin to what I saw that fall evening in Alberta. I came across another report of a bipedal canine. I was at a sportsman show here in Alberta and had been talking about Sasquatch with a group of people. After the discussion was over, a young woman approached me and said that her father had seen a werewolf on their farm in the mid-1990s. She said that he was there at the show, and she wondered if I would talk with him. I was more than happy to, as reports of bipedal canines are far and few in between here in Alberta. I was introduced to the father, who was less than happy that his daughter had told a complete stranger about his sighting of a creature that isn't supposed to exist. But after I told him who I was and what I did, he seemed relieved that I wasn't going to ridicule him. We went outside and sat at a picnic table, and he related the occurrence to me. He raises, boards, and breeds horses for a living. One night, in an early August of 1996, the witness was awoken by the sounds of panicked horses. He said that they sounded as if they were being or were going to be attacked by something. He grabbed a 250,000 candle power spotlight and a 20-gauge shotgun and headed out towards the sounds. It should also be noted that his dog refused to leave the house with him. This was very unusual, as the dog is trained for running off animals that may attempt to harm the horses. As he approached a corral where several Shetland ponies were being kept, he spotted movement. He clicked on his spotlight and played the beam over the area. When the beam passed over a corner section of the corral, he spotted what he thought was a large timber wolf. This surprised him, as he had never had problems with wolves before. Still, this wolf was making itself a problem. So he shouted, "Hey, ha! Get the hell out of here!" What happened next shocked and stunned him. The wolf spun towards him and stood up on its hind legs. He estimated that the creature's height was between 6.5 to 7 feet tall. The color was jet black, and the eyeshine was said to be greenish yellow. He immediately pointed the shotgun at it and pulled back both hammers. When he did this, the creature began to emit a growling sound, vocalization that the witness described as a steady and somewhat guttural growling. He remembers whispering to myself, "Oh my God, this isn't possible," over and over again. As he was doing this, the creature started to go into a crouch. The witness took this to mean that the creature was going to lunge at him, so he fired the shotgun in its direction. The creature dropped onto all fours and bolted, faster than he thought possible for any animal to move in the forest. After the creature moved out of view, the witness began to get a very uncomfortable feeling, like he was being watched. What he described as an unreasonable fear came over him, and he fled towards his home as fast as he could move. He considered calling the police, but soon canceled that thought. What the hell would he tell them? That he had just fired at a werewolf? No, he kept this to himself, only telling his daughter when she was in her late teens. I asked the witness if he thought he hit the creature with the shotgun blast. He believes that he did, but the damage would have been minimal, as he was using a number 7 birdshot. The worst may have happened was that the pellets caused it stinging pain. The duration of the sighting was estimated to be between 47 seconds and 1 minute. The distance from the witness to the creature was estimated to be between 40 to 50 yards. The witness only ever told me his first name, Lloyd. He also mentioned that if I ever use this report online or elsewhere, to change his first name to something else. The headache this would cause him in a small community is something he wishes to avoid. I received a report about an unusual wolf-like creature from a fellow this past summer. He was hiking the Mount Baldy Trail here in Alberta when the encounter occurred. The behavior of the animal was also extremely unwolf-like. It was unresponsive and unafraid of things that a wild animal would normally be afraid of. Anyway, here's the report as I received it. I managed to get a few days off work, so I decided to hit some of the trails to do some hiking and exploring. I chose the trails around Mount Baldy because I had been there many times before and knew them well. I was carrying a canteen of water, a small backpack containing a small first aid kit, a couple of well-wrapped packaged snack bars, a small emergency survival kit, and my digital camera. I was also carrying a .410 single shotgun, which I take with me on all my hikes and camping trips. I was about half of the way to Mount Baldy Base trailhead when I was surprised by a very large wolf that just walked out onto the trail and stood there blocking my way. At first, I was concerned because this creature was quite bigger than any timber wolf that I had ever seen, captive or wild. But the creature seemed content to simply stand there and stare at me. I spoke to it, and it didn't show that it had even heard the sound. No raising of the ears, no lifting its head in curiosity. I yelled at it to get out of the way, and it still did nothing. I began to feel uncomfortable, so I started to back away. But the creature then came towards me. I stopped, and so did it. I then took the shotgun off my shoulder and fired it into the air. Once again, the creature did not seem to care. All it did was glance at the weapon, and then right back at me again. By this time, I had the nagging feeling in my head that this was not an ordinary wolf. It just did not behave like a wild animal. So I reached back into my backpack and I removed my digital camera. This was the only thing that seemed to cause it to waver in its behavior, for as I raised the camera to take a picture of it, it darted off into the woods. I took this moment to beat a retreat back down the trail towards a more open area. This next part may make you disbelieve the entire account, but I'm going to say it regardless. When I looked back up at the trail, the creature was standing right next to a large pine tree, but it was standing on its back legs. I suppose it could have been using the tree for support, but it didn't look like it. I raised the camera once more and it disappeared back into the woods. Now, what kind of wild animal is more afraid of a camera than a gun? This is why I don't believe I was dealing with an ordinary wolf. I may even go so far as to say it fringed on the paranormal. Needless to say, I will not be hiking those trails again, armed or not. I know that you are a Sasquatch researcher. In this report, a husband and a wife were out cross-country skiing. They had just crossed a remote country road and were about to ski across a field. On the other side of this field, they spotted an extremely large wolf standing just inside of the tree line. The wife said she felt uncomfortable as the creature was staring right at them and following their movement. Her husband was carrying a .22 rifle on his back, on its sling. He brought the rifle down, chambered a cartridge, and fired into the ground in front of the creature. She said that the creature looked at the ground, then back at them, and began to growl. She said that the growl went up and down in sound, and it was very deep and menacing. She said that her husband shouldered his rifle again, but did not fire. What really gave her the chills was the look on the creature's face. She felt that the creature knew that the rifle was small caliber and was not something that could kill it with one shot. Moments later, her husband fired again, this time into a tree that was next to the creature. The creature didn't even flinch, but what it did next made both of them flee in terror. About 30 seconds after the second shot, the creature stood up on two legs. One of its front legs was against the tree that her husband shot. The growling continued, but it had increased in volume by quite a bit, and the creature was moving its jaws up and down like it was gnashing its teeth. Her husband fired 3 shots directly at the creature, all 3 hitting it in the chest. The creature let out a drawn-out scream and ran off into the forest on 2 legs. They fled the other way back towards their vehicle, and as they were skiing back, they had to pass through a small area of the forest. And as they were passing through the forest, they could hear something running towards them from a distance through the woods. They cleared the woods without anything happening, but when they broke out of the forest, they estimated that whatever was chasing them was no more than 40 yards behind them. She had her cell phone with her and was thinking about using it to take a picture of the creature. As she was thinking this, she suddenly got a feeling that if she took a photograph, the creature would kill them both. She said that the feeling was so strong that she immediately shoved the phone in her pocket. It wasn't as if the creature had sent her a psychic message or anything. It was just a feeling. One thing she mentioned in a hushed, embarrassed voice. When her husband and her made it back to their vehicle, She noticed that she had actually peed her pants. She didn't even notice until the adrenaline rush ended. She had actually been so scared that she lost control of her bladder. She always thought that that was just something from the movies, and you can never actually ever be that scared. I am a sales rep for the Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania region with an office in Canton, Ohio. Being a city boy, it is often intriguing and interesting to be out and about in the country. With my job, I often find myself in new places and always seeing things I never thought I would. That is, until Tuesday, November 23rd. This day I found myself following my GPS down a dirt road in Lisbon, Ohio, listening to the local radio station out in Akron ranting about the election. I suddenly caught a man in a black fur coat running across a field. First about 10 feet away, and then what seemed to be a flash. He was already halfway across the land. Before I had time to realize this was not normal. I slammed on the brakes and grabbed my phone to take a photo, but I hadn't enough time to fire off a good shot. This thing was at least 7 feet tall and fast as hell. Black, and I noticed what I later thought must have been long, pearly white teeth in a row as it ran. I do remember 2 distinct ears high on its head. It was for sure on 2 legs, but appeared to be a giant dog man of sorts. Myself, along with 4 other guys, decided to go park on Anthony Road and walk out to the middle of a field to drink some beer. We lived in a small town and not much to do. Keep in mind, however, that we hadn't yet started drinking, and even if we had, I don't think it would cause a group hallucination. The reason we had guns was due to an incident prior to this where my female cousin and her friends, whom were all about 5 years younger than us, came back to my aunt's house one night. They were really scared and said they were driving down Anthony Road, and a guy was lying in the middle of the road, so they had to stop the car. It's a narrow road, so they couldn't turn around, and so they put the car in reverse to back up. Just then, the guy in the road jumped up and started chasing the car, and people came out of the cornfields and tried to open the car doors, and trying to stop the car. They took off and drive and came back to the house and told us what happened, hence the presence of guns in the night of our encounter. The night of our encounter was a very bright moon. It was a full moon, or at least near full, shone down on some pretty thick fog that was about shin high, so visibility was quite high. We drove up and down the road one time just to make sure no cops were parked on the road anywhere. Then, we spotted the field we wanted to go into. It was really cool looking with the fog laying heavy on the ground, and the moon bouncing off of it, giving it a really cool glow effect. We parked the cars and began to venture into the field in the area of the tractors would enter. We walked about maybe 20 or 30 yards in, and stopped to listen for cars coming, and also just to listen to the woods to make sure no one else was around. One of us noticed something large and dark along the woodline to our right, about 150 yards out into the field. We all stopped talking and watched it for a few moments, trying to determine what it was, whether it be a tree stump, a large rock, or maybe a bush. After a few minutes, we decided it was just a big bush and stopped paying attention to it and walked further into the field. After going into the field a little more, one of us noticed the object wasn't there where we had seen it before. We began to scan the area to see where it went, and then we noticed something running from right to left across the field in front of us. It looked to be about 3 feet above the fog line, if not maybe 4 feet, so that would make it bigger than any dog. The mechanics of how it ran reminded me of a cheetah or even a greyhound, reaching out with long forelimbs to grab the ground and then hurling its hind haunches under itself to spring forward yet again. Its silhouette looked like a wild boar or hyena. It had the stereotypical large hump on its upper back. It ran really fast to the center of the field and then turned directly towards us. I've never seen anything able to cut a different direction as fast as this thing did, especially considering how fast it was traveling. At first, we thought it had stopped running, but then after a second, we were able to tell it was now coming straight at us. We were all asking and commenting with each other, trying to reason what it was. Dog? Cougar? Bear? As it continued its charge, we raised guns at it. I had a shotgun and 2 of the other guys had pistols. When we raised our guns, it began to zigzag. I remember thinking that it knew what guns were. I remember saying, or one of us said, that this thing knows we are pointing guns at it. I think that's when we got creeped out enough to run for the cars. My buddy said he didn't shoot because he couldn't identify the target. I personally, and I'm not ashamed to say this, think it is because we all got scared because we knew it wasn't any known animal. It was moving so fast that I thought if I miss or if my first shot doesn't stop it, I won't get a second shot in. Shotguns are only good within certain distances, and I didn't want it getting that close to me. As we were running away, my friend at the time fell into a groundhog hole, so I had to run back and help him up so we can get to the car. Given how fast it was running, I don't think it was really trying to catch us, or it would have. When we got to the cars and took off, I recall looking out the side window, and this thing was chasing the car. Once we got over the little bridge on Anthony onto Manning Road, we were able to get up to more speed. I don't think it ever came out of the field or crossed the bridge, however. It's as if it just wanted to chase us off. It never stood up on 2 legs, and I didn't notice any eye shine. I think it may have been too far away when it started to charge to see any eyes. I can tell you that it was bigger than any dog and much, much faster. It was able to zigzag really fast, like a rabbit would. It was also very jerky in its side-to-side movement, almost twitchy, I'd say. I got the feeling that it was so quick and agile that I might not be able to get a beat on it to get good hits in on it with the shotgun. As we were pulling away in the car is probably when I got the best look at it. It had odd body mechanics as it ran. It reminded me of a cheetah, and I could tell the forelimbs were longer than the hind limbs. I couldn't see a tail or the shape of the ears, however. I am so frightened right now, and it's hard to put these words down. I had to take a quick break. My encounter may seem mild compared to others, but it still physically shakes me to my core. On a hot summer night in August of '92, me and my mom and my dad and 2 of my brothers decided we would get a Papa John's pizza and head to the Dixie Twin Drive-In movie theater. The 21st of every month was our payday family ritual. I have another older brother, but he had moved out. After finishing our pizza and movies, we headed out. But Dad decided to take a drive, so he detoured to another part of town. We ended up on Shiloh Springs Road, in what you would call Trotwood, Ohio, which is a suburb of Dayton. As we cruised along, enjoying our latest night ride, we noticed that there were no other cars in front or behind us. It was all of a sudden that an eerie and dead silence crept up on us. As my dad drove up the road, he looked out a little more and was looking out the rear window, and I heard him say, "What the fuck?" I turned around to look out the front windshield, and I was in horror, astonished, paralyzed. There aren't enough terrible words to describe the level of fear we were going through. He slowed to a complete stop, but the headlights on our '79 Buick had caught this tall, gray, stringy-haired thing with pointed ears and some kind of muzzle, and a yellow sort of glowing, piercing eyes that made me feel like an ant. I have never felt so inferior in all my life. He crossed the 2-lane road and disappeared into the woods. 3 steps and he was gone. But not before looking through us like he wanted us to die. I felt pure hatred coming from this beast. He was mad at us for looking at him, for discovering him. I keep saying, but I honestly didn't see genitals. I guess I just felt that it was a male. He could have smashed through our car and destroyed our entire family if he wanted to. I've seen my beloved dad scared twice in his life, and both times it was because he felt his death was coming. May he be resting in peace. This thing had a face, and not just an animal face. It was like he was smart. He was walking, and he owned us for those few moments. Finally, my mom said, "Ronnie, go!" and he sped off. I cried for a few minutes, but after that, something strange happened. It was like all 5 of us were entranced. We were on some kind of autopilot. We went home, we went to bed and totally blocked the incident out, like he put some kind of spell on us. We never even spoke of it again. But after I became a mother and a wife, my husband and I were talking about Bigfoot, and I sat up and my memory snapped and I said, "Brandon, I think I saw Bigfoot." And I told him the story, and he quickly, meanderingly said no, you didn't see Bigfoot. You saw a werewolf. I will never go camping or enter a forest or woods of any kind, nor do I allow my children to do the same thing. That thing that I encountered had supernatural powers, and it let us know with his eyes that we were nothing and he would kill us in a second. This was 26 years ago, and I still am overcome with emotion and fear. I just wanted to share in hopes that it would make me feel better, and maybe a weight would be lifted. I doubt it will, though. Thank you so much for anyone who takes the time to hear my experience. On tonight's episode of Werewolf Encounters, our focus is on 7 scary and true encounters that generally take place around the DOGMAN area in Michigan. Michigan is already known for their dogman sightings, so you can expect this episode to be just as hairy and frightening. Many residents of the town believe something is lurking around Lake Dewey that looks like a red, shaggy wolf. Are they seeing a dogman? Let's find out. Story 1. Back in summer of '75, I lived with my aunt in DOGMAN, Michigan, a quiet and peaceful little town for the most part, until you realize there's something more sinister that lurks around the local lake of Lake Dewey. On this particular day, we had just gone raspberry picking and thought it would be an excellent idea to wind down for the evening by having a nice picnic by the lake together. I was 15 at the time, and my aunt was in her 30s. She was a recently single woman and actually just divorced. Her ex-husband had cheated on her and was extremely abusive. Looking back, I'm so glad she got out of that relationship. It was lovely for her to have my company over the summer since we were pretty close, and I grew up with her around even as a little boy. I always enjoyed spending time with my aunt. This particular day, though, was scorching hot. I do remember that. We were just getting settled in from having a picnic when my aunt was looking out from behind us, asking me why a large dog was watching us. I was confused and turned around to see what she was talking about. There, in the woodline, was what looked like a German shepherd crossed with a wolf, standing upright on 2 legs, glaring right at us. It was just behind the tree line a bit, with what looked like one hand holding onto the tree in front of it, as if to lean on. It was in the evening, so there was enough light for me to fully see what it was. I could see it pretty well. If I had to give my best guess, I would say it stood at about 6 to maybe 7 feet tall. Very shaggy looking, slender, but still lean. It had a longer than normal muzzle, longer than what a wolf or even a German shepherd would generally have. What we were looking at was the most bizarre creature my aunt and I had ever seen. I knew some people walk their dogs in this area, but this didn't look like any dog I'd ever seen in my life. After a few moments, it lowered its head down just a little bit, and then it bared its teeth at both of us. My aunt and I were terrified, but just as quickly as it bared its teeth, it promptly popped its head up and turned in the direction to our right. You know how when a dog hears something and they're curious, their ears pop up, right? Well, that's what happened here. It perked its ears up while looking off and then looked back at us and bolted into the woods. We didn't even see where it went. It left so quickly. We had a lot of friends that frequented the area, and we never heard of such a thing. It was only later in life that I learned about the Dewey Lake Monster and other sightings that occurred around the lake. Looking back, I'm not sure if it maybe was signaled by another one of those things, but I'm glad it left when it did, and I'm glad we left when we did. Story 2. September 5th, 1962. 3 men, all locals from the nearby town of Sumnerville, had come up for one evening for a barbecue and were hanging around Dewey Lake, specifically the south side. Patrick Farrell, Timothy Shipman, and Stanley Tavares were sitting around the fire enjoying some good times and some drinks when an unknown creature reportedly attacked one of the men. Patrick and Timothy both stated this. This thing just came out of nowhere and grabbed Stanley. It pulled him back into the brush and he was gone. We were scared and didn't know what to do, so we called the authorities, but they called us crazy and began questioning us in his disappearance. Stanley Tavares was later found unconscious only 400 or so yards away with minor cuts and bruises. When questioned about what happened and how he got there, he didn't seem to remember what happened, and the last thing he said he remembered was hanging around the campfire. Whatever grabbed him looked like some giant hairy dog thing that tries to pull him into the woods. It made it far enough past the brush that we got out of there and called the police, Timothy said. Stan's personality changed dramatically after that incident, and he never entirely was the same person again. Whatever happened to him, whatever attacked him, did something to him. We never went back to Lake Dewey again, and Stan cut off all contact with everybody else around him. Story 3. July 1st, 1962. Paul Ruiz and Mary Ruiz were frequenters of the local areas of Michigan, including such places like Sister Lakes, Lake Michigan itself, and of course, Lake Dewey. They often had a knack for exploring and those kinds of things. Seasoned outdoors type of people, if you will. What they experienced was something neither could explain. We were sitting there on the beach of the lake, taking in the scenery, when we saw what looked like to be a dog about a few 100 feet out swimming. We weren't sure if it was somebody's dog that they let loose, but we didn't think much of it until it started swimming closer in our direction, Mary had said. This dog was bizarre. As they both got a closer look and it got closer to us, we noticed it was a lot larger than what we originally speculated, and it wasn't quite swimming as a dog would. It was paddling more like a human would if they were to try to imitate how a dog would swim. As it got closer to roughly 70 feet away from us, I could begin to make out much more terrifying details, Paul said. Paul then went on to describe how it locked eyes with both Paul and Mary and began swimming even faster. Paul and Mary were both very nervous by the entire situation and decided to get out of there quickly. Their car wasn't too far away, luckily, so they got up and ran back to their vehicle. As they looked back and saw what they believed to be a dog at the time climb onto the shoreline to only stand upright as a man, scared them to death. When it stood up, that was it for me. It looked like a giant hairy man with a German Shepherd dog head on it, Paul said. Paul went on to say, "What startles me is I've had friends tell me about the supposed lake monster, but I always wrote it off as a story that our parents would tell kids to keep them from staying out late at night. I never in a million years could have been convinced of its existence until that day. Now I stay far away from anything around that lake." Story 4. June 2nd, 1981. Marvin Pierce encountered something truly bizarre one evening. Driving back to his home in Sumnerville, his father had lived out in DOGMAN and was visiting for the evening before heading back home. Heading out of town, he ended up going down Dewey Lake Road. This road and the area are already pretty creepy, with thick swamp on both sides of the gravel road. At the time, this road was still unpaved, and so you had to go fairly slow. It was past dusk, and there is only a glimmer of light left in the sky at this point. It was roughly around 8 or maybe 9 p.m. As Marvin was driving down this road, he saw what appeared to be some giant, hairy thing stepping out into the road in front of his vehicle. Because it's a gravel road, I'm going slow. It's also dark out, so I'm doing about 20 miles an hour. This thing walks out in front of my car, and so I immediately slow down. This thing turns in my direction and immediately charges my vehicle and attacks it. I'm about 20 feet away from it when I come to a stop, so when it charges me, it was right up on me in seconds. It smashed its hands down onto my hood, and not only bent the metal, but damaged my engine just from sheer force of impact. I slammed it into reverse out of sheer panic and spun out in the gravel, causing my vehicle to whip out to the left and almost flip the entire car, Marvin explained. By the grace of God Almighty, I was able to turn the vehicle around and kick it into high gear to get the hell out of there. I've never done 50 on a gravel road ever, except for maybe this one time. For whatever reason, after this thing attacked my car, it didn't seem to follow my vehicle, and it must have ran off after I reversed and swerved dramatically. I never did look in my rear view mirrors to check, and I'm glad I didn't. I never saw the creature's face because it all happened so fast, and I'm not sure that I ever want to. He said his vehicle was so severely damaged that he broke down only a couple miles away. He said his tires were pretty torn up from doing that speed on the gravel, and that he was leaking all sorts of fluid. Story 5. Summer of 1970. I've lived in DOGMAN for many years, and when I was younger, my younger sister and I, along with our friends, used to play in the area all the time. That only lasted for so long before we saw the grass man, as we like to call him. Being children, you always joke about monsters and things living in the lake and the woods and getting you, but we never thought it would be a reality. I believe they call this creature the Lake Dewey Monster, although at the time we just called it the Grass Man. We weren't sure what it was, and no one had seen it that we were aware of. They were just stories from neighbors and townspeople. I remember one afternoon we were all playing outside, and my little sister and her two other friends Thomas and Joel were to go down by the lake and play for a little bit. Earlier that day, I had tripped on a rock and hurt my ankle playing. My ankle wasn't broke or anything, but it definitely was pretty sore, and so I told them I was just gonna sit this one out. I went home and just played inside while my little sis and our friends enjoyed their time at the lake. This was obviously back in a time where kids could go outside and play without having to worry about creeps as much, so no one would really bat an eye why that this girl's 12-year-old brother wasn't there watching her. I was sitting inside with my parents gone at work, and my little sister runs in the house screaming, saying that she and Thomas and Joel ran into the grass man. She told me that they were down playing by the lake, and that this tall, hairy dog creature came out of the brush and tried to grab one of them. She said they all screamed and ran for their lives. My sister likes to joke around a lot, but I believe she wasn't joking about this incident. She was bawling hysterically and hyperventilating, and was genuinely terrified. It took me about 2 hours to get her calmed down enough to where she could calmly explain to me what she experienced. I told her not to tell our parents because they probably wouldn't believe us. After that, she was very apprehensive about going back down by the lake, and when I tried to talk to the other two about it, they just refused to even speak. I have since gone down to the lake several times, and I've never encountered anything weird. As I got older, I had other friends that claimed they had experiences down there too, with very similar descriptions, but again, I've never had anything personally happen to me. I don't know if the grass man truly exists, but I do believe that something tried to attack my sister and our friends that day, back in the summer of 1970. Story 6. A fishing expedition had gone wrong, where a fisherman was almost dragged to his watery grave by the suspected Dewey Lake Monster. What I find most terrifying about this is that there was already a very similar account back in 1963 with an R.J. Lutz who was fishing and thought he had come upon a log, only for it to end up being a monster, and stood up out of the water and walked off.
Having something so similar happening 26 years later tells you whatever beast RJ originally encountered that day still roams the area. This happened on Lake Dewey itself by a young fisherman who was 22 at the time named Dennis Taylor. He had gone out one morning to do some fishing all by himself. Not too long after that, he made it out of the center of the lake and he felt something underneath his boat. Whatever it was had bumped the bottom several times. Thinking it was a floating log or maybe even a fish, he began to investigate, and when peering over the side of his boat, this hairy creature shot out of the water and grabbed onto his boat, not only capsizing his boat due to the sheer force and weight of suddenly hanging onto the side, but also launching him into the water about roughly 10 feet away. After landing in the water, he quickly resurfaced, only to find his capsized boat and no creature around. Terrified, he frantically swam towards the shoreline, but felt something grab at his ankle and try to pull him down. He submerged for some time and claims at points he was pretty sure he had lost consciousness, but was somehow able to free his legs enough and make it to shore. When reported to the police, he explained his story, and they wrote it off as him drinking or him being on drugs, or maybe even accidentally tipping the boat over. Who knows? When asked to describe what he saw that came out of the water and grabbed onto his boat, he said it was a red, shaggy dog-looking thing. He said he wasn't sure why it was there or what it was, or mainly, why was it underneath his boat in the water? But he said it had hands just like a human does, and each finger had claws on it. Story 7. October 3rd, 1966. A couple of young fishermen, David Rothwell and Jeremy Hinn, were camping on the south side of Lake Dewey one early fall evening. They had gotten there from South Bend, Illinois the day before and planned to fish there for perch the following morning. It was a long drive for both of them, and so they had decided to set up a small tent and a campfire and relax at the lake. They wanted to take things easy since the next day they had planned for a full day of fishing and hopefully get a decent haul to take back home. They had their tent set up and had just started a small fire when one of them decides to walk down to the water to check it out further. Within moments, the one by the fire mentions to the other that it smells awful. They described the odor like a wet dog mixture with rotting meat. It was so strong, and neither of them could quite tell where it was emanating from. We were there right by the lake, minding our own business when this odor of wet dog and rotting meat hit us right in the face. It was so sudden, and we had no idea where it was coming from. One moment, everything was fine, and then the next, this smell, it's like it just appeared there, said David. Not even a moment later, David began to hear weird growling noises and heavy breathing right behind their camp. They both turned around to this huge, hairy dog beast charging at both of them. We didn't have time to react. We both hightailed it right into the lake, clothes on and everything. When you turn around and a 500-pound animal is charging you from less than 50 yards away, you're gonna move, told Jeremy. The two jumped into the lake, expecting this creature to follow suit. Both turned around after jumping in and noticed the animal was nowhere in sight. Then they heard a large splash about 30 feet away from behind them. Something humongous had just jumped right into the water. Both men could only assume the worst and swam as fast as they could back to a different part of the shore and retreat to their van, leaving behind all of their supplies and fishing rods. This thing was trying to bait us. It not only bluff charged us into the water and toyed with us, but then it must have gone around to the brush to our right and jumped to the water. We were terrified, and so we swam back to the shore as fast as we could. We didn't know what we were dealing with, and we didn't want to find out, Jeremy had said.
We left out of there in a panic, and unfortunately left all of our gear behind too. We got out of the lake soaking wet, jumped into the van, and got the hell out, David said. We went back for our stuff the next morning. As much as we didn't want to, our tent was entirely destroyed. It looked like it had been attacked or mauled by a grizzly bear. We really didn't feel like contacting the police and risk looking like crazies, so we just cleaned the inside up ourselves and left it at that, said Jeremy. Both men have not been back to the area since. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I have tons more true encounters coming from all sorts of creatures and the likes. Stay inside, lock your doors and windows, for they are coming. Be ready. On this episode, we're bringing back Zach Baby TV for a few stories of frightening dogman encounters. If you enjoy his narrations, please visit his channel and subscribe to him. In the meantime, sit back and enjoy these 7 deadly encounters. I went on a camping trip with a bunch of buddies back in '97 when I was just fresh out of high school. My 3 friends and I did a little road trip to camp out of state for fun. We drove from Houston all the way to Hot Springs, Arkansas, where we got ready to camp in a national forest nearby. We ended up staying in a hotel for the night, and the very next morning, we all proceeded to enter into the national forest and find a really good spot to set up camp. It didn't take us long to find a good spot, and when we did, we were pretty good to set up. We all joked around and made jokes about Bigfoot and an axe murder out here gonna get us. This was our first camping trip of just us 4, and it was kind of a really nice graduation trip. We had a ton of beer, and things were gonna be fantastic. Fast forward closer to that night, we had cooked up some fish that we had picked up in town, and ended up getting a really upset stomach. And my friends' stomachs got messed up too. I almost wonder if we got food poisoning. That kind of killed the drinking game, and so we spent the night just laying low and suffering around the campfire. We decided to all turn in once it got dark enough. We had 2 tents between us, 2 for each of us. We all huddled in our own sleeping bags, and besides all the fart noises and jokes, I don't even remember when we all ended up falling asleep. I woke up sometime later, and I remember I had to piss badly. Everybody else was asleep, and so I got up out of my sleeping bag to go relieve myself. I unzipped my tent, and I stepped outside. Our fire was still barely going, just embers at this point. I always remember the faint glow that it gave off against the dark sky around us. I decided to grab my flashlight that I brought with me from my backpack and go piss just a little ways outside of camp. It was a beautiful June night out. Cool, crisp air, very quiet, but also very humid. It was wonderful. I trailed off maybe 100 or so feet away from our tents, right by a tree, and began to let nature call. As I'm standing there pissing, I began to feel strange, like I was being looked at or watched. This made me really uncomfortable, like maybe what we were talking about earlier with a psycho with an axe murder out there actually being in the woods, waiting for me to leave camp just far enough to get me. I thought I need to get back to camp now. Just as I was finishing up peeing and zipping up my pants, I happened to look over and see these 2 brightly glowing red eyes glaring right at me. I froze, not knowing what to do. Whatever it was started to come toward me. I know because I could hear the heavy branches underneath breaking and cracking. Whatever it was really heavy, and each step was a heavy thud. It had to have been taller too because the eyes were high up. I was so scared I ran back to the tent in full sprint, and I zipped my entire body up in the sleeping bag. The next morning, everything seemed normal. Nobody had noticed anything or even said anything about last night. Even though I was so terrified the night before, I could have literally crapped myself, but I just tried to play everything off and act normal so they would never know. It doesn't sound like whatever was coming at me visited our camp. We only stayed there for another night, and the rest of the guys ended up getting pissed drunk while I was still too uneasy to drink. I just told them that I wasn't feeling good still, but really, knowing that thing was out there was keeping me from drinking. Fast forward in the last 5 years, I guess Oklahoma is some dogman hotspot apparently. I've read other encounters and experiences others have had, and they are quite similar to what I experienced that night. Did I run into a dogman that was stalking me? What do you think? I went out fishing and camping by myself back in 2016 in Devil's Lake, Danbury, Wisconsin. For those who've never been to the area, Devil's Lake is gorgeous, with lots of wonderful areas to fish and to camp and and sights to see. There's nothing but thick woods surrounding the entire lake area, and so it was going to be a great decompression from a hard few weeks at work. I just wanted to relax and not have to think about anything. Something was stalking me the entire time I was camping. There's some large predator out there, and it wasn't a mountain lion or a bear. I'm not sure what it is, but it's big. Maybe it's a big cat, I don't know. When I got to the lake and began to set up camp along the shoreline, I noticed the woods being really quiet. I felt like I was being watched and observed. I looked around and kept my eyes open, but I never saw anything. This feeling persisted up until it got dark and I had made a fire. I feel like the feelings only intensified once the sun went down. I'd be sitting there at my campfire and I'd hear shuffling sounds, panting, deep breathing, and growling just right outside the light of the fire. This terrified me to the bone, but I refused to be driven away from my serene camping spot. I always bring a handgun with me just in case, but I was never put in a situation where I ever had to use it directly. At some point at night, the noises ceased, but it was still eerily silent out. Not even the bugs were out buzzing around. I decided to turn in and to crawl into my tent. I'd be laying there, and then I'd start hearing what sounded like a woman sobbing uncontrollably, just a few 100 feet away. Or I can only guess. Since I'm on a lake, sound can travel weird and do strange things. But it was the most unexplainable thing. I know there was probably no one else around here, but hearing what sounded like a woman screaming and sobbing really made it hard to fall asleep. I wasn't about to go out there in the dark and investigate with just a handgun and a flashlight. It was pitch black outside that night. This went on all throughout the night, and the sounds moved around my tent. I didn't really sleep much at all during the night, but I do remember waking up to daylight at some point, so I did fall asleep eventually. Here's where the strangest part of my camping experience comes into play. When I woke up in the morning, I smelled a strong smell of blood. What the hell? I checked myself quickly to see maybe if it was me. No, I didn't cut myself at all. Panicked at what it could possibly be, I quickly got up out of my tent, and I almost vomited. Strewn all around my camp and outside of my camp were several mutilated small animals. I don't just mean mutilated. I mean these animals were torn to pieces. I saw what looked to be a few rabbits, squirrels, maybe a raccoon, maybe a possum, and even a fox it looked like. There was so much blood and guts everywhere I could hardly distinguish one thing from another. This was too much. I don't know if I got picked for some satanic ritual or what, but I wasn't having any of this, and so I got out of there. I never really paid much attention to why they put devil in the name of something, but now I think I know why. There's something or someone out by that lake. I don't know if it's just an animal. I don't know if something was trying to tell me to leave, but I'll never go back to that lake. And if you're smart, you'll stay away too.
Let's see. I'll start off and say that I wasn't expecting anything to happen. Me and my other half, Steve, went to his friend's annual CB get-together at the Grant County Park in Crittenden, Kentucky. That's around 45 minutes away from where we live. It was the 1st of October and the weather was nice, probably around the 70s. Plenty of space to explore considering that the park is 54 acres, containing a playground area, one baseball diamond with lights and a basketball court. The picnic area has about 5 shelter houses. There is a horse ring with a barn and stadium and 2 multi-purpose buildings. I love nature and so much space appealed to me when dealing with people. I took a few joints with me to help with the pain and keep me calm. The get-together was from noon to whenever, and a lot of people showed up. I brought cupcakes with us, which I felt like a dumbass to find out that Steve's friend was a diabetic, and sugar was a no-no. So, not a good first impression. Oh well, screw it. After grabbing something to eat, I decided to go walk around, since Steve knew most of the people there. Let's see. The picnic spot they were all at was up front. I decided to walk around, smoke and explore the other side. During my walk, I was taking pictures here and there on my phone. I love taking pictures. I noticed that I was being pulled to the woods behind the baseball diamond. Goosebumps covered my whole arms instantly. I knew I was being compelled to go to that spot. It was a very strong urge. I didn't feel anything evil or that. It was just extremely creepy to me that as strong as the pull was, I knew something was there. So I took my phone out and stopped walking. I ended up close to this tree which caught my eye anyways, and I took a few pictures and started walking back to where everyone was, even though I still felt the strong urge to go where I was being pulled. Later that night when we were home, I was looking at my pictures I took and doing some grayscale pictures with them because they looked awesome that way. I noticed the one picture I did in grayscale, the tree, it had a spirit in it. You could see it so clearly. I showed it to Steve and he thought that was cool, then asked what was that by the bush. That's when I saw it. A pair of eyes staring at me in the area I was being pulled to. I got goosebumps immediately after I saw that. I thought that what I had captured with my photo was a hellhound, but when I finally showed my pictures to my friend Teresa, who was into UFOs and Bigfoots, etc., I knew she would be interested. When I told her where we went when I took my pictures, she told me it wasn't a hellhound but a dogman. I'm a believer and have a very open mind. I have seen and experienced a lot. So to say that this is so cool, it is. She didn't think so, and said I was lucky it didn't follow me home. But the truth is that I didn't feel threatened or anything by it.
My parents owned a pretty large farm in Oklahoma. I lived there for quite a while before moving out of state for college, and then starting a family. I never moved back, but my parents never moved out. They still live there to this day, but I don't know what has become of this creature that we used to see all the time. We had a lot of livestock, just like any farm did, but it wasn't until around I was 13 when I remember things getting spooky. My parents used to keep my windows covered up at night because they told me they didn't want bugs and critters getting in. I always thought that was strange. Even as a kid, that didn't make much sense, but looking back, I think my parents knew about this thing, and they wanted to keep me from seeing it as long as possible. When looking out my window, you have full view of our acreage and the large pasture it's on. We're surrounded by woods, but we have plenty of room to roam, and for our animals to roam about. Our livestock had begun being killed off, and we've never had this issue before. We'd get up some mornings and our pigs would be torn up, just ripped in pieces. We had one horse that was killed too. It looked like a bear had attacked the horse and had partially eaten it, so we were on the lookout for bear. But the pigs didn't make any sense. They weren't even eaten, just ripped up and torn in pieces, and left in a bloody mess. There were quite a few nights where I would see my father pacing by the front door as a kid, keeping his single-shot shotgun right by his side, waiting to use it, like he was waiting for something that he knew was out there. He always told me as a kid there was a bear that would come on our property, and that's what was killing our livestock. But I soon found out that that wasn't the case. One night, I was laying in bed and I started to hear our pigs scream. It was so loud it woke me up out of a sleep, and I heard our front door open and my father running outside. I was 13 at the time, and I figured I was old enough and brave enough to help him take down whatever animal was hurting our pigs, be it a bear or not. I jumped up out of bed, and as I'm running towards the front door, I hear my dad's shotgun go off. I quickly go look outside, and I see this hideous creature with glowing yellow eyes, long pointed ears, and a muzzle chasing my dad. The thing was chasing him standing on two legs. My dad runs back into the house and deadbolts the door. Now, my dad is a tough son of a bitch, and I've never seen him scared before like this in my life. He was so pale and sickly looking, just from fear. I can't even imagine what it was like being in his position. Keeping your kids from seeing this demon that's attacking your livestock. He looked at me and told me to go back to the bedroom right now, and I started locking all the windows and doors. Things went quiet for a little bit, but I started hearing this creature slowly walk around our house, like it was casing or something, finding the weakest window or maybe the weakest door to get into. It would drag its claws all along the side of the house, like it was trying to find a weak spot. At some point, it must have left us alone, because I didn't hear it anymore. The next day, my dad went to go check the damage with the pigs, and I went outside to see that there were some huge scratch marks etched into our house. It looked like someone dragged a sharpened steel rake across the side. My dad wouldn't talk about it, or what happened. Even though I only saw a glimpse of the monster that's out there, and to see how it affected my father, it honestly made a recluse out of me for the next several years, never knowing quite where this thing was lurking, knowing that it's the stuff of nightmares. I feel like if it wanted to break into our house and kill us all, it could have easily. Why it didn't, though, I am not sure. It's like it just wanted to scare us and terrify us. As I got older and moved away, I never told my friends or anything. It's something I don't think they're ready to accept. Not many people are. I know my dad still keeps his shotgun by the front door because even though all of this happened years and years ago, he's never too sure when this thing is going to return.
I'm not really a person that believes in fairy tales, monsters, and Bigfoots, but something did happen to me that I can't quite explain. This occurred to me outside Danbury, Wisconsin, in the middle of nowhere, basically. This occurred in the spring when we were out driving around. Me and my husband were out driving down an old logging road looking for a good place to pull off and take some good photography. My husband was always much more wood savvy than I. I was the one with the photography business. I wanted the further, and so I loved coming out to the woods and taking some great pictures. We found a good road to drive down that would be great to take pictures at. It was springtime, so everything was in full bloom and it was beautiful. Flowers everywhere. All the plants had grown in. It was my favorite time of year and my favorite time to come out and take pictures. As we're driving down this logging road, this large black animal runs out of the woods and directly at our Jeep. We thought it was an aggravated black bear at first, but it was running weird. Like the front legs were too long for its body and it was looking more like a hyena than it did a black bear. Whatever it was fast, and so it caught up to our Jeep fast. My husband and I started to freak out. Some unknown animal is chasing our Jeep and Lord Almighty only knows what it would do. My husband was literally going so fast he slammed on the brakes and used the moment to pull off the best Hollywood drive turnaround you've ever seen on a dirt road. Right as we stopped and before my husband was about to put pedal to the metal, this thing was just standing in the road, facing us. It was ugly, to put it lightly. We could clearly see its face since it was standing in the road maybe 30 feet away, glaring at us on all fours. It looked like someone crossed a wolf with a hyena. It just glared at us and slowly started to approach our stopped vehicle. My husband floored it past this thing and we got the hell out of there. We both checked the rearview mirror and it just stood there in the middle of the road, the same place it just was watching us leave. Maybe it was just trying to chase us off. We'll never know. When I told my friends about what happened, they asked why I didn't try to take pictures since I had a perfect opportunity. Truth be told, my camera was in the camera bag with my lenses in the back of the Jeep. I usually don't keep my camera accessible with me while we're driving. I wish I had, so I could have had some proof. We're much more careful about where we go now. This is the first time I've ever talked about this encounter with anyone. I've kept it inside me for so long. I was even hesitant on sharing this encounter, but I figured it's for the better. They say releasing things off your chest is the best way for peace of mind, right? That's what I'm hoping for. I was driving one evening down Beach Drive. This road parallels Rock Creek and it's pretty swampy on both sides of the road. It makes it hard to drive at night with the fog sometimes. I hate that this has happened to me. This was back in 2002, and I had just gotten a sweet deal on a good truck. I'm driving this road. It's pretty dark out, and I come to a bend in the road where I could see this massive head sticking out of the brush looking across the road at something. At first, I just thought to myself, what on earth? And I began to slow down and notice there was actual eye shine. Not just any eye shine. Its eyes were glowing amber, and it was the largest wolf head I have ever seen in my life. I thought it could have been faked, so I slowed way down to look out my driver's side window at it. That's where things go way downhill. Whatever this monster was, stepped right out of the brush and smirked at me. This thing was standing there on two legs, smirking at me like it was coming to get me. It was the most demonic-looking face I have ever seen on an animal. I don't believe in werewolves, but that's what this thing looked like. It even had hands that resembled hands with claws. My heart sank and I sped up so fast I'm surprised I didn't wreck my truck. I flew out of there and went right home. I had such a hard time sleeping that night and still have nightmares to this day about it. I haven't really driven Beach Drive in a while, but the last few times, it's been incredibly eerie knowing that there's some kind of creature out there living and existing.
I grew up in southern Texas, and in my 20s, I moved closer to northeast Texas. I've had my fair share of wild experiences with animals like hogs and such, but never a big wolf. I started working at this ranch that I would help around from time to time. I remember one time in particular, I was stacking hay out in the field, and I felt like I was being stared at. I looked around. Nothing. I kept working, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I just kept doing my work, and at one point, I did look over to the tree line that was about 50 feet away, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The largest black dog I'd ever seen in my life was just sitting there, watching me move the bales of hay. It was actually sitting down on its back end, just like a dog would, with its front arms and paws extended out in front of it. It had piercing amber eyes, but was just staring at me, or in my general direction. I was pretty unnerved, but just told myself it's just a big dog. It wasn't just a huge dog, though. This was something the ranch owner was aware of and didn't like to talk about. Like he knew about these things and this animal, and he didn't want to share it. He just told me to ignore it and to don't worry about it. I would continue to do all sorts of chores and whatnot around the ranch, and it never failed. Every so often, I would see this same black wolf, sitting there, just watching me work, like it was studying me, learning everything it could. It really made me uncomfortable the way it would watch me. I wasn't sure what to think. There was a part of the property that the fence came within 10 feet of the woodline for a fair distance, and then extended back out in the opposite direction. Well, one of his horses had gotten out apparently, and damaged this part of the fence. I was the only hired ranch hand at the time, and so I talked to the owner about what I need to do to fix it. He seemed worried about it and quickly kept telling me don't worry about it, he'll fix it himself. I can't have you getting hurt. I didn't understand what he meant. At one point, I had brought up the black wolf, and he would just change the subject. That really bothered me. I knew something was going on. I had been working there for months, and ever since I started seeing this dog pop up around the property, animals had started going crazy. We had animals constantly disappear and reappear. Horses were getting out frequently, and livestock would be found dead and partially eaten. I ended up finding a different job not long after that, but I'll never forget that ranch in northeastern Texas, and I will never forget that wolf.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that subscribe button. Make sure to keep your notifications on too, so you'll be alerted every time I release a new video. If you enjoyed Zach's narrations today, you can go to his channel and subscribe to him. Keep in tune as we continue this week with our 10 days of Dogman. Stay tuned.
I'm 27 years old, and I live out of eastern Texas. Moved here from Idaho just 4 or so years back. I've been doing hunting on and off since I was a kid, and so when I moved down here, it was pretty refreshing. I quickly made some close friends down here and have been loving it ever since. I wanted to talk to you about some weird animals me and my friend and his little brother encountered last September. My friend, who I met down here, has also been hunting for a very long time, and one of our favorite things to do off-season is to go out, hike, and scout out good spots to come to, and even potentially set up a tree stand at. My friend's little brother, who just turned 14 at the time, wanted to tag along, so we didn't mind at all. We went out driving into the deep woods. We were pretty close to Arkansas, that's all I can remember, and as far as exactly where we were, I couldn't really tell you. Once we got out, we hiked a little ways in, but not too terribly far. The woods out here are beautiful. Things are muggy and the brush is thick. I've never seen a Sasquatch before, but I would imagine this would be the perfect home for one of these critters. After hiking a ways in, all three of us stopped and decided to sit down and have some lunch on a fallen log. Just a little ways out of the woods was a large clearing in the woods that sloped downward a little bit. If you were to stand at the tree line and look out at the clearing, you'd be looking straight down the slope, and the clearing leveled out after some time, and then was followed by a tiny creek with more woods. Now, as we're eating, I'm looking out into this clearing, and I notice the small creek. I think to myself, this might be a great spot to come back to and get some good game. Then, I looked over a little ways towards the other end of the creek that went right into the woods, and I noticed these two very large animals eating what looks to be a deer carcass. This slope goes down probably 150 to 170 yards, and these animals were down there by the creek feasting. At first, I thought they were just two huge wolves eating a deer. Texas is home to red wolves. That much I do know, so I didn't quite think much of it. But as I sat there and watched these animals eat, I began to think that they're too big to be wolves. They were literally the size of large elk, feasting on this tiny deer carcass. Something wasn't right about all of this. My buddy and his little brother were still eating and talking and hadn't yet noticed what I was watching. Then, my friend's stupid little brother starts screaming as loud as he could because some bug crawled on his leg, and he's terrified of bugs. His older brother, who is confused, is trying to calm him down and is trying to tell him to stop being a huge pussy and man up. It's the woods. I turn back from watching this happen in front of me, and I look back, and these wolves are not only looking up at me in my direction, but they just must have heard the commotion. They were just staring straight up at me. I wasn't comfortable at all with this situation, and so quietly, I calmly led my friend and his stupid younger brother, who doesn't even belong being out here, back around in a totally different direction, hoping to avoid those wolves. We ended up circling back around to our vehicle and got out of there. I never did tell my friend and brother what I saw. It's probably better that way. I didn't think we had wolves that big out here, but I guess we do. If you're ever in the woods in eastern Texas, keep an eye out for large predators. Sometimes at night, I hear things around my yard and my house that sounds like a really, really big bear. That is until one night I actually saw what it was. A werewolf. Or so I believe. I don't have a big house, and my yard is rather small. I have a fence on all sides of my backyard, side, and my front yard happens to be open. My driveway extends to the road, and on the other side of the road drops down, and then there's just woods for miles on miles after that. Behind my house is also woods, and to the left and right of me are other houses. The past few months now, I've been hearing what sounds like heavy breathing and scratching sounds along my house, and I can never quite figure out what it is. I always thought it was some raccoon or something, but it didn't sound like that. It's like if somebody was dragging a really long, sharp piece of metal alongside your house, very slowly. Then, I would randomly hear growling noises. I thought someone was outside my house, getting ready to come in and kill me. I've checked outside multiple times, and of course, nothing. I'm not sure what to quite make of it. A few nights ago, I'm sitting in my living room, watching some older episodes of Game of Thrones, and I see this dog face pop up in my window. I about shot myself and fell off of my couch. This thing had the most evil grin I've ever seen. Red glowing eyes and teeth that were way too sharp and big for its mouth. It looked like it came straight out of hell. I screamed as loud as I could, and I ran to go grab my machete, which I keep by the front door. I grabbed it and I ran back, and it was gone. No trace of it. Nothing. I was so scared. It looked just like a werewolf, and it was standing upright looking into my window. I feel so violated. I have motion sensors outside of my home, and so if anything moves in my yard or in front of the house, they go off. I'm getting back from town not too long after that, and about to pull into my house when I see my motion lights go on, and my jaw drops as this huge 9-foot-tall werewolf thing comes strolling through my yard to the other side, headed in the neighbor's house's direction. I could only assume this was the same creature that had been looking in my windows. I've since talked to both my surrounding neighbors, and one of them won't even talk about it. I think he knows something is out there, but doesn't want to believe it. The other one is an old man who says he's seen this thing many times, and then it comes through this area every time this part of the year. He told me he's caught it looking into his house before, several times, and he's learned it's not going to hurt him, or so far hasn't hurt him yet. He told me there's a large population of deer that actually live in the woods behind our houses a little ways back. And it used to be a good hunting spot for years and years, back due just to the large population of deer. I guess at some point, though, there was a ban on hunting deer because the population was low, and because of that, hunters left the area and never came back. So the deer were able to not only repopulate, but now they're overpopulated. I understand now that there's so much food back there for this thing. I'm not sure if it was a werewolf, but do werewolves even migrate? I'm not too sure. All I know is there's some large predator that looks like a werewolf back around my house, feasting on deer, and looking into people's windows. I'm not sure what to do. I work as a ranch exterminator, or I guess that's what my boss calls me. My job is to find potential threats to livestock and eliminate the problem entirely. So far, the only thing I've ever had to take down was a bear and a bunch of coyotes, and it hasn't been too much of a problem until we ended up getting the buffalo wolves coming in. What are buffalo wolves, you ask? Only the largest and most dangerous alpha predator you'll ever run into besides a bear. The ranch I live and work on has many horses, cows, goats, chickens, you name it. There's acres and acres of land, much of it being open pasture with minimal trees and minimal problems. We've definitely had our fair share of coyotes before, and when I first started this job, we had a huge herd of them that would get brave and move in to attack the horses and other livestock. Of course, my job being what it is, I had to eliminate many of them due to their aggressive behavior towards other animals. I take pride in my work, and I like to keep equipped with the right tools for the job, just like any master of a craft would have tools for his job. I've set up multiple bear traps, killed coyotes, and I've taken down a few mountain lions or two. I've been doing this for years, but every year is something new. Luckily for me, my 30/30 has been my trusted friend and has really helped me take care of any issues I might have with predators and threats to animals. Even though it's only really used for deer, it's helped me take down some coyotes. The mountain lions and bear? Well, that was a little bit of a different story. However, lately I don't feel so cocky. I feel stumped, like I've been checkmated. It's now July, and the owner and I started noticing these really large wolves start to appear all over the ranch since about late April. It's been getting warmer around here, so I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. These wolves always seem to appear around evening time, and they wait and they watch. They observe where we put the animals. They watch in the morning as the animals are pulled out. It really makes me nervous. I think it's an entire pack of them. I've seen smaller ones, and then there's one really big one. I assume that's the alpha male. The first attack was on one of the horses. I was doing rounds, and I found one of the horses dead out in the field, with its entire neck and belly ripped open, and gore and guts strewn about. This wasn't just a kill to eat. This was a kill just for the sake of killing. No animal I've ever seen does that. There were no indications that this animal was even eaten on, just torn open and left to bleed out. We had been seeing the wolves at this point, but never saw them attack the horse. The second attack happened about a week later. I was out in the field helping the owner, and I heard the goats start hooping and hollering, and I grabbed my 30/30 and I run over to where we keep the goats as fast as I can. As I'm approaching, I'm seeing the largest wolf I've ever seen in my life standing up on its two legs, ripping this goat literally in half, right in front of us. The other goats are screaming and freaking out, and that's when this wolf notices us. It looked pissed and let out the most terrifying roar. Without thinking, I raised my rifle and I fired 4 rounds into this son of a bitch, and I know every bullet hit it too. As soon as I hit this thing, it let out an extremely loud howl of pain and bolted out of the pen into the woods. I never did find a blood trail, but I know I hit it. We scoured around the pen, but other than that torn in half goat, we couldn't really find any trace that I actually did hit this thing. The next night, I was getting ready to head into the house. It was getting later, and the sun was just about finished setting. I hadn't seen any trace of the wolves since the last attack, and I shot at that big one. I'm getting ready to head into the house, and I happen to look, and I see one of those bastards heading right for the pig pen again. I messed up big time, and I realized I left my 30/30 in the house from earlier in the day. I quickly retreated to the house to grab my rifle, and I ran back outside as fast as I could. By then, all you could hear was the pigs squalling and hollering, and so I bolted into the pig pen as soon as I could. Right as I was about to approach the pen, this thing comes out with a dead pig in its arms. The throat had been torn out, and there was blood everywhere and all over this creature. Here it was, standing 10 feet away from me, and I shot at it as many times as I could, not holding anything back. It's like my bullets were hitting a brick wall. I didn't even really see them go into this animal, but I know I hit it, especially being that close. As soon as I shot at this beast, it began to contest its territory and act very aggressive. It wasn't running away. After firing a few shots at it, it just stood there. This looked evil, and it was ready to challenge me for its meal it just stole. It began to step toward me, and I turned around and I fled for the house, never once checking if this thing was following right behind me. You could hear animal screams and howls all night long after that, coming from the woodline and all over the property. I'm not sure what else to do at this point. I've failed my boss. I'm not able to outgun whatever animal this is. These are highly intelligent predators that must be taken carefully. We checked the property in the morning time, and there were several dead horses. 4 of our pigs were slaughtered as well, and quite a few other random animals with their guts torn out. This wasn't a feeding. This was a slaughter. I'm at a loss for what to do. What kind of weapon do I use to take these bitches down? I'm writing this because I might not survive this summer with these wolves on the property, and I have yet to know what my boss plans to do. If you have a ranch, make sure you have plenty of firepower. It's something I should have never underestimated. This is the first time I have ever really told anybody about this, besides my best friend. I'm 19 now, and this happened to me back when I was 9. I remember it was a really warm night, and I was sleeping next to my window in my bed. I had the window open, and I have a screen in the window. I don't have my bed pushed against the wall like a lot of people do. Instead, I have my bed pushed up against the window, so it's the long side against the window. That means when I lay in bed, my torso can touch the whole screen of the window. I'm laying in bed this night, so it's hot, and I have my window wide open with the screen in. I'm laying there, blankets off me, and my shirt is even off. The window was my only slight grace of cool air coming. I remember waking up to the sound of what I heard as tearing. I opened my eyes to see this monster standing in my window, using the claw on its finger to try and quietly cut through my screen. I screamed bloody murder, and this thing just smirked at me. It was the evilest looking grin. Thank the Grinch stole Christmas, like his evil smile that he gives. It was getting satisfaction out of my sheer terror. My dad barges into the room, sees the creature in my window, and immediately runs to grab his gun. This thing steps back into the shadows beyond my window, and my dad rushes back in with his 12-gauge shotgun, rushing toward the window, ready to blow this thing's head clean off. My dad doesn't see anything and tells me to go to his bedroom now. I'm still sobbing uncontrollably at this point, and he goes outside to deal with the situation. I didn't hear anything for a while, and then I heard a couple shotgun blasts and some really loud howling and screeching. A few moments later, I remember him coming into the bedroom and setting the shotgun down, and then he sits down next to me. He puts his hand on my shoulder and gently tells me that I'll be sleeping in his bedroom from now on. After that night, he patched up my window the next day, and even installed the security camera system in our house, just so he can monitor everything going on outside. He wasn't taking any chances. This monster, which I wasn't able to see perfectly, but I made out enough detail that it looked like a wolf monster. It looked half man, half wolf, and had glowing orange eyes. It had huge fangs, and I remember specifically that it was salivating a lot. It was pretty hairy too, and it was smart, which was frightening since it knew to try and quietly cut my screen open to do only who knows what to me. It probably wanted to kidnap me and eat me for all I knew. I don't like to talk about it, but writing this out really helps me feel better. I just take every day as a new day and not let past trauma ruin my life. I used to be an officer and ended up getting pretty injured in 2009 and have since been relieved of duty. This event takes place early November of 2004. I was doing my usual patrol around in the early morning hours. I think it was a little after 3 a.m. when this event occurred. The area I patrol is pretty heavily wooded for the most part, and not a whole lot of houses in the area, so it can get pretty boring at night. I had pulled my vehicle over to the side of the road just to make a quick phone call when I looked up from what I was doing to see in my headlights. Really bright eye shine. The first thing I immediately thought of was that it was just a deer, but the eye shine on this thing was huge. I'd say it was about 9 or so feet off the ground, behind a set of trees. My vehicle to the tree line was roughly 50 yards. I just kept my headlights on this thing and watched it closely. It stood there for a minute, watching my headlights, and then it looks like it turned to the right and began to walk away. Whatever it was clearly bipedal and was enormous. My windows were up since it was November, and you could even hear it walking through the forest as it left my headlights' view. The steps sounded really, really heavy, with loud cracking and breaking sounds of what sounded like larger branches that had fallen. I put my vehicle in drive and off I went. I didn't tell my team or dispatch anything about this event. I don't believe in Bigfoot or anything like that, so I'm not quite convinced. But I find it very interesting it was watching my vehicle before I even looked up. That tells me there's definitely some thinking going on in their brain. I don't know of any animal that lives out in the woods that's roughly 9 feet tall and bipedal, but it still makes me wonder to this day, what was it? I'm in my 30s. I'm male, and I'm a real estate broker, and a pretty successful one at that. My parents own a real estate firm, and so it's just been the family business. It's all I know. Why is this important to the story? Well, my parents are pretty well off, and so they purchased this really nice log cabin up in the mountains of Colorado. I haven't been there since this event, which was some years back, but it's beautiful. You go outside, there's snow on the ground, the view is perfect, and you're surrounded by aspen trees everywhere. Me and my girlfriend went up to stay here in this cabin years back in January. It had been pretty cold, and so we were looking forward to being snowed in and just taking it easy from work and relaxing. It's quite a long drive out to the cabin. I want to say a good 2 to 2.5 hours from her house. She lives in Colorado, moved here to go to school years back. It's already dark out by the time we get to the cabin, and it's starting to snow pretty heavy. Good thing we had really good tires and chains on. We get to the cabin, and things are pretty normal. We get a fire going and get all cozied up and enjoy our time together. Well, later on that night, we're lying in bed, and my woman gets up to get some water from the kitchen. About a minute later, I hear her frantically screaming her head off, and now I'm wide awake. She comes rushing into me, and I come out running to her and meet her halfway. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm asking, freaking out. She tells me there was a werewolf outside the house, and it was looking through the window. Keep in mind, it's snowing really hard at this point, and there's already several feet of snow. Plus, it's pitch black outside since there are no lights. I told her, come back to bed, and she's probably just overly tired. She insisted it was true, and was on the verge of tears, telling me what she saw. I couldn't just not believe her. I know my girlfriend enough to know she was actually being genuine and truthful. I told her I would check it out, so I got on my snow boots and jacket and stepped out on the front porch with a flashlight. I felt stupid for being out here in the dark all alone. If something was truly out there, it would have gotten me right then and there. I checked around the sides of the house and didn't see anything, except for when I got by the kitchen window outside. I noticed huge prints of something that was just standing there. It was snowing hard still, so the prints were starting to get filled in, but you could still make something out. Something huge was there. I shone my light all around to see where the prints were. It looked like they trailed off towards the woods. If this is what my girlfriend really saw, I had no desire to go after it. What really puzzled me is I couldn't see where this thing started. I just saw prints, and in no way did this thing just materialize next to our window and walk off. That's when I looked up and noticed part of the wood of the roof was a little broken in off the edge. Oh my God, I thought to myself. This thing was on the roof, on the freaking roof, and had jumped down right here and stared in the window. The thought that this animal was on our rooftop, Knowing it was smart enough to get on our roof made me instantly nauseous right there. I was sick. I got back inside as fast as I could, and I calmly told my girlfriend we needed to leave as soon as morning comes. She didn't even ask any questions. She just agreed. We didn't really sleep much that night. I don't know why I didn't. She's the one that saw whatever thing this was. I just knew the reality that it had to have been around our house before we even knew it was there. What if it had been watching us? Watching my parents the times they come out here. As soon as the sun came up, we got out of there and left back to town. I really thought about telling my parents, but I don't think they'll take me seriously. All I know is my girlfriend and I won't ever go back, unfortunately. No thank you. This encounter happens to be from one of our very own readers, Sniper 308. Here's his story. I swear on my life this is true. I have been trying to decide whether or not to share this for months now. It's not because it's too personal or anything like that. The reason I haven't wanted to share it is because I fully realize that 99 out of 100 of you absolutely will not believe this, or may think it has a simple answer, but I assure you it does not. If I did not have a witness to this, I am certain that I would never be sharing this. But I have talked to the person who I was with when this whole thing went down, and he has given me permission to both name and tag him to this post. So, here it is. The year was 95, and it was the early fall on a Friday. And I know it was on a Friday for a reason that you will see later. One of my very best friends, Jacob, who I lived very close to, had come over and asked me if I wanted to go walking around, and possibly go with him to visit his dad. It was still daylight when we took off on our journey, and after a few hours of walking around in the Russell Springs city limits, we stopped by and said hello to his dad. And by the time we left his dad's place, it had gotten fairly dark out. As we walked back to my place, we took the main street, as it was the best and shortest way back home. About halfway down Main Street, we both had to pee, and obviously, we couldn't just pee on the side of the street. So, we held it in until we could find a good spot to relieve ourselves. If you were coming from Main Street to where I lived at the time, you'd have had to pass by the Methodist Church and the dance shop, and right past the dance shop is an apartment complex. After passing the apartments, we took a shortcut through a vacant field that also provided us with a perfect spot to pee and not be seen. Now, I'm going to cut in here and explain exactly where this is. If you know where Premier Drug and the Active Day Center and the Russell Springs Head Start is located, then the best way to point out the exact spot we were standing is to be facing the Head Start playground and walk straight through it and keep walking about 30 feet into an empty field behind it. Now, back to the story. As I had previously pointed out, it had gotten dark, but it wasn't so dark that you couldn't easily see your surroundings. And that was also partly due to the ambient lights coming from the street lights on the main street and other lights. Jacob and I were standing in an L shape of sorts, to where I was facing the apartment complex, and he was facing the direction of the road, which was Jamestown Street. And we finally began to pee. As most guys do, I was looking downward at first, and after a few seconds passed by, I started to look straight in front of me. For some strange reason, all I could see was complete darkness. No streetlights, nothing. That's when I started looking upward to the sky. And, well, I instantly knew why I wasn't able to see anything anymore. Now, this is where the story takes a turn from an average night to the most frightening, amazing, unbelievable, and shocking night of my life. I looked up and this beast that was at least 9 feet tall was looking down at me. This thing is what blocked out my view of the light and everything else. It was literally 3 feet in front of me. It had these large, yellowish, green glowing eyes, and its teeth were exposed the same way a growling dog shows its teeth. I was frozen solid, and the only thing moving was the pee that was still flowing out of me. Jacob was still standing about 4 feet from me, and out of the corner of my mouth I said, "Jacob, turn around now." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him turn, and he instantly froze with terror, just like me. When something like this happens to a person, All of your senses are heightened as a result of the adrenaline flowing through your veins. I clearly remember noticing the way that the saliva that coated the beast's sharp teeth reflected the streetlights off in the distance. This thing never once made the slightest bit of noise, and after what felt like an eternity, it just hunched down real quick on all fours and took off covering a distance of at least 300 yards in no more than 5 or 6 seconds, until the point it went straight through the thick brush wood line that was behind a barbed wire fence. Another odd thing was that this field was not flat at all. It has several dips and rises to it. This beast wasn't flying or anything, but somehow it never moved up and down with the dips in the field. Its body and back stayed straight the entire time. Now, I will give you some better details of the looks of this thing. Like I said, it was at least 9 feet tall because I'm 5'11", and my eye level came just to its lower chest. It had the body of an extremely large and muscular bodybuilder. This thing would make Arnold Schwarzenegger look like a baby. Another detail I noticed was that it had human-looking hands and fingers, but with 2 to 3 inch long sharp nails or claws on its fingers. It was covered in black and grayish hair that was maybe 2 inches long in some areas and shorter in others. It had the head of a wolf, basically. Not exactly, but really close. I know that what I'm describing sounds like a werewolf, but I really hate to call it that because even after seeing this thing, I still have trouble saying that I believe werewolves are real. But that's what this thing was. As soon as this thing was out of sight, myself and Jacob took off running towards my house, about 1/4 of a mile away, and I never ran so fast in my entire life. We went in and slammed the door shut and locked it. And then I went to the gun cabinet and grabbed my 12-gauge pump shotgun and handed Jacob my rifle. Obviously, my mom and dad started freaking out, asking us what on earth was going on. We were both breathing heavily, shaking and pouring sweat. We started yelling at them what had just happened, and they might have thought we were joking, but they knew by the looks of us that it was no joke. Now, at this point, I would like to say that no, we had not done any drugs. We had not drank a drop or anything like that. It was not a figment of our imagination, since 2 people don't both hallucinate and see the exact same thing. We just kept asking ourselves, did that really just happen? Did we really just see that? And we kept reaffirming to ourselves that we had not lost our minds. Now, if you remember me saying that I knew this happened on a Friday, that's because we both stayed up the rest of the night, waiting for daybreak on Saturday morning so that we can go back armed with guns to look the place over again just to see if we can find any footprints, fur, broken limbs, or a break in the barbed wire fence that the beast clearly went straight through. I should also note that when it went through the fence, it never made a noise. I don't know how it even went through the fence without causing some serious damage just due to the extremely thick amount of large thorn brush and trees, but there was never a trace. To this day, I will never understand what it was, why it was there, and most importantly, why it didn't just kill us both with one strike that night, because it was looking into my eyes. I could just feel the pure hate and evil coming from it. But I am really glad that it didn't kill us, because the both of us would have been found with our pants unzipped, 3 feet from each other with ourselves completely exposed. I'm fairly sure that the police wouldn't have looked at us and said, these boys must have been killed by a werewolf while they were peeing. Case closed. I guess I will just end it here, but I just want to say again that I do not expect any of you to even start to believe me, because if I had not seen it, I wouldn't believe it either. But I absolutely swear on my life and on everything that I love that this was a real event. It did really happen, and it happened exactly as I have just told you. Have a good one. Also, over the time between then and now, I have kept trying to come up with some logical explanation of it, like a person in a costume playing a joke, or something like that. But no, I just can't do it. A person in a costume would have had to make some sort of noise, be over 9 feet tall, and be able to run over 100 miles an hour, so there's that. Also, I have heard of others who have described seeing the exact same thing as what I did, the same glowing eye color and everything. I would give anything to find out the truth of this. Hello, everyone. I live in southern Ohio, and I've had some pretty scary experiences with the so-called dogmen in the area. I'll fill you in a little bit on the details of my story. My folks own a large amount of property. I believe it ends up being roughly 50 plus acres of woodland. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it. Our property's landscape is a little more evenly spaced out. Many pastures with loose trees here and there. My dad was out splitting wood in the early AM. I want to say roughly 7 in the morning. The sun was out. The life of the nearby woods was starting to come alive with the noise and sounds of nature. Out of the corner of my father's eyes, he noticed this large, upright canine figure watching him. It was from a distance, so he couldn't make out the exact details, but this thing was watching him intently. He continued splitting wood like normal. This thing continued to watch him for a few more moments and said that eventually this thing walked off through the woods just a bit and then crossed over their long driveway to the other patch of thicker brush. He said because it moved so fast, he didn't feel like he was able to get a good look at its face, but said it was much more slender. He said he didn't even see a tail and very thin fur. He said it wasn't shaggy at all. It had haunches just like a dog does, but moved really awkwardly, like it was uncomfortable in its own body or something like that. My dad was a little unnerved by this whole ordeal because, as far as we knew, there wasn't any large dogs or anything like that on the property. He said this thing was walking on 2 legs when it must have been behind the trees watching him. He said it was walking bipedally as it crossed the driveway as well. This happened just last summer. I've since moved away for college, but my parents have told me about seeing this more on their property. My dad says that he's seeing it traveling close to the house during the afternoon. He believes this thing closely watches the house. He also said there's sometimes at night he could hear something heavy walking outside the house and tapping on the windows. He said he thinks it's this dog creature. I believe it's a dogman, but my parents aren't cryptid people at all. They don't know what to call it. What could this animal be? Am I wrong for assuming it to be a dogman? Thank you for listening. I live in Texarkana. Well, actually, right outside of town, and I witnessed something that I can't explain. I went out drinking with a couple of buddies of mine. I'm only in high school, so drinking is not something we could legally do yet. Me and my buddies took his pickup truck and parked in a much more secluded area just to have a few beers in peace and bullshit. My friend just started dating this really hot girl, and so we all wanted the details on that. We had driven a little ways into the thicker forested area, a little ways out of town, but I knew we wouldn't be bothered by police out there. During the summer, this area is pretty peaceful. I think there's even a nearby creek too, because you could hear it if you listen closely. We're sitting by ourselves, all having a few beers, and talking about how things are getting hot with my friend and his woman, and we began to hear weird rustling noises. It sounded like something big moving around in the woods close by. We were cautious, but weren't too scared. It was probably just a deer. We resumed our conversation, and then began to hear some strange growling noises. The weirdest thing is, the growling was so deep and bassy. There was no way this was just a big dog. It sounded huge. We were all a little more alert after this because we were starting to wonder what was going on. Like out of a movie, out pops this huge dog head about 30 feet away. All of us drop our beer as the only thing we see is the silhouette of this huge head and glowing red eyes staring at us. Intoxicated or not, we got the hell out of there so fast. We weren't quite sure what we had seen, but this thing was huge. I don't know if someone was trying to play a prank on us or what, but nothing will be able to explain the heavy rustling I heard. We all felt dread too, right before this thing popped its head out to show itself. We only looked at it for a few seconds before wanting to fly out. None of us really talked about it, and I don't want to go back to that area. I don't know if it was a werewolf or a demon or what. I'm not really sure if there's any explanation for what it could have been. I didn't like the way it made me feel. I didn't like the vibe it gave off. I felt like it wanted to hurt us and that we didn't belong there. I'm glad we never stuck around to find out. I remember waking up one night. I want to say it was around 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning to my dog whimpering and crying. It was pretty severely distressed, and it really concerned me. I jumped up out of bed to run out to my backyard, where I had heard my dog whimpering just a few moments before. As I make it to my back door, my back porch light illuminated enough of our yard that I could see my dog on the ground, with a lot of blood. The worst thing was that it seemed like there was some large shadow looming over my dog that resembled a werewolf. It was shaggy, standing on 2 legs, and the first thing that shook me to the core was I noticed these horrible glowing eyes and these tall, pointed ears. I literally froze where I was standing, thinking some demon had made its way out of the silver screen to come and terrorize my entire family. I noticed as the back light came on, this thing noticed and looked right up at me. All I saw was shadows and the glowing eyes, and then this thing took off faster than I have ever seen. It was a blur of shadow that faded back into the darkness. I was terrified of what was out there, but I had to go help my dog. I grabbed my flashlight and ran out there to see what had happened. As I approached him, I dropped to my knees and began sobbing. Whatever that thing was, that demon, that abomination standing over my dog, had torn my dog's throat clean out. Blood was not only covering my dog, but all the grass around him. He was my best friend for years and had gotten me through some rough times. He was gone now. I knew that beast was still around in the area, probably watching me, waiting for me to turn my back so it could do the same to me as it did to my dog. I spent the next couple weeks obsessing over what this thing could be. I did extensive research, spent time listening to many YouTube videos, reading articles and encounters, and doing everything I could to find out what this was. It sounds like I came across a dogman, and sure enough, I live in Oklahoma, Tulsa County specifically. Here seems to be a hotbed of encounters with these bastards. I still struggle with the death of my dog, and I wish that night I would have had a shotgun. I could have taken this thing's head clean off. I live in eastern Texas. It gets pretty hot down here in the summertime, and like most people, I enjoy spending my time out swimming and cooling down. I don't do well with the heat. I never have. That's why I like to also lock myself away in my bedroom and play video games. This particular night, I was actually over at a friend's house. He had just gotten one of the newer Fortnite Xboxes that had come out, and we were spending a good portion of time gaming out. My friend lives in a pretty normal suburban area. He has a few neighbors around him. His driveway leads to a street that goes throughout the neighborhood. On the other side of the street, it dips down about 5 or so feet to a really large undeveloped field that I would believe is probably around an acre. Like I said, it's undeveloped land, so it's just tall grass at this point. Back a little ways is all woods, but I've been to my friend's house many times and have never thought anything of this. I had parked my car near his driveway. It was roughly midnight when I remember hearing glass shatter. It sounded like it was just outside my friend's house. We both freaked out and ran outside to see what it was. It sounded like one of our cars were being broken into. We rushed outside to see this large figure on 4 legs run off into the field. My car's driver's side window had been shattered. There were scratches all along the side of my car. It looked like a huge bear had drug its claws along my vehicle. The glass was shattered like something was trying to get in. My first thought was a grizzly bear was trying to break into my car. But after we came outside and saw this thing take off, it was so fast and so lean. My guess was a large dog, but I've never seen a dog run off like that. It was just too big. I never saw any details or anything like that, other than a large 4-legged figure take off. Turns out, I left an older burger underneath my seat that I had forgotten about. I don't know if that's what this thing was after, but I will never leave food in my car again after that. This happened back in the winter of '93. I was having a nice family dinner at my girlfriend's parents' place. They had just bought this huge house and property out in the boonies and invited me out for a big dinner. After dinner, I was driving back home, and their driveway connects to a long gravel road that eventually leads out to the main road. This was around 8 or so at night, so it was pitch black outside. As I'm driving on this gravel road, I'm only doing about 20 miles an hour. I see these ears pop up on the right side of the road in the ditch, and I first think to myself, what kind of dog is that? Then, this thing stands up on 2 legs and walks over the road into the woods. This thing was holding a dead deer in its arms. This thing was actually holding a dead deer and was clearly eating it. It had blood on its muzzle and all over its hands. My headlights shined on it enough in those few seconds of it crossing the road for me to see enough. I just stopped the car, threw it in reverse, and drove back to my girlfriend's parents' place and stayed the night. I told them I felt ill and needed to sleep because I knew they wouldn't believe me if I told them what I had seen. I didn't notice any eye shine or huge fangs or anything like that. It just looked like a big wolf that was standing on 2 legs, fairly large and hairy, just like a wolf would be. I didn't really pay attention to much of the face other than the blood on its muzzle. I was more concerned that it was holding a deer in its hands, and I must have interrupted its meal. I'm glad I wasn't the next meal. Back during my senior year in high school, I was just 18 and probably getting ready to graduate. Living in a more out-of-town area in Oklahoma at the time, this was just any old regular school night. My parents both worked early morning jobs. My dad was a tile guy and kept pretty busy working consistent jobs, so since he and my mother both had to be up early in the morning, they both crashed out pretty early. Around 8 p.m. was their usual bedtime, and so I would always stay up till midnight. Myself, I was a night owl. I enjoyed my nighttime to myself. I could unwind without having to have my dad or mom down my neck about anything. On this night, I was watching TV in my room, just relaxing on my bed. I heard my dog start to growl really loud at something. He was by the back sliding glass doors. It's not really like him to growl at anything. He's a pretty passive dog. So much so that he would make a terrible self-defense animal. He's just an old family dog who's had too much of the good life to be in any way aggressive. So you could see why this alarmed me. I got up out of bed to go see what my dog was growling at. Out in the distance of the night was this hulking, what had to be 10 to 12 feet tall, werewolf with eyes glowing red, walking out along the land while every few strides would stop and stare in our direction. Then just keep moving. I watched this thing for 5 seconds before it moved far enough into the darkness, just to where I couldn't see this thing at all anymore. My dog is beginning to freak out, and being so loud now that my parents are awake. They're pissed, and I just downplay the situation because I know they wouldn't believe me. I just tell them our dog saw something outside. What disturbs me is that looking back, I was terrified after I saw this thing. I must have been pale as a sheet, because even though my parents were pissed that they were awoken, they seemed concerned by how I was acting. After playing it off, they didn't really dig too much deeper, and we all went back to bed. I didn't really sleep until 5 or so in the morning, just of pure exhaustion. I don't know what the hell I saw, and I know it gets crazy out in these parts, but I never knew werewolf-like creatures inhabited this land. The only other thing I can think of is that I know there's a lot of occultism and black magic practiced in these desolate areas. It's possible what I could have saw was a product of that. I'm not too sure. It never did come back, and I never saw it again after that. I grew up in Nevada, a little area near Walker Lake to be exact. Around Walker Lake is Highway 95, which runs all the way to Reno. Growing up in the area, you hear all sorts of bizarre tales about creatures and what they call skinwalkers. I'm not native or practice any rituals or anything like that, so I don't know too much about it. I grew up with many friends in a nearby small town of Hawthorne who have told me encounters they have had with bizarre creatures of the night. One of my friends told me about how one night he heard something calling his name outside of his house. Whatever it was mimicking the voice of his mother. It scared him to death because he knew his mother was sleeping in the bedroom next to him. He said that after a few moments of his supposed mother calling him outside, the voice began to get angry and began shouting his name and all other sorts of obscenities before going dead silent. He said then that whatever it was walked along the side of his house and tapped on his windows and left all sorts of weird markings along the house. He told me he could feel its presence when it was around, and that it felt like evil. He told me there were some nights where he could see the silhouette of what he can only describe to me as a werewolf outside of his window. He told me he taught himself to look away and to hide his face in his bed because he never wanted to see what this thing looked like. I believe every single word because when he tells me these stories, he gets so shaken up and his eyes welt up. You can tell there is genuine fear. He says he doesn't know if it's a skinwalker or a werewolf or what it is, but he hates whenever it's around. I have another friend that out by his house, he will see this tall dog coyote looking thing walking around in the distance sometimes. This is a friend that loves exploring and doing stuff, but since seeing this thing, in the past few months, he tries to stay inside as much as possible. Fortunately for me, I haven't had any real encounters with anything like this, but since my friends live so close, maybe that luck will be short-lived. If I told you I wasn't terrified, I would be lying. I know there is supposed skinwalkers and such in the area, but I don't know too much about that, and I'm not able to really give you an accurate yes or no. The only thing I could really say is I hope I'm left alone and won't ever have to deal with what my friends deal with. This happened back in 1991. What I'm about to share with you was probably one of the most terrifying and horrific experiences of my life. For starters, I lived in Oklahoma and would prefer to not disclose the location. I liked keeping to myself, and I liked things private. I'm not a huge people person and have never been. To me, I find peace in solitude and isolation. I always have. I don't really have that many neighbors, and the nearest one is a little ways away. I've never had any issues in the past with people coming onto my property or up to my house, which is one of the reasons why I live out where I do. However, I'm still fairly well trained in self-defense and keep weapons around my house, just in case of anything. When it comes to weapons, I don't mess around. I don't aim to injure or to stun. I aim to kill, because at that point, I'm going against an intruder who's going after my life. Right next to my bedside, I keep a little Smith & Wesson's .44 Magnum. It's not meant to kill a bear, but it's definitely going to take someone down who comes into my house to hurt me. I know family and friends have called me crazy for keeping weapons like that around, but I don't trust people. I haven't had the brightest past, and it makes me feel safe. On this particular night that I'm going to tell you about, reassured me that the weapons I keep are more than suitable. I don't ever feel the need to have surveillance systems or anything like that around my house. I've never had intruders before, like I said. I'm a pretty light sleeper, so I've always trusted my gut and instinct to alert me in the throes of danger. It's helped me out before, and this instance was no different. I awoke to the sound of glass shattering at about 2:30 or so in the morning. I then heard the door handle jiggle violently and the back door bust open. It sounded like someone was using a battering ram to get through. I immediately went into code red, as I knew someone had broken into my home. I lay there quiet in bed as I heard the sound of heavy thudding. Whoever this was must have been big or wearing heavy boots or something. Immediately, I reached over to my end of the table and pulled out my gun, and I slowly sat up out of bed. Outside of my bedroom is a long, straight hallway that leads down to my kitchen where the back door is. Whoever this was making an awful lot of noise and wasn't even trying to keep quiet. There was so much rustling and noise. I thought how strange this was. Then it went completely silent. I stood up and crept quietly by my door and waited, debating with myself if I should go and investigate or not. I tightly gripped my weapon and opened up my door and pointed my gun down my dark hallway. What I saw next took my breath away. I will have nightmares about this for a long time, and I'm having a hard time writing this. The first thing I saw when I pointed my weapon down the hallway were eyes. 2 glowing amber-colored eyes looking back at me. These eyes were on something of massive size, barely able to fit in my hallway. Whatever this was slowly approaching me, coming down the hallway. I was frozen in place, my jaw dropped, and I felt the most primal fear anyone could ever feel. There's a window on the side of my hallway that shone light in from the moon. As this thing stepped closer to me, it became more visible in the moonlight. I was able to see more and more details. It stopped and slowly lowered its head right before the window. I could make out clearly that it was a giant hairy wolf standing on 2 legs. With the most intense stare I've ever felt from any animal, this thing pulled back its gums and exposed its teeth and growled at me menacingly. My hand froze on the gun, but I knew this animal was getting ready to pounce and end my life. The next moments were a blur. Between continuously firing my magnum and the screams and howls I heard, there was a lot of blood. After I emptied the entire gun into this thing, I still kept trying to pull the trigger, only to get the click-click sound as the chamber was empty. Whatever I encountered was now dead. This thing was now a bloody, mangled mess of fur. I didn't even want to get near it and check if it was dead. I stood there for a moment and silence overcame the area. I still had my gun pointed at this thing, waiting for it to get back up. After just a few more moments, I lowered my gun. I couldn't step over this thing to go outside since its body was blocking up the entire hallway, and blood being everywhere. There was so much gore. I walked back into my bedroom and called the police. I told them that a large animal had broken in and tried to kill me, but I killed it. Within 10 minutes, 5 cop cars pulled up on my property. I was still shaken up with what had happened, and multiple officers were coming in the house, asking and yelling to me if I was okay. They saw the body of whatever that thing was. They told me to stay where I was until they could remove the body to get to me. After some more time had passed, multiple officers had managed to move enough of this thing's mangled body to reach me. Instead of being asked if I was okay and being properly treated, I was detained and put in the cop car. I wasn't told a thing, and the officers all talked in hushed tones about what the situation entailed. I was taken down to the station and basically told I wasn't allowed back to my house. They said my property now belonged to the federal government and was going to be needed for surveying, they told me. They'd put me up in a motel for a few days and gave me some options of other states to go. I eventually moved back west where my grandparents had owned property and I had other family there in the area. I eventually was able to rework my life, but I'll never understand what happened that night. What was that thing I encountered, and why did the police and government have the right to strip my property out from underneath my feet? I have a buddy of mine who's really into black magic and casting spells, etc. He's been into it for quite a while, years, I believe. Personally, I think it's just a bunch of hoopla, and he's just playing with imaginary spells and books, but whatever. Well, I should restate that and say I used to think that way, until his latest problem. See, my friend has really been into studying the occult, and wanting to summon demons and creatures to do his bidding. Wonderful, isn't it? Even before he started getting into this stuff, I told him he should probably be careful in case he ever ended up casting a spell that would make his brain tiny, or even worse, his penis small. Anyway, on with the story. He lives in a single-wide trailer by himself out in a really grassy area outside of town. I say grassy because it's not really farmland or anything like that. It's just surrounded by a lot of fields with a few trees here and there, and in the background, some mountains. Or hills, I guess. I wouldn't really consider it country since we're only about 10 minutes from civilization. He ended up getting it for cheap because he's a broke ass and can't afford much. Well, like I said, my friend has recently been getting into casting spells and trying to summon demons, and I get a call from him about a week ago saying that he thinks he used a wrong spell or something, and he unleashed something he wished he wouldn't have. Of course, I was like, what are you talking about? He says that he believes he summoned a huge werewolf or a demon that's stalking his house at night and slamming into his single wide. When he told me that, I straight up laughed at him through the phone, and I told him I don't believe you. He said, come, let me show you. Come spend a night here with me Saturday, and I'll prove it to you. He said ever since that he's used the wrong spell, this thing has been there every day and night. He feels like he can't even leave the house. I basically rolled my eyes, and I humored him, and I told him that I would be there to spend the night with him, and I'd save him if needed. Fast forward to Saturday afternoon, and I pull up to his house around 4 p.m. I hadn't been to his place in a while, and he really decked it out with some creepy shit inside. You know, skulls with candles melted on top of them, books of spells and the occult, big pentagram blankets and decorations, and all other sorts of miscellaneous witchcraft knickknacks and such. He said he was trying to find a spell for protection, but didn't think he knew any or can find any. I told him, whatever, let's just hang out and play video games and eat good food. So, we ended up hanging out, playing video games, and eating frozen pizza. Not literally frozen pizza, you know, like heating it up in the oven. Night fell eventually, and I noticed as the sun went down, so did the feeling of safety. It was the most bizarre feeling in the world. Imagine having your house surrounded by a SWAT team who's gonna come in and invade your home. That's what it felt like, just an impending doom feeling. I noticed my friend was feeling uneasy too. As it got to be about 8 p.m., the sun was just about out of the sky, and it was dark. Things were too quiet, and you could feel the hair on your body standing up. I told him, why was he trying to summon demons for? He told me there's power to be able to control the darkness, to have it do your bidding. I laughed and asked him, what are you going to have a demon do, make you a sandwich? And he kicks me for being a smartass. We didn't want to go outside. It had been too eerie feeling. We decided to try and pass the time by watching a movie. We probably got about 15 minutes into a movie before we felt the entire trailer slam. Something ran into this thing, and it felt like somebody went off-road right into his house. I was like, what the hell? And he's freaking out, telling me, I told you so. Now, to say at this point I was beginning to panic was a little bit of an understatement. Maybe all this spell casting actually did really summon something. Boom! The trailer was smacked really hard a second time. Then I could hear a low growling coming from outside the trailer. Things went quiet after a couple of moments, and you could hear heavy footsteps walking around the trailer, back and forth, back and forth. This slamming into the trailer and growling and stalking went on for the next couple of hours. Me and my buddy basically sat there on his couch, terrified and waiting for this to end. We eventually fell asleep at some point because it must have gotten quiet enough. I remember waking up to my alarm at 6 a.m. and seeing the sun start to break and thinking to myself, oh my God, we made it through the night. As polite as I could, I basically told my friend that I'm sorry and I can't help him beyond this. This is beyond my capabilities. I know, I sound like a totally shitty friend, but what am I supposed to do when I have a friend who literally summons the devil to his property, and this thing, whatever it may be, is terrorizing him? Now, I'm starting to worry though, because I haven't really heard back from him. I guess the couple of nights after I left, he was telling me this thing is trying to get into the house, and he wasn't sure what to do. He doesn't own any weapons or guns. He just keeps the doors and windows locked. I'll give him another day or so, and then off to go check out on him. I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live their life, but you shouldn't play with things that could potentially lead to a much worse situation. Don't play with spells that you're not prepared to deal with the consequences they bring. My name is Jesse, and I'm 32. I work the night shift, so I'm not able to be home all hours of the night, and I get home about 6 in the morning. I live in town and have a neighbor right next to me. He's an older guy, but he's really nice, and he always seems to kind of look out for me. I lost my dad to cancer when I was very young, so he's really been kind of a good father figure for me. Anyway, all that aside, I want to tell you about what's been happening around my house when I'm gone. Now, like I said, I work the night shift, so I'm gone all hours of the night. My neighbor, let's call him Howard, began telling me he's been seeing a very large dog in my backyard at night, and what looks to be standing on 2 legs. He tells me it looks like it's trying to get into the house, but he's not sure. My neighbor Howard stays up pretty late, and is a night owl himself. He's the one that I said is always looking out for me. I would trust him and what he had to say since he's bailed me out of a few bad situations in the past. Hell, it wasn't even a year ago my car died about 70 miles away, and he dropped everything that he was doing to come and pick me up and bring me back home. And then he even gave me money to help figure out the car situation. There's no reason for me to disbelieve him when he's telling me there's some large dog in my backyard. Now, when he told me this, I was puzzled because I thought to myself, what? Whose dog is in my yard and why is it trying to get into the house? This had gone on for several nights. I get home the next morning and my neighbor would be there letting me know that he saw the dog again. One time, he told me that he was about to get out his rifle because this thing was acting aggressive, trying to get into my house. On my back door, there's deep claw marks, looking like it was attacked by a lion. He had asked me if on one of my days off he could come stay the night, and he could show me what was really trying to get in the house. I agreed. It was one of my nights off, and I was staying home. Howard was invited over and was hanging out with me this night, and we're eating some good food and watching TV. There'd be times I would invite him over for dinner when I hadn't had anything going on, and so he and I would enjoy ourselves. About 1 in the morning rolls around, and we start hearing what sounds like someone walking around outside. There it is, Howard told me. We ran and looked out one of my back windows. We made sure to keep the room light off so it wouldn't attract attention to us looking out. Only problem was, besides the back porch light being on, you really couldn't see into the backyard. However, I could see a large shape moving around. It was tall, and I could definitely see the top of what looked to be ears. Very specifically, Doberman Pinscher-like ears. and never approached the steps to the back door like Howard had said he had seen, and just now was wandering around in the dark. When Howard told me about seeing this thing, he never really gave me details other than him saying he saw a really large dog walking around. So we're watching this thing, and like I said, it was huge. This thing looks like it was standing up on two legs because it had to be at least 10 feet or so tall. We never saw any glowing eyes or any teeth, just a faint outline and those damn ears. I'll never forget them. I almost wonder if it could sense that I was home. I'll never know. This went on for a little while longer, and then it disappeared. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and Howard thought it would be a good idea to head home and probably get some shut-eye. I thought about turning in as well. Howard had went back home, and it was about 4 a.m. as I was settling into bed finally. And then I hear clattering all over my back door. It sounded like a bear or a monster was trying to get into my house. There was banging, clanging, clawing, and jiggling of the door handle frantically. It sounded like a Kodiak bear was trying to break into my house. This scared me shitless, as I don't have any weapons in my house, maybe besides a large knife, but I can't help to feel severely under-equipped in this situation. I'd lay there as the banging and scratching continued, and as suddenly as it began, it stopped, probably about 30 minutes later. I laid there in bed, too on edge to fall asleep, and as it became about 5 a.m., I got up and checked on the back door, and there were deep, huge claw marks all on the back side of the door. The door handle was wiggled so hard it actually loosened the screws in the handle. Part of the door was cracked as well, just from the sheer force of whatever it was trying to push itself in. My door was so badly damaged I had to end up getting it replaced. I moved out of there actually about a month or so later and hadn't had any other occurrences in that house following up to me moving out after that. I now live in a different part of town and can proudly say I no longer deal with that issue. I'm a huge fan of urban exploration. I go out every weekend I can, and I squeeze in as much urban exploring as possible. When you're an adrenaline junkie and you love to adventure, you find many different means of venturing into new territories and situations. My favorite is exploring old, abandoned buildings specifically. I think it's cool the history that they tell and the things that they have seen. I actually don't find them creepy and have never really been scared or bothered inside of them. I've traveled to other states and have explored what they have to offer. You couldn't even imagine the cool places there are to visit. Old prisons, factories, old haunted Victorian houses. The list goes on and on. What's cool is there's many times when you go to an old building, there's actually things still left over from the time it was active that almost acts as a time capsule to back then. I'm always looking to explore new places, and a few years ago, I learned about an old abandoned church that hadn't been used in a very long time. It's actually not too far out from where I live, just outside of a nearby neighborhood. It was an old-style church with a basement, an attic, and even a second story. I think at some point, a long time ago, it was converted to a Baptist church, and then, for whatever reason, was abandoned. This church is on an acre of property, with woods surrounding the sides and the backside, with the front having a parking lot and a longer driveway. This was one of the first places that popped up when I used Google and tried to see what I could find. You'd be amazed at all the places that are here. So of course, learning that this was so close to me, I had to go check it out. It wasn't till about 2 or so weeks later till I was actually able to make it out there, and it was pretty desolate. It's off of a side road that no one really goes down quite a ways, and then you take this long driveway and you can finally approach this older building. You can tell it hadn't had any TLC in a very long time. There were several windows broken out, and it just looked run down. I was kind of apprehensive about going in, thinking there might be homeless people camping in on there, but against my better judgment, I went ahead and went in. Immediately, the air was filled with a musty old dog smell and dust and dirt and filth. I was convinced I just stepped into a camp of homeless people living in the basement. although it was too quiet for that. It felt really weird, and I felt uneasy, which is a first. I'm usually always extremely comfortable in these situations. Everything was covered in dust, and things were broken down. There wasn't really any graffiti, surprisingly, and the doors weren't even locked, which is weird. I slowly walked all the way up to the podium and noticed to the right there was a door that led down to the basement, and if you took the door next to that, it would lead up to the second story. To the left led to a different room. I took a right and wanted to go check out the second story, but as I got near the door in the basement door, I got a really bad feeling. It was literally my gut telling me not to go any further, or else there was going to be trouble. Now this to me was really weird and starting to freak me out. I've been exploring into old prisons that were creepy as hell, but never had this feeling before. I decided maybe it was a good idea to trust my instinct and gut this time around, and so I ended up leaving. I parked at the far end of the parking lot, and so as I'm getting into my car and turn my headlights on, I see this scary wolf face watching me from behind the church building. This thing was popping its head out from behind the building with its hands holding onto the side to look around at me. My headlights illuminated its head, and its eyes glowed a blood red. I gasped out loud when I saw it. It was just glaring at me. The feeling of dread was the worst I have ever experienced. I got out of there so fast. I now know why my body was telling me not to go any further. Whatever that thing was must have been in the building or around it. I haven't gone back there since, and I'm really careful now about where I go to explore. I had no idea something like that could even be living in an old abandoned church. I know I've had other friends who are also urban explorers, and as far as I know, they've never encountered anything creepy like you would see in the movies. I wouldn't say this has ruined urban exploration for me, but it's made me a lot more cautious. If you're going to go somewhere you haven't been, you need to be very aware of your surroundings, and always, always, always trust your gut. Hello, what lurks beneath? I have a very interesting tale for you today, as told by a close friend of mine. We'll call him Robert. He is a longtime hunter and has been hunting since he was just a lad. In this particular instance, he was hunting out near Norfork Lake in Arkansas, in the Ozarks specifically. It's basically 20,000 plus acres of land, so there's a lot of room to go. My friend tells me that he ran across a dead dogman, or so he says. He was out tracking and looking for game when he started hearing all this commotion a little ways away. He told me that this was extremely loud and there was a lot of hollering going on. He said it sounded like two dinosaurs going at it. He said it sounded like two elephants were fighting to the death. He said it sounded pretty close by, and so he waited for the sound to quiet down because he didn't want to get near whatever that was. This went on for about 3 to 4 minutes, he guesstimated. After that, he went in the direction that he heard it. He said after walking about a half a mile, he came to a clearing with a really high ridge. He said he walked all the way around the ridge, which took a little ways to get to, but he was trying to get to the area that he heard the noise. He didn't find anything for quite a while, but then he came to a little clearing, he said, where he saw a big mass of fur lying on the ground. Immediately, he suspected a dead bear, but as he approached it closer, he realized this thing was much bigger than a bear. He said at first he wasn't sure what this thing was. It had a long muzzle and dog-like ears, but he said it was hideous. It had a really ugly hyena-looking like face, and its back was kind of arched weird too. He said it was in real bad shape though, really bloody and torn up in a lot of places. If you observe the body closer, he said it must have just freshly died due to the blood not even coagulating yet. He said this thing was bigger than a grizzly bear, and that startled him. He said what scared him though is whatever killed it, and he needed to get out of the area as fast as he could. He didn't have any camera or any camera-like devices on him at the time, nor was he going to take time to take any samples of this creature back with him, due to the predator that killed it still probably being close in the area, and he didn't want to be next. I've been friends with Robert for a long time, and he's a really honest guy. He would never make up a story like this, and I don't ever see why he would have a reason to. He has had nothing to gain from it. He's kept this story from anyone for a long time and just recently told me because he asked if he could trust me with something that he wouldn't think anybody else would believe him. And I told him, try me. As far as Robert's concerned, he just told me it was some large unknown predator. It was pretty mauled and turned out to not be able to really tell exactly what it was before it died. But his best guess is Dogman. This happened just last week when I went to go visit my grandmother's grave. I live out in Mississippi, and my grandmother passed away years back. I like to go and visit her grave every so often and bring flowers and talk to her. I tell her how much I miss her and how much I wish she was still around. I grew up very close with my grandmother, so when she passed in my teens, it was pretty tough. In this graveyard, there's wilderness that surrounds all sides of it, except for the front entrance, of course, which leads out to where you can park. This particular time, I noticed it was really stormy outside, and you could feel the electricity in the air. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like you can feel the static in the air, and I think it happens right before a thunderstorm hits. The feeling in the air had started before I even got there, but I remember as I was at her grave talking to her, I started to feel the feeling really strongly. I know there was overcast, but I didn't see any rain or know of any potential storm warnings. I began to feel like there's eyes on me and like I'm being looked at. I ignore the feeling since there's nobody else here, but I start to get antsy feeling, and maybe instead of standing still, I should move around and go check out other graves. As I'm walking towards another area of the graveyard, I look to my left and I see this gray thing. I guess I'll say werewolf because that's exactly what it looked like. It was behind one of the trees, but it was just watching intently, like it was studying what I was doing. I froze mid-step, and then correcting my posture, and it starts to slowly back away. I didn't know what it was at the time, and thought it was actually just a really large dog or something standing up. I didn't like the way it was looking at me, so I calmly walked out of the graveyard and back to my car. Once I got back to my car, my anxiety was through the roof after what I had just seen. I kept looking around my windows to see if the thing had followed me out and was anywhere around, but it wasn't. I sat there for probably a good 5 or 10 minutes before I even turned the car on and left. Now, even though I've been in there and have been visiting my grandmother for years, I've never bothered to venture beyond in the wilderness, or even know, let alone care, what's out that way. After this encounter, I did a little research of my own, and turns out there's actually Native American burial mounds back there, and I guess this whole area used to be Native territory long ago. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with what I saw, but I do know natives are synonymous with magic and witchcraft, and those seem to likely go together. Just my thoughts and my experience. Oh, and for anybody else wondering, the property and the wilderness outside the graveyard are all of about 100 to 200 acres of privately owned property, which would explain why I or no one really else goes to explore onto it. Before I tell you anything, I would prefer this to be anonymous. I'll go by the name of Bill. I'm a fairly avid weapons collector. Some of my favorites in my collection is my MG42, my P38, my .308 Magnum, which has been my trusty friend, and my P90. I've been collecting weapons for a long time, and a lot of these I don't even shoot off. Well, some of my rifles and handguns I do, but some of these other ones I just keep. They're my toys. They're my babies. I've even got myself a little shooting range outside my house with a bunch of old tires, a couple markers, and quite a few practice targets. I have a lot of area around my property, so I never worry about disturbing my neighbors or the wildlife around here. Speaking of wildlife, I actually used to have a bunch of Sasquatch on my property, and they would always be perplexed by me firing off my rifles and weapons. They never gave me any issues, and I would see them from time to time. Actually, the first time I saw the dad, he was actually looking in my windows, and it scared the bejesus out of me. It wasn't long after that I saw the mom and the baby, and I kind of put 2 and 2 together, and realized it was a family of Bigfoot. Soon after, I began seeing all 3 together in the woodline watching me as I would fire off my weapons. Sometimes I would see them in the evening walking along the fields, just next to the tree line. I live in a pretty desolate area, so there's also a lot of deer and coyotes that live out here too. I'm not really too familiar with what Bigfoot eat, but I would imagine with all the berries and plenty of wildlife there was more than enough to go around. I don't hunt or anything, I just shoot at my guns and I mind my own business. However, this last spring I stopped seeing that Bigfoot family, and something more evil has come into the area. There will be times I run outside to go shooting, and I get this really bad feeling like I need to go back inside and I shouldn't be around. I don't feel safe. It's the same feeling as a predator being in the area and stalking its prey. I never got that feeling with the Bigfoots around. They always just minded their own business, and I minded mine. It wasn't until this last summer that I actually saw what it was. Out beyond the woods, I have seen multiple of them, a pack of huge wolves. I heard they're called buffalo wolves, or some people call them dogmen. I haven't seen them standing up on two legs yet, but they kind of look hyena-ish and they're huge. I could see why they're called buffalo wolves. A lot of them are brown and gray in color, and actually, there's one big one I've seen that's black. They haven't actually come up to the property yet, but they watch me from afar, and I see them sometimes in the woods. Every time I see them, or know they are in the area, I get a really uneasy feeling. I almost wonder if they are what drove out the family of Bigfoot. I haven't tried shooting these things, and I don't really plan to because I don't want to provoke aggression towards me or where I live. God forbid I piss one of these things off, and then I end up as doggy chow. Does anybody know any good strategies to rid these of your property? Hopefully somebody answers. I'll actually be checking out your comment section on whatever video this ends up being in, and hopefully somebody can help me out. My family owns property in Illinois where we have a lot of farmland. My family has grown corn for years and years and are actually part of a bigger corn distributor in the state. And because of that, I would prefer to keep my information private, as well as my family's estate's location private. All I can tell you is that we're surrounded by cornfields, and after experiencing what we've experienced, I've done some researching and looking into what this thing is, and other similarities people have, and we're pretty much set up for an encounter with all the corn. About 5 or so years ago, our dog went missing, and we've had this Labrador, who we call Missy, for at least 6 to 7 years. We were never able to find her and just assumed she got hit by a car or something. Shortly after her disappearance, my family and I would hear weird noises in the corn at night, like some big animal wandering around. Sometimes, when looking outside the window at nighttime, you could see the corn stalks move and shake. My mother says that she's seen tall, pointy ears poke out of the cornfields before, but I never believed her until I saw and experienced what I did. One day in the early afternoon, I was working on my 1989 Ford pickup. I was actually replacing the water pump in it since the old one was leaking, and so I was busy at work. Normally, this kind of job can take anywhere to about 3 to 4, maybe 5 hours due to having to take the radiator out. I'm probably about 30 feet away from a cornfield from where I was standing and working, but I'm around cornfields all the time, so I wasn't even bothered. I'm totally focused in on my work, not paying attention to much else around me, when I hear a bunch of shuffling getting noisier coming from the corn. I don't pay too much attention, but as it starts getting louder and coming towards me, I begin to get curious and look towards that way. Out of the corn steps this monstrosity of an animal. It was standing on 2 legs and looked like a dog, or I should say wolf. Actually, if you've ever seen the movie The Howling, this creature reminded me of it almost to a T. I thought to myself, werewolf, but I know those don't exist, so it has to be some other animal. It didn't, of course, look exactly like the thing from the movie, but it looked pretty darn close, I would say. Probably a little bit taller and more broad. It took one look at me, one intense look like it was staring into my soul and checking me out to see if I was a threat. Then it turned around and walked into a different part of the cornfield, and that was that. My jaw was dropped, and I didn't really know how to react. I didn't think I was able to finish the truck after that. I think I went inside and just sat there and tried to process what I had just seen. In fact, I tried to convince myself that I was hallucinating, and that what I saw wasn't really there. I talked to my mother about it, and she had said that she'd seen the same creature multiple times even before our dog Missy disappeared. She said she didn't want to mention anything to anyone, and especially me, considering she didn't want to scare me. We kind of decided to keep our distance from this thing and press on like normal. After that, we had seen it in a couple other times in and out of our property, but only briefly, and come late fall, it stopped showing up altogether. The next few following years, it would always show up in the spring and summer, and we would see it in the corn like normal, but it never came up to the house like it did that one time when I was working on the truck. It also never bothered us or messed with our livestock. I don't know if it was migrating or what, but I always found it odd. I haven't seen it for a few years, so I'm not too sure where it's at now, or why it stopped coming up this way altogether, but I'm glad it did because I didn't want to see it anymore. Unfortunately, as far as I'm convinced, werewolves are real. I have no choice but to believe that. This encounter terrified me and left me traumatized. I've actually been seeking therapy, and it's hard for me to talk about. But it's best to write it out and get it out of your system. So, here it goes. Me and my close friend were driving around in my Jeep. We were actually off-roading down in Mississippi, and there was a cool off-road trail we wanted to go check out. For whatever reason, we decided to do this when it was dusky and just about to be dark. We didn't care that we were out there, we just wanted to have fun. It got pretty dark, and we were down this trail pretty far. We had just kept going and going, not caring and just exploring. We're driving on just a tiny dirt road with thick brush all around us. It was August of 2011, and so it was humid as hell, but the sun was down, so it actually didn't feel too bad. We were driving along, and my Jeep made a loud bang as if it just crashed into a big sheet of metal. Immediately, I thought I ran over something, but my car refused to accelerate when I hit the gas pedal. And so at this point, I was gliding. I thought to myself, uh-oh. My car glided to a stop. My friend told me that it sounds like the tranny went out. Here, we are starting to freak the hell out in the middle of nowhere, out in the woods with a broken down Jeep. We were gone several miles from the road that we pulled off from. We were deciding what was the best course of action to take. Luckily, my Jeep was fully covered and had windows, so we weren't worried about bugs and stuff getting in since it was summer and we didn't want to get eaten up by mosquitoes. Fortunately for us, it allowed us some protection and time to bide for this particular experience that happened. We're sitting there in the dark, discussing our next course of action, when my friend, who's looking right at me, turns pale as a ghost and says, "Whatever you do, don't look to your left." I told him, "What?" And I looked to my left, and pressed up against my driver's side window is the most evil-looking wolf face I've ever seen in my life. Saliva dripping, nose pressed up against the glass, snarling with massive teeth. It was honestly like having a really angry lion pushing its face up against your window, wanting to eat you. How I didn't soil myself on the spot is beyond me. This thing pulled its face away and tried to open the door of the car violently with its hands. Well, I can only assume that it was trying to open with its hands since all I saw was the face. Luckily, I had my door locked, but it kept locked onto me and stared into my eyes as it tried to get into the car. Both my friend and I are screaming at the top of our lungs, not knowing what to do. None of us brought a weapon or anything adequate enough to protect ourselves. Stupid us. This thing then jumps on the roof of the car and starts to claw at the roof and pull the metal out to get to us. It managed to get its claws actually all the way through the metal and was starting to tear a bigger and bigger hole. To even tear through the metal with the claws like it did, this thing had to be powerful. At this point, I wasn't even thinking it was an animal. I was thinking this was a demon that was going to kill us. Nothing I know could be that humanly strong to tear through metal. My friend was sobbing uncontrollably, and I'm screaming my head off not knowing what to do. The hole now on the top of our vehicle was the size of an orange, and this thing was making more and more progress by the second. It was going to be able to get into us in just a matter of minutes. It stopped and it poked its eye through the hole to look at us. I screamed as loud as I could and I threw my leg up and kicked the ceiling right where I was looking as hard as I could. In my state of panic, I was thinking of getting out of the car and running as fast as I could if I can make it back to the road. As soon as I kicked the ceiling though, this thing then jumped down to the other side and tried to open my passenger side door, which, thank you God, was also locked. It was pulling on the door so hard, I'm shocked it didn't pull out the whole door handle. I don't know why it didn't just break through the glass and grab us, but you could tell it was getting angry that it wasn't able to get to us immediately. Right then, a bright light shone right behind us and onto this creature. It immediately stopped what it was doing and looked in the direction of the light and let out the most ominous scream growl I've ever heard in my life and disappeared into the darkness so fast I didn't even see it go. It was somebody in a vehicle behind us that had stopped probably 20 feet. Me and my friend jumped out of our vehicle and ran to this car. We were in such a state of panic, we didn't care at this point who it was. We were just wanting to get the hell out of here. Whoever this amazing person was that had come to our rescue somehow, some way. How did they even know? As we ran out of our vehicle towards this vehicle, we hear a "Stop! Hold your hands up!" It was a police officer. Turns out that the road we went down was private property, and I guess somehow, some way, somebody saw us pull down the road, and so they called the police. The cop asked us if we were okay, and he also saw that large dog creature that was trying to get into our vehicle. He asked us what the hell was that thing, and we told him we weren't sure ourselves. He asked us if he wanted to call 911 or if we were hurt. We told him no, that we just wanted to ride out. So he gave us a ride and we got out of there. I had to end up getting that Jeep towed, and even the dude who repaired it asked me what the hell happened to it. I had to tell him long story. Anyway, besides the vehicle needing repaired and all that jazz, me and my friend ended up going through some therapy and continue to do so because what we experienced was something nobody should ever have to. To this day, I'm not sure if it was an animal or a demon, but all those stories you hear growing up about monsters in the woods wanting to eat you might have some truth to them. If you would have asked me this before this happened, I would have laughed at you and called you a nut for believing such nonsense. Monsters do exist, and they're dangerous. I can only imagine all the innocent hikers and people in the woods who vanished due to whatever the hell we encountered that night. I used to work for the sheriff's office in Lafayette County back in the 2000s. I've since moved on from there. I live in California now and don't experience anything like what I did in that county, specifically the tiny town of Taylor. We used to get calls in all hours from the night from some of the more rural residents of strange beings trying to break into people's houses. These beings were being described as shaggy, dark, and wolf-like, but standing up on two legs. Many have called and claimed they're being invaded by the Rougarou, and they're not sure what to do. We've sent multiple officers out on location on the suspect of a large animal trying to break in. We've had some of our officers experience things that they can't explain, and have had run-ins with the supposed Rougarou themselves. I've even heard stories of these bastards terrorizing people by pushing their faces up against the glass of homes and looking in, baring their teeth at children, and trying to scare people. We even received much darker phone calls. Phone calls involving people panicking, telling the operator this thing is breaking into their house. Officers arrive at the scene, and there's just blood, no one around. Traces of struggle and a break-in, but nothing more, or even worse. Other times, we've had officers show up to several bodies partially eaten. This creature isn't a joke, and I don't know why it's such a problem in that county. One of our officers told me about how when he showed up to one of these calls, an unknown upright canine attacked his vehicle and almost killed him had he not shot at it. I've heard of other officers say that they will see this thing fleeing from the property as they pull up, or even worse, these things are still in the house. Fortunately, many of the calls we receive are just witnesses seeing these things on their property or looking in their window. In places that are more rural, you'll actually encounter many more people who have had their livestock picked off entirely. There was an older gentleman who had lost every livestock he had. Another gentleman had 16 goats and well over 24 chickens. All were brutally slaughtered within 2 months' time. I couldn't even tell you how many dogs and cats go missing on the daily. This territory is theirs. These wolf creatures rule these parts. I know you might not believe a lot of what I'm telling you, but these phone calls and conversations I experienced for several years, and it didn't stop. I was forced to believe the issue at hand. The only thing that's bizarre I can really tell you is, along with some of the more gruesome cases that we dealt with, some unknown branch of government was usually involved in the quote-unquote aftermath. There were several cases we found bodies, either attacked and mutilated by one of these things or eaten to death. Both cases are immediately revoked from our county's jurisdiction and are instead considered a government threat. We are then dismissed from the case. I don't know what's going on, but people are dying. All of that county belongs to them. Don't go there to visit. Don't go sightseeing. Stay far away from Mississippi. I'm writing you this because I thought this would be a story your fans will eat up. This happened to my grandmother back in the early 80s. My grandmother at the time was in her 70s and a part of a senior living center far outside of Lexington, Kentucky. My grandmother wasn't very mobile, and so there would be some days where they would have a special bus that came to pick up the disabled seniors and take them out to do things. I can't remember the name of what she said the service was, but I guess it doesn't matter. This service would swing by the center every week, and I believe she said this occurred in the later part of July. She says that she can't remember where exactly they were going, but they were in a part of the road where it was heavily forested on both sides. And before she knew it, this horrible-looking wolf creature was attacking the bus, trying to get in. It jumped on the bus and tried to break the glass to get in, but not before the bus swerved off the road, practically crashing it. The crash was pretty heavy, and several of the seniors were injured, but none were fatal. After the bus swerved and crashed, this wolf creature had broken through the windshield and was trying to get to the driver and the rest of the bus. She said that everybody was screaming and that the driver was trying the best he could to ward this thing off. Shots were then fired before this thing could fully make its way into the bus. There was a cop on the side of the road that she guessed happened to drive by and see this taking place. The wolf creature ran off into the woods, and you could hear it howling. This wonderful officer came to our rescue and saved us from this creature that was straight out of hell. The bus was destroyed. While many of them were getting medical care from the EMTs that came, they all had to wait for an emergency bus to come and transport them back to the senior center. Luckily, no one had experienced anything more than some bruising and soreness. She went on to tell me that it wasn't even 2 weeks later that 3 of the seniors that were on that same bus trip with her had all died of strange circumstances. She said they all 3 got really sick at about the same time, and eventually passed in only a few days. She says the actual written cause of death was cardiac arrest. There was only 9 of them on the bus, along with the driver. There are things that she cannot explain, and she says that the day will always be with her. She's had to seek therapy from it since, and says it caused her mild forms of PTSD. She never watches horror movies or anything, but I've tried to show her different werewolf movies to see if she could show me what these creatures looked like exactly. The one I remember she really had a reaction to was the end scene in the Van Helsing movie. The scene where he becomes a werewolf and fights this monster vampire. She says it looked similar to that, but more lean, but just as scary and fierce looking. She said that she hasn't yet seen anything that has been totally spot on to what she saw, just a few that were close. She said the closest thing to what the face looked like, though, was the face of that werewolf in the Van Helsing movie. My grandmother has since passed about 10 years ago, but I always wanted to share her story, and so I had written it down multiple times and had taken notes. It's something I'll always hold of hers. Take care. Hello. I haven't reached out to you in a few weeks. It's been a while since everything at the ranch has happened. Do you remember me telling you about the wolves and how they've taken over the property? Well, we had the government show up and try and prove to us how they can handle this issue. After we were released from forced imprisonment in our own home, we were informed that the issue had been dealt with. Just as fast as they stormed our property, they were gone. No trace, just gone. The only problem is, the issue had not been dealt with. It was much, much worse. That next night, we heard screams and howls, more so than we've ever heard before. It sounded like there was a pack of 50 of them outside. It sounded like we were surrounded. Me and the owner hid in the house all night long for fear of them coming in and eating us. We barely slept that night, but morning eventually came. The noises went on all night long, but eventually subsided in the early morning. As soon as the sun broke, we decided it was probably a good idea to see what shape our farm was in. As soon as we stepped outside the house, the smell of blood and wet dog was thick in the air. We checked on all the animals. Everything was dead. I mean everything. It looked like a fucking massacre. If this would have been a raid by pirates, I would have believed you. It was much worse, much more violent. All the chickens, the goats, the horses, dogs, cats, everything ripped apart, torn to pieces with gore, blood, and guts everywhere. The smell was so overpowering, I vomited. We had seen everything that we needed to. I remember sitting at his dinner table and making the hardest decision that we've ever had to make. It was time to uproot and abandon the ranch. These creatures have not only taken everything from my boss, but they've stripped us both of peace and safety. There was nothing left but fear. We decided it would be best not to spend another night here, because who knows if we're going to be targets next. As we loaded up and left the property, it was roughly late afternoon. As we were making our way down the long driveway, looking back at the ranch that we've spent so much time in, there were several sheriff vehicles at the entrance with several officers stopping us. They demanded we get out of the vehicle and detained both of us immediately. We weren't told anything. I have no idea what happened to the owner's car and all of our belongings. Once we were taken back to the station, we were put in hold where they come in and question you. A pale-looking man in an all-black suit walked in. He looked like he worked for the Secret Service, just like the other black-suited gentleman that appeared on the ranch days prior. He sat down and calmly said that we're not allowed to speak of anything we saw at the ranch, or tell anybody anything. If we did, the consequences would be severe. He got up and left, and we were then released. I've been staying with a friend a few towns over. The owner, I think, is moving back to another state. I'm doing this anonymously. At this point, I have no idea what there is left to do. I'll keep you up to date as much as I can. Wish me luck. My father owns a junkyard, and it's kind of been our family business. We don't have a lot of money, and we don't make a lot of money, but it's something that's been in the family. It's a little hole-in-the-wall shop, but we take pride in our work. Something you should know is that we're out here in eastern Texas. It gets humid in the summer, sometimes unbearably so. The junkyard that my family owns and operates is fairly large. Well, the lot of land, anyway. Around the junkyard is acres of undeveloped land, most of it being opened with thick shrubbery and brush. There isn't any woodline or forest for quite a ways. I'd say a couple miles at least. We're a bit out of town. Now, something that's been going on recently is I've been seeing this large black dog-like thing walking around our property. At first, I've had to rub my eyes because I don't quite believe what I'm seeing, but it's true. This thing looks like a bodybuilding son of a gun. Very sharp features and ears, just like a Doberman Pinscher. I've seen it walking on two legs, two human-like legs, not haunched at all like a dog. This thing's body resembles a man more than anything else. The first thing that came to mind was some of the depictions of the dog people you see in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. I've seen it outside the fence at night and wandering around our junkyard from time to time. It's always scared me, but I've never been one to actually talk about it to my father for fear of ridicule and disbelief. I just keep it to myself. Like I said, this thing has been showing up for the past few months. The hotter it's been, the more it's been showing up. I'm not sure what the relationship is there. Things have gotten more serious now. Because it's been showing up more, it's been acting more and more aggressive, leaving claw marks on things and trying to break into the cars, as well as our little shop. Just recently, this animal has completely devoured and tore apart our family dog. We've had a huge mastiff who had been trained to guard at night, but last week we heard him whimpering and crying, and what sounded like wolf howling and growling. This happened beyond the fence. Next morning, the only part of her body was there, but was mostly eaten and disemboweled. My father was becoming a believer real quick. We still deal with this issue just about every night, and my dad has begun stocking up on ammunition. He hasn't had to shoot at it yet, but I fear that time is coming soon. It hasn't tried to attack us yet, but I feel like things are about to get a whole lot worse. Does anybody know anything about this animal and how to get rid of it? When I was a little girl, my parents owned a beautiful house out in the country. My father was pretty successful with real estate, so he was able to buy us a wonderful 3-story house with pastures and woods as our backyard. What was always nice is when you go back past our backyard pasture, the land dips down into a hill where it levels out with a small creek. It was a wonderful place to play and have fun as a kid. There would be many summer days I'd spend down there by the creek playing and having fun. I used to have a golden retriever. We called her Harmony. She was such a sweet baby. She always played with me and we grew up together. My parents got her as a puppy when I was just a little girl, and she ended up passing right before I graduated high school due to old age and other various health complications. She was an amazing dog, protected me in many situations. Anyway, the creek is what's the most important part here. This was a beautiful little woodland area. It's exactly what you'd expect from a Disney scene. A little creek with beautiful brush and trees all around. It made the perfect drinking spot for many small animals, and I spent a lot of time sitting up against the tree reading books. There was one time that I had a strange encounter with 2 creatures down by the creek. I remember it was early in the morning that I was getting ready to go outside and play down by the creek. I usually always bring my dog along with me, as I know she loves to come with. This time though, she was acting weird. She kept whining and looking out the door. I don't know what her deal was at the time, so I just thought, fine, I guess I'll go and have all the fun by myself. So I went down to the creek and was playing for quite some time. I remember at one point listening around and noticing the woods were dead silent. I thought that was weird since normally the birds are always singing and the forest is full of life. I began to hear rustling, and what stepped out of the brush made my blood freeze. This hulking wolf creature, what I can only now describe to you as a werewolf, stood there. It just sized me up and stared at me. As I'm staring at this thing, I hear wood cracking to my right. I look over and it's another one of these things squatting on a nearby thick branch looking right at me. No more than 10 feet off the ground. I was terrified, but what I couldn't understand is why they both looked different. The creature in front of me was hulking, very muscular, but resembled a black, shaggy wolf with piercing yellow eyes. I remember its ears were very pointed and had tufts of fur at the top of them. It looked very wild, but looked like a killing machine. The other one was also sizing me up from the tree, but it looked totally different. It was more red and brown, much less shaggy, but much more leaner. Its face looked entirely different too. It looked much more hyena-ish than it did wolf, and had a much uglier face. Both were just intently staring at me, like they weren't expecting me to be there. I started screaming and crying, and I ran as fast as I could back to my house. Being a little girl at the time, I told my parents what I saw, and they told me I was not allowed to play down there by myself anymore. It would have been years before I eventually went back down there. Not till I was a teenager, and even then, it still didn't feel the same. We ended up moving shortly before I turned 15. I don't know who lives in the house now, but hopefully they don't have to deal with these monsters in their backyard. Okay, so first I'd like to state that I am not a believer in cryptids or paranormal. I find all that stuff to be bogus and bullshit, quite frankly. I've never had any occurrences in my life that would lead me to believe otherwise. I'm having really weird things happening on my property though that I can't quite explain, and I'm not sure what to make of it other than it could be a large predator gifting me things. I know, it sounds crazy, but I'm just as confused as you are. Let me tell you my story. I live in town, but I live close enough to a lot of open woods that my backyard just extends and goes on and on. There's not any forest or anything like that for probably several hundred meters. I would say maybe a mile back. It's just all open, with many bushes and occasional trees here and there. Apple trees to be exact. There's a lot of them. Anyway, in the past 6 months, weird things have been occurring. It all started in winter when I began hearing weird howling noises not too far away at night. Within a couple of weeks of that starting up, I would notice dead animals being left in my yard. Yes, dead animals literally just dropped off not even 50 meters away from my back porch. It's like whatever killed it just carried it and dropped it on the ground. The first was a dead doe. I remember walking out with my coffee in the morning one winter and seeing this thing and thinking, what on earth? After walking out to investigate, I found that this doe's throat had been completely ripped out. I was honestly sickened and carried this doe off a little ways. The following months, this kept happening multiple times a week. I've had neighbor cats, dogs, raccoons, possums, coyotes, and yes, even cougars, all left close to the same spot, with their throats torn right out, left as if they're just dropped off. I don't know if this is the same satanic offering from some cult or what, but after some time, I began to try and involve the police. They told me it wasn't worth investigating and I should just get some surveillance equipment. This has been going on now for about 8 months, and it happens still once to twice a week. I'm really not sure what to do at this point. Do I even want to see what's bringing me these bodies? And what in the actual fuck is tearing out the throats of cougars and coyotes and leaving them dead in my backyard? Is there some sort of large dog on the loose? I'm starting to get scared, but like I said, I haven't seen anything. The only thing I've been hearing is the howls at night. If I find out what's going on, I'll write you back. Thanks for reading. My kids had a horrible camping experience last spring when they believed they were attacked by what they call the werewolf. My kids were 15 and 16 at the time, my son and my daughter. They've grown up very close, and we live on large property, northern Arkansas to be exact. We moved down here from Oregon, and we're not used to the humidity, but we love the South. The property we ended up purchasing had a lot to offer, acres and acres of land. I think well over 100, and our own beautiful house. We got our own shop, a wood splitting area, and our very own fire pit. It's been lovely. We sometimes have a lot of deer that come through our property. Mainly doe. We don't see too many bucks around our house. Occasionally, though, you will see a couple here and there. My son and daughter have been fortunate enough to grow up outside for the most part. Tons of hiking and camping. My kids are addicted. Last spring, May to be exact, they decided to do some good old backyard camping out on our acres of land. I know they hiked quite a few miles back. I actually haven't been back there super far myself, but from what they tell me, there's a huge ridge back there, and even a couple of creeks all throughout. They must have been a few miles back and they had set up camp. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to both of my kids screaming and banging on the sliding glass door. I quickly run down to see what was wrong, and both of my children look like they've just seen ghosts. They're hyperventilating, they're pale, and they're scared. I asked them what on earth was going on, and they both proceeded to tell me they were in their tent sleeping when these two hairy wolves attacked their tent. They told me they sprinted all the way back here and the wolves had destroyed their tent and were ferocious. They were convinced that they were both going to die had they not gotten out of there as fast as they did. They said the wolves seemed more focused on destroying the tent and weren't even sure if they actually saw my children escape. Their mother and I weren't really sure what to make of it all. Clearly something had really spooked them. They both crashed out in their rooms that night, and the next day I decided it was best if I went back to the campsite with them. We hiked quite a ways back. They weren't kidding when they originally told me they went a ways back into the woods. We came upon their campsite, and it had been torn to shreds. The tent was in pieces, and looked like a bear had rummaged through all of their stuff. Everything was destroyed. Nothing was salvageable. I asked them if they were for sure that it wasn't a bear, to which they told me what they looked at was most definitely canine. I must be honest and say I was pretty unsettled over the whole situation and left it to them being that they shouldn't be coming back here anymore. I don't know what large animal or animals live on our back property, but let's hope they don't find their way up to our house. I visited Lake Okanagan during the fall a few years back with family and had a very large dog creature observe us from the woodline. Okanagan is located in Alberta, Canada, and stretches quite far. It's a great place to come and spend time with your family. We were all on my dad's boat. There was 12 of us. Many of my aunts and uncles, cousins, etc. We just were drifting along in my dad's boat, heading more and more north. We got to a part probably within 100 feet of an area offshore where there is thick wilderness. I remember looking over and seeing these two glowing eyes watching us go by. I looked closer because of what I was seeing and noticed it was a large dog-like creature staring at us. I thought it looked like a German shepherd, but it was hard to tell exactly what it was. I told many of my other family members to look over, and there was panic and gasps at what they were seeing. We all saw this thing, watching us as we slowly drifted away. We weren't sure what to make of it. Some of us brushed it off, while some of us were genuinely terrified of what this thing was. There's weird things out there, and I'm sure there's many species of animals that are undiscovered, and we don't quite understand them. I have a very interesting account to share with you. I hope this gets read to your viewers. I'm in my later 20s and I live in Oklahoma. I moved out here when I was in high school and I quickly made a lot of like-minded friends. These friends really took me out to great spots to hunt and do all sorts of cool outdoor stuff. As I got older, I still maintained good relationships with these close friends of mine, and I quickly learned of really great places to go hunting and exploring thanks to them. I live in northern Oklahoma, and the account that took place happened in eastern Oklahoma. This was in the fall. I want to say early October if I remember. The leaves were already well into their color change, and I was out scouting for some really good spots to set up a deer stand. I was actually on a friend's property due to him owning hundreds and hundreds of acres of land out here. This was the cream of the crop. He had hunted here before many times, and I would sometimes find his old tree stands he had set up long ago. I, however, wanted to set up my own stand in my own spot. I had to find the prime locations myself. I did get a good warning from a friend who expressed to me how important it was that I be careful. My friend had very recently had 5 of his goats killed and eaten and was afraid of a big mountain lion in the area. He told me there were various bear traps set up throughout to try and catch this thing. I told him no problem and that I would be safe. I made it quite a ways back to try and scout out a good spot. I wanted to get as far away from the property as I could, going off the small trails that were made back here. As I'm traversing through the wilderness, I start hearing all this commotion, screaming, howling, and growling. It sounded like a bear, but only bigger. This animal sounded big, and there was a lot of hollering going on. I will admit, I was pretty scared, but I was also curious. It sounded like this animal was in distress. I immediately thought about the bear traps and the big mountain lion that might be in the area. Maybe a mountain lion got caught in a trap. Although the sounds I was hearing sounded nothing like a large cat, and more like a giant bear or something like that. Against my better judgment, I decided I would cautiously check into the situation. The ruckus was only a few hundred yards away from my location, up over a hill and around some rocks and brush. The hollering and screaming kept going on and on. It sounded stationary. The longer I walked, the more and more I was convinced something was stuck in a trap. Upon walking for about 20 minutes or so, maybe more, maybe less, I came to what was a clearing with what I could visibly see was this really large black wolf stuck in a bear trap. This thing was screaming and clawing at the trap. It was trying everything it could to break free. The first thing I thought when I saw this was werewolf. My jaw dropped. This thing was on 2 legs and was stuck in a bear trap. What the actual fuck? This is where I made my biggest mistake. Since it was stuck in this trap, I figured it couldn't get to me, so I approached it to get a better look at it. It looked over at me, coming to me, and growling at me. This thing was menacing. It had huge teeth and claws that could tear me to shreds if it wanted to. I was about 30 feet away from this thing, and it's still clawing and tearing at this bear trap. Maybe if I get closer, I can get a picture, I thought. I took a few more steps, and suddenly, this wolf stops and looks right at me. I've never seen an animal smirk in my entire life until this moment. It gave me the most evil smirk I've ever seen. It was haunting. It then immediately broke out of the bear trap and made it look totally effortless, and jumped high in the air. I didn't see where it went. My instincts kicked in right now, fight or flight. This was an ambush, a trap. I was done for. This thing lured me in to get me, and now I'm its next meal. I bolted out of there so fast, and surprisingly, nothing followed suit. I ended up getting back to my friend's house, told him to go shove it up his ass and that he's got a werewolf walking around on his land. Of course, his reaction was in total disbelief. He thought I was messing around with him. I pieced out fast, and I don't ever go hunting there anymore. I stay clear of anywhere around there. I've done some research since and have found Oklahoma to be a hotbed of encounters with werewolf-like beings and creatures. I don't think they're actually werewolves, but that's what they look like. These creatures are highly intelligent. I honestly feel that this thing pretended to be stuck in that trap until I got close enough. I thought it was going to get me. I feel like somehow this creature knew I was there, knew I was in the area. Maybe it had been watching me and hunting me. I don't know. I don't know why it didn't kill me on the spot. I'm thankful though. I'm glad it allowed me to live. That encounter has made me much more hesitant with sounds that I'm not too familiar with, and I've learned the most important lesson of all. Always be aware of your surroundings. You never know when you are being stalked or watched. I'm a tour bus driver, and I've driven buses for many artists and bands throughout my past 20 plus years of life. You go through a lot of crazy stuff when you're out on the road with bands and artists that party. However, even through all the craziness I've ever encountered, nothing will ever top what I saw when I first started doing tour bus driving in the late 90s. We were somewhere in the Midwest at this little hole-in-the-wall venue. I don't remember the exact name, and because it's been so long and has probably changed, I just remember the venue, and it had a big parking lot, which was out back. I remember the building was painted black and had green trim all along the doorways. Beyond that was a road, and then beyond that was a forest. I'm not sure how long the forest went on for, or if maybe it was private property, or government-owned land that was undeveloped, or whatever. I never paid attention to it though, and I just did my usual job duties. For those who are not familiar with tour bus driving, much of it is driving the artist or band to the next venue, going to go check yourself into a hotel, and sleeping until it's time to hit the road to the next city. I remember on this particular night, I hadn't really felt like sleeping, so I was just outside the bus smoking a cigarette, facing the forest. It was definitely later on at night, like 8 or 9 p.m. At this time of the year, it was dark out, so there were streetlights, but there wasn't a whole lot of traffic, if really any traffic at all, behind the venue. The parking lot had a few cars in it, but mainly from the venue staff. The band I was touring around at the time was in the venue, either about to play or currently playing, so I was just enjoying some quiet time outside. I remember noticing what I thought were lights in the forest, but I realized it was actually just the reflection of eyes against the streetlights. There was a streetlight across the street from where I was smoking a cigarette, so this eye shine started to appear closer to the street. Whatever animal this was coming out towards the streetlight. I was a little startled at first, but quickly just thought it was a deer. It was pretty large, and so maybe it definitely was not a deer. I drive a bus for a living, and I'm not a woodsman by any stretch of the means. But I'm pretty sure this was not a deer. I got a little closer, and even though this animal was slightly outside of my view of the streetlight, there is enough ambient light to give me details of what it looked like. As I started to be able to make out the silhouette and shape of this thing, I noticed it looked to be like a huge shaggy dog. Not just any shaggy dog, like a wolf. It was staring at me. I could begin to see more of the shape and detail of the muzzle, and the ears and the head. This was the largest dog I've ever seen in my life, and it kind of freaked me out. It was slowly getting closer and closer, but just enough to stay out of the streetlight and still be able to watch me. This went on for a few moments, and it never fully came into the light enough for me to make full detail of it. Just enough of what I saw. That was more than enough for me, so I put my cigarette out and began walking to the venue, and I hung out in there for the rest of the night. By the time we ended up getting back on the tour bus later on that night, I didn't even bother looking over to see if that thing was still there, nor did I even want to. I just wanted to get to the next town and leave it be. That's my story, and that's pretty much the only thing I've ever experienced in my entire life that was unexplainable. Hello, what lurks beneath? I'm writing you back, filling you in, and updating you on the things that have been happening. Just recently, I sent you my experiences with what was going on at the ranch I'm working at. I told you how I'm a ranch exterminator, and how we've been having issues with these giant wolf creatures coming into the ranch and killing livestock. Well, last I told you, I came face to face with the big alpha male who stole a pig out of the pen and also killed a goat. Well, I also told you the next morning I got up to find a lot of the other animals dead and attacked. After the ranch owner put in a special phone call, since he's good friends with some of the higher ups on the force, that he was having some larger animals continuously killing his livestock, and he needed help. We didn't hear anything at all, except the following day. After that, 3 black Hummers show up to the property. Out from each of these vehicles steps a man in a black suit, and these men look like they're from the Secret Service. There was also at least 8 to 10 Special Force soldiers with them, with weaponry I didn't even recognize, and special badges and uniforms. They told us to get into the house and to stay there until further notice. At this point, we're freaking out because something is definitely going on. Me and the owner go and stay in the house while we can only assume that these people are here to deal with our issue. We were in the house most of the day that I remember, and finally, sometime in the evening, we get a knock on the front door. It was one of the men we talked to earlier who looks like he's from the Secret Service. He told us that the threat has been taken care of, and that they're going to be closely monitoring our activities in this area. He then told us that we're not allowed to leave the ranch for any reason for the time being, and we're not allowed to talk to anybody about what we've experienced and what we saw. So, I'm writing this to you in confidentiality. They also told me that they would have their men patrolling the perimeter for the next while to ensure the threat is gone. Clearly, somebody knows something about what's going on, and they're not telling us anything. Are these things government created? At this point, I'm not sure what to be more scared of. These wolves, or the fact Big Brother knows about them and has sent a special task force to deal with the issue with their own proprietary weaponry. I need to find a way to get out of here before I get too entangled into this myself. Wish me luck. I'm here to tell you a story that my father has told me and has not wanted me to share with anybody until after his passing. Well, my dad passed away back in 2013, and I feel like it would be good if people know what he had to say. I know some people might not believe him, but he has been keeping this on him for a while and was never able to talk about it. He wanted to wait till after he passed so his life wouldn't be in jeopardy. My father was a part of a special military branch. He would never tell me the name, but he told me that they executed special missions. One mission that him and his small crew of 5 other agents were tasked to take down a pack of extremely aggressive wolf creatures in Oklahoma. Apparently, the same creatures had killed 2 people, several livestock, and were causing a bunch of havoc. My father told me that at first, he didn't think it was real, and that they were playing a joke on him. The military knows these things exist, and they even have a special name, which he never repeated to me. They're not referred to, though, as werewolves or dogmen, as we know them. I can never get a direct answer from him, but I believe from what he's told me that they are a direct result of the military's doing in some way or another. Him and his team were sent out to Oklahoma. There is a discreet remote location that they were dropped off at that led right into the woods that they needed to be in. He told me it took them less than 24 hours to track these beasts, and he said it took a lot of ammo and the right weapons, but eventually they got the whole pack down. It took 5 days, and they lost 2 agents in the mission. He went on to tell me that these creatures were brutal and savage, and he almost lost his hand to having it almost bitten off entirely. He's had scars on his body and his back growing up my entire life, and told me he got those scars from this mission, and he had never told me what they were from before. He was physically attacked and almost torn wide open when his partner shot this thing off my father with a .50 caliber rifle. He explained to me that killing these things was no easy feat. They don't die easily, and they could take a lot of punishment. He says they weren't animals they were dealing with. These are super beings. They were more intelligent than we could have ever imagined, and were outsmarted on several occasions when we tried to trap them and strategize. He said that after 5 days, and they had completed the mission, they had to rid the bodies, and he never explained to me how they did that. He said after they were picked up from the mission, they were told specifically about this mission that they can never reveal any details or else their lives would be in jeopardy. This happened back in the 90s, and so I didn't really find out about a lot of these details until close to him passing. Even then, he still wouldn't tell me everything there is to know, and I wonder why to this day he carried so much of that information to the grave with him. However, he did reveal an interesting fact. Out where he was, in the area that he was hunting these beasts in Oklahoma, there were Indian burial mounds all throughout. What him and his crew discovered is that inside these mounds were what he described as staircases that led down a really long ways. He told me that he believed that whatever these things were guarding these mounds for a reason, and that they were coming in and out of these mounds from underneath the earth. Now, of course, this is just his findings and what he relayed to me, so I believe him. This was back in 1988 and the fall, so I would say roughly October. I was giving a friend a ride back to his house. Now, this friend's car had broken down about a month prior, so he would pay me in gas, and I would kind of help him give him rides around when he really needed it. I never minded. This was a good family friend of mine, so I didn't want to leave him hanging. He happens to work night shift, or swing shift, I guess, so I was driving him back to work at 2 in the morning. I stay up pretty late anyway, so I don't mind the drive, and I had nothing better to do. My friend doesn't necessarily live out in the middle of nowhere, but it is a little bit more rural than it is a suburbia. It's quite a ways out of a drive from my place to his, and well, that doesn't include his work. He does warehouse work, so his job is a little closer to town. Luckily, the traffic is pretty dead on the way home, since, like I said, it's a little bit more out there, and no one's really on the road at 2 o'clock past in the morning. Everything was going pretty smooth this night. Well, we were driving back to his place, just like normal, I should say. As we were pulling up his driveway, though, my headlights shone some sort of animal looking through his windows. We were both perplexed at what we were looking at. His driveway is roughly 50 feet long, so as we're looking at it, we just see this dog standing on 2 legs, looking through his windows. It looked over at us and snarled. It was humongous. It looked like a giant gray wolf standing on 2 legs. It had huge fangs and teeth that stuck out of its mouth. After it snarled, it took off into the woods a ways behind his house and disappeared from us entirely. Me and my friend were so shocked, I hadn't even fully pulled into his house yet. I think I just let go of the gas entirely because I was so startled by seeing this thing. It scared the shit out of me and my friend though. We didn't know what to think. I felt bad dropping him off after that happened, but I just told him as he got out of the car, if he needed anything, I would be right there. And I asked him if he wanted me to stay with him, and he said no. He seemed really quiet and just nodded. He went to his house and I left. I wanted to forget all about what we had just seen. My poor friend who literally is sleeping in the house that this thing was looking into. We've maintained friendships over the years, and he said he'd caught that thing looking into his windows a few times after that, and scared him almost to death. He said, other than that though, he's never seen anything like it, and it's never given him any real problems. It's still a night though that I will not forget. My grandfather has a really old barn on his property that he has since left alone and doesn't use anymore. It's still full of hay and all that, but it's out of commission, and since he's had a new barn built on the other side of his property, that suits his functionality needs a little bit more. Now, this older barn has been out of use for, well over 30 years. Even as a kid, I always used to joke and tease with my siblings that the barn was spooky, and none of us wanted to go near it. It gets even scarier because we started hearing noises and banging sounds coming from the top part of the barn, especially at night. They would be so loud we would hear it all the way from the house and wonder if somebody or something was up inside the barn. My grandfather was always quick to dismiss these claims, saying that nobody was on his property and we must just be hearing things. Or it might be birds living up there, if anything. Me and my brothers and sisters used to watch at night at the window, and we swore we saw shadows moving around the barn and outside the barn. One night, me and my little brother and sister decided to get out and check the barn after Grandpa went to bed after 9. We went out there with our flashlights, and as we approached the barn, we didn't hear anything. We opened up the barn, and it stunk like dead cow or rotting meat or something. I remember it also had this really musky smell that I can't quite place along with the rotting meat. I remember approaching the ladder and hearing a really loud shuffle and bang up above on the 2nd story, and all of us scurried out of there so fast screaming. I stayed out of that barn afterwards. We all did. But at night, I would look out the window and watch the barn, and I would sometimes see this tall figure with what looked to be a dog head and dog ears come in and out of the barn, 2 legs and on 4 legs. It happened so fast that you'd have to watch closely. I told my grandfather there's a large dog living up there, and that we kind of saw and heard it. He really didn't take us seriously. But after that, we went back home with our parents for a while, and didn't come back to his property until the following summer. All of this happened in roughly September, and we ended up going back to his property the following July. When we came back to his property, he had that old barn torn down. We asked him why he did it, and he just basically told us the old barn was causing some problems, and he needed it destroyed to take care of an issue. My grandpa left it at that, and never went any deeper since he's a very stern, no-nonsense type of person. He always has been. I truly believe that was the den, or the living space, of a dogman. I can't imagine what poor animals saw their last few minutes in that barn as they were eaten and devoured. It's probably where the rotten meat smell came from, but who knows? It still gives me the creeps to think about, and if I had the chance, I would never go back there. I was driving along a desolate road at night, near the Nevada border. I remember I was in southern Cali at the time, and this happened back in 2005. I was driving along, and out of the side of the road comes this thing that jumps onto the road and stops. It looks like it had an animal in its mouth and another animal in its hands. It was huge, whatever it was that I saw. It looked like a huge dog with a big hairy body. I thought it was weird because it acted startled, and then it jumped back to the other way across the road. It was very strange, and it was a very strange looking creature. I've never seen any animal in my entire life like it. It kind of looked monkeyish, but at the same time, looked kind of like a hyena. I'm not sure really what it was, and it happened so fast, I couldn't really give you really specific details. I wouldn't be surprised if the animals out here live without ever being discovered, since it's so desolate. This happened to me back in 2012, when I was only 17. I had been staying over at a friend's house, just dinking around and hanging out, and I remember it was getting late. I told my friend that it's probably better that I start to head home, and so I left his place. It was a school night, so I realized I should probably be home at a somewhat decent time. Now, my friend lived in an apartment complex about a mile or so away from where I lived. The road I would walk back to my house is pretty lone and desolate. There's actually acres and acres of woods along this road to the right, due to the plot of land never being developed. I walked on this road quite often to go to friends' houses, to walk around, etc. I've never had any issues. Well, except for this night. As I'm leaving my friend's apartment complex, I began to get a strange feeling like I'm being watched. My first instinct is that there's a gangbanger or someone who's going to shank me or rob me, so I start to pick up the pace quite rapidly. As I'm walking down this long stretch of road, next to me across the street is that forested plot land I was telling you about. It was quite a big plot of land too. I think several acres of just undeveloped land, like I said. Acres and acres. It feels like it went on forever. Since it was undeveloped, the brush was extremely thick, and there was a lot of trees. This was springtime. The only things I knew that probably went into this are critters and probably homeless people making homeless camps. I began to hear shuffling and thudding in the woods, keeping parallel with me on the street as I kept my pace. My instincts fired up, and I thought it was a person. But then, as I began to listen closer and closer, I realized the footsteps were extremely heavy. This person would have had to weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds for it to make any real sense. I began to get so scared, but I knew if I looked over, I would see something I didn't want to see. And so I kept my gaze straight, and I continued on down the street. Keep in mind, it's after 10 p.m. at this point. There's really no cars around since it's a back road, and the only light is the street lights. I make it a little further down the street, and for whatever reason, decide to look over, and looking at me through the trees was the ugliest looking wolf creature thing I've ever seen in my life. It was hideous. All I can remember seeing is these bright glowing red eyes and huge teeth. What scared me the most is it acted like it wanted it to see me and wanted to scare me. It wasn't just checking me out. I feel like it was trying to lure me into the woods, but I would just keep walking away from it. It honestly looked like the perfect definition of a monster, a real-life Hollywood monster in the flesh. There's a part where you get to, in the road, and then straight where you can take a road that goes to your left, away from the forest, but it adds an extra mile or so to get back to my house. I wasn't taking any chances this night. I booked it down that road, and I looked behind me to see if this thing would follow suit, and it never did. I ended up getting back home about 30 or so minutes later, since I took the extra long way. But looking back, I don't regret it, and I don't know what was watching me in that forest. I told a couple of my friends, and they believe it was a werewolf. I didn't think werewolves were real, but that's the only way I know how to describe what I saw, other than it being some sort of wolf creature. This thing was tall though. It was staring at me higher in the tree line. There's no way that was just a regular dog, unless it was given some sort of crazy special serum to grow 10 times the normal size. And why would a dog have glowing red eyes and be staring at me, showing its teeth? I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've had friends ask me to describe it as closely as I possibly could. Have you ever seen the movie Van Helsing? That is the best werewolf I could possibly think to describe it as. You know, the end fight where he turns into a werewolf and fights the vampire, and he's really scary looking? That werewolf is pretty close to what I saw staring at me. This sighting happened around fall of 2017. I was driving back to Vermont with my parents in the back seat, and we were checking out the beautiful scenic view near Lake Champlain in New York. It was about 1 in the afternoon, and we were driving down Highway 9, which rides right along the lake. And it also drives right by the Osable Marsh Wildlife Area. This marsh area is rather small, but it's still beautiful to look at over. If you're driving the 9, it's pretty forested with a lot of brush on both sides, with there being a little bit more openness on the western side. More open being more spread out trees, and you can actually see. Now, like I said, my family and I were driving up this highway, headed north. That's when my father in the back seat happened to look over to his left and see these huge dogs running through the woods. He told me, "Hey guys, what on earth is that?" And we all looked over, and there was 4 of them, at least that we could see. They were actually going faster than we were, and all of them were on all 4s. And then they bolted out onto the road and crossed the road. They looked like huge brown and gray wolves. I've never seen a dire wolf before in my life, but I would imagine if they did exist, this is what they would look like. It was a pack, and after they bolted across the road, my parents were both freaking out, saying, "Oh my God, did you see that? I've never seen those kind of dogs before," etc. They didn't look too strange to me, but I really didn't get a chance to sit there and stare and study them, and really take in all the details. Keep in mind, I'm driving, so what I did see was just 4 or 5 giant wolves running through the woods, and then cross the highway quickly. At no time do they bother to look over at any of the cars or just us. They just keep to their own. I didn't see any teeth, and I didn't see any eye glow or any of that. I don't think it was a dogman since they were running on all 4s, but I definitely believe they were dire wolves or something because they were much bigger than a regular wolf. Imagine wolves the size of a moose, and you kind of get the picture. Not only us, but a couple of other cars in the oncoming lane slammed on their brakes as these things ran out. We know a few other people saw them as well. I know there's critters out here, but I never knew those existed. This happened to me in my little town in Arkansas near Beech Grove. Me and my mom and dad lived out in the boonies, and we were surrounded by a lot of bog and swamp. I remember being little and hearing screams out in the swamp at night, and always being afraid to go out there. My father has always been hunting and an outdoors kind of guy, and always told me he never heard of that, and there's nothing to be afraid of out there. This screaming and howling, though, went on for nights. I would hear it all throughout the night, almost every single night, and it would keep me up. I would look out my window on the property and not see anything, but just hear screams. I remember one night in particular was really humid, more than usual, and I was having a really tough time falling asleep. I hadn't heard any howls this night, but for whatever reason, something in my gut told me to get up and look out the window. I got up out of bed and approached my window and looked out. At first, I didn't see anything until I turned my head to the left. About 50 to 100 yards away, I see this large black mass with pointy ears and glowing yellow eyes, and what looked to be wobbling in our house's direction. I screamed bloody murder and hid underneath my covers. I must have fallen asleep not too long after that, because at some point, I remember waking up to the sound of tapping on my window and heavy breathing. I was too freaked out to even pull my head out of the covers to see what it was. It was still dark, I remember that. The tapping went on for a little bit, and it kept me awake. At some point, though, the day broke, and I remember waking up to hearing my dad whooping and hollering outside. My dad comes back into the house with his cup of coffee and says one of the neighbors must have gotten a huge dog because it walked through our property last night and left huge prints. My dad is not educated at all when it comes to dogs, so to him, this is just a large dog that had come through our property, and he assumed it was because of the neighbors. This scared me because even though I haven't really watched any werewolf or horror movies at the time, I thought it was a monster coming to get me. The same one that came at me last night, and I realized it wasn't a nightmare. My dad was pretty irritated that it left so many prints in the muck and soil, so he talked with the neighbors, and they don't even have any dogs. He's still, though, convinced that some large dog from one of the neighbors in the area found its way through our property. He wouldn't be wrong, though. I believe it was a large dog. That large dog being a dogman.
I work as a road construction laborer. One day earlier this year in 2019,
I was in southwestern Kansas, just a few miles from Colorado and Oklahoma borders. We were closing a main highway for stripe removal to allow the county to restripe it. The day was going slow. The water grinder truck was overheating and having a few problems, and I found it my turn to be the flagman since I was a new hire to this company. The fields around me seemed to be empty farmland and pastures of emerald and amber grass. There were hills and large segments of trees. I couldn't see how far back they went, but they were thick. There was a hole in the electric barbed wire fence next to me. Well, a few hours into the day, I feel an odd sensation and look in the direction it feels like it's coming from, and see a large black dog running through the field near the trees, maybe 100 yards away from me. I don't think anything about it though. Later, the owner of the property comes out to fix his fence, and I ask him about his dog since I couldn't tell what kind of dog it was. And he looks at me like I'm speaking Greek and tells me, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any dogs with me on the farm." I then told him about what I had seen, and he looked at the hole in the fence, and then the trees, and drove back up to his house, and that's how the story ends. I never heard from him again, never seen the dog, or felt the feeling again. Before my brother moved back to Texas with us, he was staying in a small town in Michigan where he worked odd jobs and that sort of thing. We got a call from him one day that he was coming back to Texas and that his house had been attacked. He did come and move back and were able to get the full story from him. Apparently, he was living with a roommate at the time, and he told us the story that they had been having some wild animal problems. He seemed to go pale when he would talk about it, and the thought always struck me as weird. He said at nighttime, both him and his roommate would work night shifts, so some animal had tried to break into the home. He said there would be claw marks all along the doorframe and what seemed to be hair all outside of the property. He said one night he got a call from his roommate when he was working and didn't know what to do. He told him to call the police, and I guess they came out and surveyed the area, but never came to anything conclusive. His roommate moved very shortly after that. It wasn't until he was off one night himself that this same wolf creature attacked his house and almost broke the sliding glass door trying to get in. It seemed aggressive and intent on killing, or at least that's what my brother said. My brother has never been one to make up hocus-pocus stories or spread bullshit. Plus, when he told us about this, the fear in his voice and face told us all that we needed to know. The police ended up getting involved again after my brother reported it while the wolf thing attacked while he was home. When they showed up, this thing was long gone. He had told us that he even faced ridicule because people thought he was making it all up. I believe my brother 100% and have no idea what he saw. But shit, man, I don't want to step foot in Michigan if it's got animals like that. I'm a single female in my 20s. I live alone with my big Great Dane. His name is Spark. He's an amazing protector, and I've had him since he was just a puppy. Unfortunately, Great Danes live to be only about 6 or 7 years old, so I hold on to the time I have with him, and it's very precious to me. Well, due to the recent events that have happened, he's now fully blind and has suffered severe brain damage. He now spends much of his days just lying around. My heart is broken, and I feel like that damn wolf thing is to curse. The thing has robbed him an eye of his happiness. I don't want my dog to live the rest of his days like this, but there's nothing we can do. Like I said, I live alone with my dog. I live in a pretty normal neighborhood. The houses are more spaced out and we're a ways out of town, but it's much more quiet. My Great Dane usually hangs outside and will come in when he wants. I was inside one night cooking dinner and I began hearing commotion outside. I hear my dog whimpering and crying, and then I hear this heavy running force. It sounded like a dog running on all fours, and then BAM! Crash right into my door. I freaked the hell out, ran to my door and opened it, and my dog bolts in past me into the house. Oh my God, I said to myself, tears welting up. My dog's face was torn open. One eye was slashed, and the other was partially hanging out of his skull, and his face looked like a mangled, bloody mess. His skull and parts of his brain looked exposed. There was blood everywhere, and he was bleeding profusely. I heard a low growl right behind me. The door was still open, and not even 20 feet away was a real-life werewolf. I mean, it looked like a wolf, but standing on its haunches, and it was humongous. It had blood all over its fur and its hands, which were huge claws. I didn't even sit there and spend too much time staring at this monstrosity. I slammed the door, trying to process everything, and I called 911, not knowing what to do. They told me to take my dog to an emergency 24-hour vet care, and I freaked out on them and told them my dog was dying. I angrily got off the phone, and in between the emotions of fear, anger, and sadness, wrapped my bloody, bleeding dog in a towel and rushed him off to the 24-hour vet service where he was luckily taken in, fixed up, and put under emergency surgery to save his life. He came out of it pretty loopy, but I could tell he lost a lot of functionality, being permanently blind and losing a lot of brain function from his attacker. After all was said and done, I don't know what the fuck I saw outside my house that night, because werewolves don't exist, so it was some sort of upright canine animal that resembled a werewolf. Whatever that thing was must have attacked my Great Dane and practically killed him. I've spoken to my neighbors since then, and they've talked about seeing a huge wolf-looking animal in the area that roams around only at night. One of my neighbors, who is an older guy, told me about how he used to have a family of raccoons come to his porch at night to eat, but in the past couple of months, they've disappeared. Apparently, many people's small pets and other small animals in the area have vanished without a trace. And then, this happens. I swear, if I see that son of a bitch in my yard again, I'm running him over with the car. Then, I'll reverse and run it over again. You don't fuck with me, or my dog. My father had a strange experience in the fall. October, I believe. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago. I believe him firmly. He's never been a nonsense, joker, or anything like that. My dad hates those kinds of people and doesn't believe in anything really. For him, to be making this up would be drastically out of character, and he'd have nothing to gain from it. This has really upset him just because he's a pretty firm atheist and doesn't believe anything outside the realm of science. He's always been pretty vocal about how bullshit UFOs, Bigfoot, demons, God, etc. is. Anyway, this is his story. He and my mother separated when I was very little, so growing up I've always moved back and forth between them. My dad ended up getting a different job that was a couple 100 miles away, and they offered to relocate him. He stuck all of his stuff in a U-Haul trailer and traveled. My father made this drive later at night because he needed to start the job sooner than later, and it is what he told me. He didn't want to waste any time. He ended up coming to a more desolate section of the road in Mississippi where he needed to pull over and empty his bladder from all the coffee he had been drinking. He gets out, the cab light is on, mind you, and he's taking a piss. He starts to get a weird feeling, like he could sense something was wrong. He tells me he felt like he was being watched and that his gut instincts told him to turn around. When he did, this tall, wolf-like creature stepped out from behind his trailer. He said it was blacker than black, and it had piercing yellow eyes. He said at first glance it reminded him of something from the movie The Howling, except more evil looking, he said. My dad was still pissing when this happened, and so he's staring at this wolf creature, urinating all over himself and his feet as this thing bares its huge, sharp teeth at my dad. He told me he thought he was going to die and be eaten. Just in that moment, another car was coming around the bend behind where my dad pulled off, and the headlights from their vehicle illuminated this wolf creature. Apparently, the headlights must have distracted the creature because it turned around to face the oncoming car. My dad did not even think. He just bolted right for his truck, jumped in and slammed the doors and threw it into drive. As this was going on, apparently the car that had come around the bend saw this creature since their headlights had hit it, and it turned to face them. He said it sounded like they did the fastest brakes squeaking and doing a full 180 turn around to avoid this animal. There's no way they didn't see it. He says he only heard it because he was so focused on getting back in his vehicle. He says his penis was still out and he had urine all over his pants and feet. Even though that's the only humorous part of the story, he said he didn't even have time to zip back up and he was trying to get out of there so fast. This thing held onto his trailer, and as he pulled it into drive, he felt so much resistance that the vehicle was now struggling to move. He heard this thing, let out a roar, and did not even want to look in his side mirrors to see the thing. He floored it as hard as he could, and this thing let go and he flew off. Eventually, he made it to where he had to go without any damage to him or his trailer miraculously. He said that he has no idea what the fuck that thing was, but swears to this day he will never set another foot in that god-forsaken state with those things living in it. He told me too that after everything, if there is anything he would have ever encountered in his years on this earth, that was pure evil. It was the worst and ugliest animal he's ever seen. He just couldn't get over the feeling that it gave off. He described it as cruel. He felt this thing just didn't even want to kill him. It just wanted him to be afraid and to suffer at the hands of it. He says he doesn't know what better way to relay that but what he felt from this thing. I'm the only person he's ever told this to because he fears ridicule from anyone else. Hello, and boy, do I have a fun story for you. I have a friend who is a sheriff, and even though he gave me permission to share this, he swore to me that I was not ever allowed to tell what county he held jurisdiction in. I'll respect that and just tell you he had an interesting case. The case happened years back, but the story itself is pretty grim. He had responded to a call of an animal break-in on a more rural property. Upon arriving at the scene, there was blood, claw marks, and what he could only describe as dog hair everywhere. An older couple lived there at the house by themselves, and apparently what had happened was this large animal that the people described as looking like a demonic timber wolf broke into the house, attacked the husband, and attacked the wife, then dragged the wife outside and took her away. The husband was clawed up pretty bad and was nearly unconscious due to blood loss. Paramedics arrived quickly at the scene and took the man to the hospital where, after several blood transfusions, he survived. He was in real bad shape. He looked like he'd been mauled almost to death by a bear. It was ugly shit. He searched the area high and low, but could only find traces of blood here and there. He called in a crew to come in and help and search, and about 700 yards away from the house, up in a tree, they found the wife. She was ripped open, disemboweled, and partially eaten. She was also up about 60 or 70 feet up in the tree, hanging loosely on a branch, or what was left of her. She was pretty mangled, and the only real way she could have been identified was because the man said that his wife was missing. Identification for her was a little bit tougher. This thing had apparently not only disemboweled her and torn off some of her limbs to eat, but also her face was torn off, and her jaw was missing. It was a gory, bloody mess. There were blood and pieces of her innards all over the tree and the ground. Now, my sheriff friend tells me when there's an animal attack like this, he has to call in a special number. He made sure to be extremely vague and couldn't give me any information on who or what this number is. He refused to give me any more information about what he knows and when to call said number, etc. Anyway, he calls this number, and the next day, a special branch of military shows up with advanced sonar weaponry. The husband, obviously, still being in the hospital at this point, and the wife being taken to the morgue. This branch of military goes about a mile or two in every direction when they showed up. They demanded that everyone from CSI to the police department leave now, and the case's jurisdiction now belonged to this branch of government. Again, my friend would not reveal the branch's name. He said there are several hidden branches of government civilians have no idea even exist and will never know about. There are branches that are purposefully hidden for specific purposes and missions that the government carries out. After leaving the scene and letting this branch go clear out whatever this thing was, he never really found out what became of the situation other than a few things. Number 1, the husband survived after his tenure in the hospital. Number 2, the house and property was seized immediately by the U.S. government, and all ownership was stripped from the husband, who happened to be the original owner. Number 3, they apparently had dealt with the issue. Lastly, my friend was told not to speak of this case to anybody for any reason. I grew up with this friend, and we're very close, and he decided to keep it for a long time. I'm one of the only people he has ever told, if not the only person, due to him potentially losing his job, or worse, his life. I understand that there are certain things he can't ever share with the world, but he told me this was so heavy on his conscience that he had to let it out some way or another. He allowed me to share it to the world under the ruling that I not release his name or county it happened in. I hope your readers find this as interesting as I have.
This happened while I was a freshman in high school in the town of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida in 1999. I lived in a townhome rental community neighboring the small housing area called Cabana Colony. My best friend Wayne lived there, and we would always have sleepovers and explore the deep woods which surrounded the back half of his neighborhood. No one knows how deep it went, but we loved it. Nothing ever did happen, just rumors of a dog-like creature that lived in the woods. But we figured it was just them parents trying to keep us away from getting lost out there, so we paid it no mind. We've been in there before, and only come across old paintball setups from people. And we've even come across a tent for some homeless person who had a bunch of porno magazines inside, which was super funny to us, but we were too scared to ever go inside the tent. One evening, in the summer of '99, I was sleeping over at Wayne's house. It was hot and humid that day. Wayne and I were up to some exploring in the woods again with our flashlights and pocket knives, looking for something fun to get into. Maybe find a cool fort or a treehouse, or something cool that we could call our own and tell no one else about. That night, we went deeper than we ever had before. It was 8 p.m. and was dark out. We ended up getting a little lost. Okay, we were really lost, but we didn't freak out about it as we assumed we would try to backtrack to find our way out back onto the streets. We heard branches snapping around us. We couldn't pinpoint what direction it was coming from. Then we heard it. The howl. It was loud. I know for a fact it was close. Whatever it was nearby and probably could smell us. We kept walking, but slowed our pace not to attract any further unwanted attention. Then we saw the body. There was a body lying in the dirt ground about 20 feet ahead of us. It was Gary. A high school dropout neighborhood bully. The guy was huge and always wanted to pick on the smaller kids. There was blood everywhere. His chest was ripped open and a large hole remained. His heart was missing from his body. Wayne leaned over and threw up, and I grabbed a nearby tree to keep from fainting, trying to catch my breath. "Oh my God, dude, Gary's dead," I said. Then I saw the eyes in the brush further ahead of us, just looking at us, staring. Its amber glowing eyes watching us like a snake does to its prey. We froze in fear seeing this wolf head with dark black hair and pointy ears just staring at us like it's protecting its food or something. I wasn't thinking straight. I just screamed to Wayne, "Run!" And we turned around and ran as fast as we could back in the direction we came. I don't think we ever ran that fast in our whole lives. Luckily, we made it back to the street where we left our bikes. The werewolf, dogman, whatever the hell you want to call it, was real. It didn't follow or chase us, thank God. I truly believe it was just protecting its meal, or it would have attacked us or followed us. Needless to say, we never went back in those woods again. My name is George and I'm 10. My friends Zach and Robert are all in the same grade and we go to the same school in Alpine, California. We were having a sleepover at my house as I had a huge backyard which connected to the forest and had one of those above-ground pools. We planned on having pizza and soda and watch some movies or even just playing some Resident Evil on my PlayStation. That night, we were in the forest line looking for the high ground. In the words of Ernest P. Worrell from that Halloween movie called Ernest Scared Stupid, basically meaning the perfect tree. The perfect treehouse for our future fort. The sun was setting and we thought that we had just found the perfect tree to start building our newest fort. We were super excited as it wasn't too high for us to climb to bring the wood and board and nails and stuff. There was a growl that scared the crap out of us as we turned in the direction it came from to see this wolf-like creature running on its back two legs like a human hunched over across the grass, grabbing a small animal and disappearing into the bushes. It all happened so fast we couldn't even figure out what kind of animal it took. Was it some baby deer? Or a coyote? None of us knew. We were too shocked to really care at the moment. We all huddled close together and waited. Nothing. The forest was completely silent. Too silent. "We need to get back home," I mumbled to the others. Zach nodded, but Robert didn't respond. He was in shock, which was totally understandable. We slowly walked through the woods in the direction of my house. We heard cries from whatever animal the wolf creature snagged, and it sounded like it was in pure pain. I felt bad for the animal, knowing it was probably being ripped to shreds or eaten alive. We eventually made it back home and ran inside, locking the doors behind us, telling my mom what had happened. Of course, she didn't believe a word we said and laughed it off as a prank and told us, "That's what you get for being in the woods after dark." Wow. Thanks, Mom. I am a Trump-loving redneck from southern Montana. My jurisdiction also includes the Indian reservation for the Crow tribe when it comes to homicides. And that's what this is about. The FBI is also involved as 2 agents have been assigned to the case alongside of my department. For the past month, we have been continuously getting reports of mutilated dead cows from all over the area on the res. And I mean mutilated, shredded, missing pieces, blood everywhere. Something you would see in a horror movie, truly unbelievable. We have reported large dog-like footprints at the scenes of most, along with flesh-marked slashes on some of the cowhides as well. But the issue at hand is that it doesn't match any type of animal we have ever dealt with. There is a rumor spreading around from the local natives about something called a dewayo, but they don't want to talk to me too much about it. Something about the white man not believing in their culture views and all that mumbo-jumbo. I don't believe in monsters, so save me with all that crap, I tell them. So, I posted up here at the Billings Slaughterhouse. It's a large facility for them cows. I'm figuring whatever is out there in this area hasn't hit this place up, and this place is huge. It just passed midnight, and it's colder than a dove up here in the tree. Yes, I can climb. Not all cops are fat, just in case you were wondering. So, I have my rifle and overnight get-ups and coat and all, scoping everything out, and nothing. The night was completely peaceful, until I heard the branches breaking across from me down below, around 20 feet or so. I looked down the lens of my rifle and couldn't believe what I saw. A huge dog-like creature creeping towards the cows outside closest to the fencing. I couldn't believe it. It looked like a huge black wolf, but it walked on its back legs just like a human does, but hunched over like some kind of dog. Its bright red eyes looked about as evil as the devil himself. I got goosebumps all over my body, and I almost lost my balance leaning forward with my rifle, watching the thing getting closer to them cows. I saw it attack at one, ripping it to shreds, blood splattering everywhere, and the cows mooed for help, and the other cows ran off in fear. This monster is real, I thought to myself. It's real, it's really real. I aimed down the lens at the creature's head, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. I sat back in the tree, took a swig of my little bottle of whiskey I kept in my coat pocket to keep me warm, and breathed out. Police sirens soon were heard and visible to the scene of the massacre. I joined everyone yelling out, "Yeah, I got that son of a," when I stopped in my tracks to see what they were looking at. Not the werewolf-looking monster, but some mid-20s Native American boy naked laying in the grass beside the dead cow with blood all over the place. "This can't be," I said. "I shot and killed a werewolf. I didn't kill this boy. You guys have to believe me." This was 3 years ago. I'm writing my story from my prison cell along with my bunkmate Bubba, who makes me do things I don't care to do. But at least I'm safe from that monster. That werewolf. I am a United States Navy sailor stationed in Norfolk, Virginia, on the USS Baton LHD-5. I am writing this in my journal to tell my side, the true side of what happened. If you are reading this, then I am either locked up or I am already dead. Either way, I'm screwed. Me and some buddies were headed out to our petty officer first class house down in Portsmouth for a house party. A party I never made it to. If you know Virginia, then you know it's really woodsy and green. It really is quite beautiful. I was on the 264 highway and I really had to take a pee. Bad. Like in the movie theater, but refusing to get out of your seat until it finishes bad. I'm new to this area, so I just pulled off the next exit and started driving down some dirt road with a lot of trees so I could do my thing in peace without getting caught. It was already dark out without a single cloud in the sky. A full moon and a nice winter breeze chilled my body as I was relieving myself in the nearby bushes. Ooh. And that's when I heard the scream. It sounded like a woman, but I couldn't really tell. I used my phone's flashlight app and started to walk cautiously in the direction that I heard the scream from. I heard branches break and more screams, almost as if she was in a struggle or being attacked. I started running towards the noise, ready to save the day as my adrenaline was on full throttle at that time. When I stopped in shock at the gore. The beast in front of me tearing this woman into pieces and eating her heart right out of her chest. Her ribs have been snapped and her sternum broken into two. The creature acted like it didn't hear me approach and just continued eating. I was in total shock, too stunned to move or run back to my car. Not that I would be able to outrun this thing anyways, but what else could I even do? I am unarmed and pissing myself at this point. I see the hairy black beast stop eating and slowly turning around facing my direction, snarling with its large razor-sharp teeth, with pieces of her flesh hanging like angel hair noodles from its jaw. It started to growl at me, then it leaned up and howled into the sky. I fell back in fright and landed on my ass hard, but felt nothing but fear from what's to come. What was it waiting for? Why wasn't it attacking or eating me? I thought. I thought I'd already be dead. But it did nothing. It just stood there breathing heavy and stared at me with its evil eyes. Maybe it didn't find me appetizing. Or maybe it was my crucifix hanging on my chest. Maybe it was afraid, or there's some rules about the cross that it fears or avoids. I don't know. I'm just scared out of my mind at this point. I hid in the woods for hours writing this down in my journal. I never went anywhere without it. I know, nerd alert, but that's just me. I note everything that interests me, or now what I'm afraid of. I forgot what direction I came from, so now I have no idea where I left my car. It's now 3 a.m. and I'm freezing. There's no cell phone signal out here in the woods, and I'm hearing this creature getting closer to where I'm crouched. I don't think it could see me, but what if it can smell me? Oh God. Maybe it didn't kill me because I interrupted its meal and I was distracting it. What if now it's in the mood for a tender snack? I live in a small village in Oslo, Norway. My family is believed to be the direct blood descendants of Ragnar Lothbrok himself. Of course, there is no scientific proof in that nature, but my grandfather claims it to be true. He swears it on all the old gods and the new. Anyways, during this fall, our small village has been cursed as there is a death almost every week amongst the men, and at least twice as many with the livestock. Last week, my neighbor was found dead in his home, ripped to smithereens on the living room floor with his chest split and his heart was missing. He had a knife in his hand, which did have blood on it, but the police couldn't find any matches to the blood's DNA, but for sure, it wasn't his. I feel our house may be next. I don't know why I am having this feeling or fear, but deep in my gut tells me that trouble is coming. The seer in the village claims the creature to be a beast, a man-eater of sorts. He calls it the Fenrir, the wolf son of Odin the All-Father, and for some reason he is punishing our village. Yet, the old tales of Fenrir, he is supposedly chained up tight somewhere by a magical ribbon made by the dwarfs, and it's unbreakable. Of course, you Christians wouldn't believe in this. It's our gods, not yours, that are punishing us. Tonight, I sent my children to sleep early in their room and I locked it closed from the outside. I just knew something bad was going to happen. If not tonight, then tomorrow, or sometime soon, but I must be ready for anything to protect my family. I sat at my wooden table drinking ale and snacking on some leftovers from dinner earlier that evening. My hand axe laid across the table in front of me, and by now I was starting to have my doubts and feeling like maybe I'm just overthinking everything and being afraid. Yes, I was drunk by the time it happened. It must have been past 1 a.m. My front door bursted open and a heavy chilling wind blew inside my home, giving me goosebumps as I almost had a heart attack by the smashing of my door. Inside the doorway was this huge black wolf with bright red eyes. It had to be at least 5 foot tall on all fours. It slowly walked inside and stopped. It was smickering at me as it stared. It then hopped on its back legs and spoke.
Good night. You have lost faith in me. You all have. It is time.
It said to me. I couldn't speak. The wolf was talking. I was in total shock. You? Who? What?
I mumbled.
Stop at once.
It yelled.
Don't you know me, boy?
Then there was silence. I couldn't answer. I didn't know what to say. The wolf came closer, opening its large mouth with razor-sharp teeth already bloody like I was in its first meal tonight. I grabbed my axe and thought of my children and prayed that this thing wouldn't go into their room after it kills me. But it was far too late. The large beast heaped onto my body within a blink of an eye, ripping out my jugular with its jaws. I gurgled, trying to breathe as blood drowned my airways, its heavy body cracking my rib cage and its giant claws ripping into my sides, exposing my innards. Whether I truly did deserve this death or not will never be foretold, but tonight is the last night of my life, and I hope to see Valhalla. Please, make sure my blade is in my hand when I die, so I may join my forefathers around the table with ale and hump the finest maidens for all time.
This happened to me in July of 1985. I was living in Kentucky at the time in an undisclosed location. My family has owned property that's been in my family's generation for a very long time and is surrounded by a bunch of wilderness. Let me give you a lay of the land. In the front of the house, it's open yard and our driveway, which is roughly 300 yards and leads to a gravel road. To the left side of our house is our vegetable garden, which is roughly about 16 by 20 feet. And then I would say about another 100 yards of open pasture, followed by a wood line. Behind our house is probably about 20 to 30 feet, and then more wood line. Now, the wood line behind the house keeps going and connects with the wood line on both sides of the house and the pasture. There's also about 100 or so yards of pasture on the right side of the house as well, and then again, more woodline. About 50 yards out on the right side of the house, past the vegetable garden, I have a small tool shed where I keep all my stuff. One night, my wife and I were inside eating dinner, and it was roughly 8 p.m. I remember because it was still sunny outside, but the sun was just starting to set. I started to get a really ominous feeling, and I noticed the hair starting to stand up on my neck and arms. Now, I should note that I had the windows open for a breeze, and out here in Kentucky, you could really hear the wildlife. I noticed that it was really quiet outside as well. Something wasn't quite right. Of course, I wasn't going to tell my wife, so I just brushed it off and continued to have dinner. When not even 5 minutes later, I hear this bang crash sound by the shed. From where I'm sitting, we have a window in which I could perfectly see the shed and the garden. Even in the dusk, I was able to make out and see that there really wasn't anything visually out of place, which I thought was odd. I decided to go grab my .22, which I keep by the door, and go investigate. I just remember walking over to grab my rifle, and right as I put my hand on the door, it's almost like my instincts kicked in, and my entire body just told me don't go out there, whatever you do. It was the strangest sensation I've ever felt in my life. It's as if I was frozen in fear. So I sat there for a minute, and I waited. I didn't hear anything outside that wasn't normally there, and it continued to stay perfectly silent. So much so that you could hear a pin drop. Now, my wife is freaking out because she senses it too, And I decided to close up all the curtains and lock all the doors. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I just felt in every fiber of my being that it wasn't safe to be outside. Me and my wife decided to go in our bedroom and try and get some sleep for the night. I remember closing my eyes, but there's no way me sleeping was going to happen anytime soon. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is my wife waking me up and hushing me. In a panicked whisper, she was telling me that there's somebody outside of our window. Now, where we live, I know that's impossible since we are miles away from our nearest neighbor. I turned to look over at the window she was pointing to, and just like out of a horror movie, I see the silhouette of a wolf standing upright in our window. The moon was definitely out that night because it was illuminating this thing, whatever it was standing outside the window. It had sharp pointy ears with little tufts of hair on the top of its head, and its entire head was massive and shaped like a wolf. Now, something to note is that our window is like 7 feet off the ground, so this thing had to have been tall and standing to even get its head in the whole window view. And we have those really thin curtains, you know, the ones that cover your window, but just enough to where you can't see anything outside. But if something were to stand in the way, you could definitely make out a silhouette. It wasn't even more than 5 seconds until I first saw it, and that started growling. And it was so deep and guttural, I'm honestly surprised I didn't urinate on myself right there. And then it reached out with its hands and started tapping on the window like it wanted us to let it in, like it wanted us to know we were out there, like it wanted us to know we were vulnerable prey. At this point, my wife is entirely hysterical, and I run out of the room to go grab my rifle from earlier. I run back to the front door and grab the gun, not caring what my instincts tell me, and open the front door to run outside to the side of the house where this thing is. It takes me maybe 5 to 10 seconds to run out to where the window is, and it's nowhere to be seen. I'm looking all around our house, and I want to go back inside. Of course, I don't have a flashlight with me, and the only lights are coming from inside the house, and the porch light, which is just barely illuminating where I am on the outside. I stood outside for a minute or two, looking for this thing, and I didn't see anything. What freaks me out is my hair was still standing up, and the forest was still super quiet. After about a minute, I walked back in the house and checked up on my wife, who is still at this point hysterical, and I asked her what had happened. She said it just left. Her and I weren't really sure what to do at that point, so we just sat there and waited for this thing to come back. It never did the rest of the night, and I don't think her and I fell back asleep until maybe 5 in the morning. Obviously, this was a long time ago, but that was the only time I've ever encountered such a beast. I've never encountered anything like it since, and I hope I never do. I live in Ohio and have ever since I was a little kid. I am now in my mid-30s, and just a couple of years ago, I went camping with my now wife and heard things that I cannot explain. We went on a weekend camping vacation on one of the Great Lakes, actually, and every single night near our tent, we would hear these strange sounds. The first night, we were awoken to a really low growl of a rumble. This growl was honestly the most guttural I've ever heard and sent vibrations through both of our bodies. If this was a predator making this noise, it had definitely had to be a huge one, and had to be the size of a tractor. It would go on and off for a few hours, and then it just stopped. The next night, we kept hearing what sounded like a woman screaming or being murdered, not even a few hundred yards away from our tent, and it circled all around us all night long. I've heard people talk about the Michigan Dogman and other things like that, and even people seeing sightings and reports of this general area, but I've never actually seen anything myself. After that camping weekend though, and after hearing all the strange noises and knowing the general wildlife that lives in the area, I can't be so certain anymore what's actually out there and what actually is not out there. My name is Gray, and I have owned property out in Tulsa County, Oklahoma for the majority of my life. My parents had bought it when they were really young, and it's since been passed down to me. So when I die here in the next 20 to 30 years, I'll pass it down to my kids or my grandkids. I had a very strange experience a few months back. Before I continue on with my story, let me kind of give you an idea of how my property looked. We had a small one-story house, followed by pastures on all sides of the house. Past the pastures was woodline, but these pastures were pretty large. I'd say at least a few hundred yards in each direction. Not too far from the house was my chicken coop. It was a beautiful, quiet evening in April, and it was starting to get dusky outside. My dog Cinderella, who's an old lab and has been my faithful companion for all these years in this house, started acting funny. She started whooping and hollering and whining and growling out the window, looking over at the chicken coop. I told her, "Quiet, old girl. There ain't nothing out there that's gonna get you." That time went on, and she just got more and more anxious, and finally, she started erupting into a continuous barking with her hair standing straight up on her head, and at that point, I said, "Doggone it, what's going on with you?" Her gaze never left the coop. I figured if there's something going on, she would pick up on it, and this made me uneasy. She went back to ferociously barking, and then went really nervous again and started pacing around. It wasn't even a minute before she ran out of the front door towards the coop. Since it was a nice day and evening out, I left the front door open and the screen door open to let all the airflow come through. My dog goes running towards the chicken coop, and now I'm freaking out. I go running after her, and I'm not even 30 feet away from this coop at this point, and I see this. The only way I could describe it was a classic werewolf. I see this werewolf stand up from behind the chicken coop, and my dog immediately stops in her tracks and just starts cowering. This thing was mostly black with tufts of gray and brown that looks like it ran through its fur, but it had a mane almost like a lion and really sharp pointed ears. What terrified me the most is the way it looked into my soul with its piercing yellow amber-like eyes, like it was observing me and watching what I do and move. It didn't show any signs of aggression, nor did it lift or move any of its body other than just standing up and staring straight at me. After what felt like an eternity, it literally just turned, dropped down to all fours, and ran off towards the woodline. At this point, I was freaking out and ran back inside with my dog, so I can barely even get to move. I locked all the doors and windows and then realized that if I called the police out here, they're never going to believe me. I've lived here for a long time, and so if my parents and I have never encountered any such thing, now I'm worried that my chickens are in danger. I didn't know what I could possibly do besides lock up my windows and doors. Wish me luck. I'm going to take this into my own hands. So, a little bit about me. I'm in my early 40s, and I adore the outdoors, and have been doing it all my life with my father. Him and I have been hunting, fishing, hiking, and exploring the woods together for as long as I can remember. He's right, and I've learned everything from him. He's a crazy old man too, and he's still going, even at 67 years old. Me and my dad experienced something together hiking that we both can't really explain, but we both have a really bad feeling about it. This happened to us when we were hiking around the woods of Mississippi in the National Forest of October 2010. Since him and I have been out in the woods together so much, there's really nothing that we're not prepared for or afraid of. Being avid outdoorsmen for well over half of your life, you come to a point where you kind of run into everything the woods has to offer you, or so you think. I'm still not sure exactly what me and my father saw that day in October, but I know it wasn't natural, and I know it was something that wasn't supposed to be there. We had gone hiking for the day, and were probably about 3 to 4 hours into our hike when we reached an area in the forest that kind of dips down, almost kind of like a ravine, but only by about 20 or so feet. In this steep, though, was a very large open space where trees didn't really grow, and it was just a clearing. Now, this clearing stretched for probably about 100 yards to maybe another 100 yards. It was rather large. Me and my father stopped at the top of this little cliff and just took in our surroundings and sat for a minute. We usually take a break about every couple hours and have a pretty good endurance, so we're about to start pulling out some snacks and water when we both start getting a really weird feeling. We ignored it at first and started eating, but I noticed within minutes I started feeling it more and more. Do you know that innate fear when you know that a large alpha predator is in the area? That's what it felt like we were being stalked and watched. I spoke up to my father that something doesn't feel right. We needed to be on our feet and be prepared. When I spoke to him, he was already looking off in the woods, and it seemed like his old eyes were still very sharp because they caught something off in the distance. He didn't reply back to me, but after a few seconds, he calmly said, "Look over there behind those trees," in a hushed whisper. Now, I've been doing this with my dad for a very long time, and as I've already told you, it's pretty rare that my dad gets scared, and when I looked up at him and he had that whisper to me, the fear on his face scared me straight because I knew it was something serious. I looked out and sure enough, behind a few of the trees, you could see a rather large shape. At first, I couldn't quite make it out exactly what it was, so my first instinct was that maybe it was a bear. But we only get smaller black bears here in the south, so it couldn't have been. Whatever this thing was extremely large, and then I went to thinking possibly a grizzly bear? But it was just so dark, and as I'm processing this, I whispered to my dad, "Is that a bear?" He whispered back to me now that this thing looks bigger. At this point, we had been watching it for a few moments, but it started to come towards us into the clearing. Now, keep in mind, this thing was probably only about 4 or 5 trees into the woodline of the clearing. This thing starts moving toward us, and so we could start to make out more details of what it was. It stopped right at the tree line and just stared in our direction. What we were looking at was some monstrously tall wolf on 2 legs. This thing was built like a bodybuilder, but was so black I couldn't really make out any details of the face, since it was roughly still 100 yards away. I can tell its ears were far more pointed, and its head was enormous. Its arms looked really huge, and it looked to have what looks like hands with claws on them. Its legs just resembled that of a dog's, but thicker and more muscular, and a tapered off waist. I didn't see a tail at all. Me and my dad sat there and just stared at this thing for another couple of minutes. It didn't move. It just stayed stationary, staring off at us. It didn't even make any noises, and I didn't smell anything. I had had enough though at this point. I just told my dad we need to get out of there, and we immediately just packed up our stuff real quick and got out and left. Since that encounter, we actually haven't gone back to that national forest, and probably never will. My dad to this day doesn't really like to talk about it, and I'll be honest, it definitely makes me uncomfortable. I've lived down here in Baton Rouge for the majority of my life, as well as the South. I'm now 29, and I clear away from any swamp exploration like I like to do a lot of. It all started back when me and my friends were just teenagers. We just had a knack for hiking and wanted to explore the swamps and all the beautiful areas around the state. That was all good and gravy for a while until just about 4 years ago, we came into this abandoned house that was pretty boarded up along one of the swamps that no one really ever goes to. We had traversed quite a few miles in to where you can't go to, and that's when things started to get a little more hairy. It's crazy to traverse into territory that hasn't really been touched by a lot of people, or so it feels like in a very long time. The house we had found had definitely been abandoned for probably well over 40 years, and actually, to my surprise, had barely any, if all, graffiti, and looked like it was just worn and torn down from weathering for the most part. The doors were missing in, and the windows were missing. But other than that, the structure wasn't too terribly damaged. Being avid explorers, we were wanting to go in and check it out. We first entered into the living room that practically everything was missing from, and the walls were scratched up and torn up. As soon as we stepped into the living room, the thick, sweet, sickly smell of wet dog and rotting meat and blood filled the air. This immediately made me and my buddy really nervous, as we're probably about 7 miles out into the wilderness. Why would there be rotting meat and wet dog around? As we exited the living room down a hallway, the smell was coming from an open door at the end of the hall that led down a flight of stairs into darkness, which would be presumably the basement. As we got to the entrance of the stairs, we shone our flashlights down, but it was so dark we couldn't see anything, and neither of us were really wanted to go down and check it out. It didn't feel right, and already at this point I feel like there was something living in the house. The smell was so incredibly strong at the top of the stairs, it was hard to keep from gagging. It was utterly repulsive. Something was nesting down there in the basement, and we weren't about to go and find out. I think once we really got a really strong whiff of what it was, we kind of hightailed it out of there and got the hell out of Dodge. Looking back on the encounter, I am not surprised some sort of animal was living down there. It's the perfect place. It's secluded by miles and miles of dense swamp and brush all around, and protected by an old structure that had been long abandoned years ago, with nobody bothering you. I think we just stumbled upon the den of something we were never supposed to come across. I can't say that it was necessarily a dogman or anything like that. I honestly don't know what it was, but I can't think of a reason why the pungent smell of wet dog and rotting meat would be so present. This encounter happened to my wife last year while working the night shift and coming home at about 4 a.m. We live out in a pretty rural area, and we have a lot of desolate rural road to get back to our house. As she was driving home early one morning, she had her windows rolled down since it was August morning, and she began to hear something really loud run behind her vehicle. She said it was dark enough that you couldn't exactly make out details, but you could definitely see something, and that there was an outline of something behind her, very large, running and keeping up with her vehicle. This terrified her, as my wife initially told me she thought it was someone's loose Great Dane or something that had just gotten out, and she's terrified of big dogs due to an incident she had with a neighbor's mastiff when she was a child. My wife is doing roughly 40 to 45 down this road, and so she decides to speed it up to about 50, close to 60, and this thing, whatever it was behind her, now is running alongside her driver's side window, and now she's really freaking the hell out. She's looking over at this thing, and she said it looked like the most evil, demonic wolf she has ever seen in her life, and she swears that it looked over and smirked at her in the most menacing, nefarious way. She said it looked a little bit like a hyena crossed with a wolf, crossed with a man. That's also when she told me that she shot it into high gear and sped up to about 80 miles an hour. Now, luckily for my wife, the stretch of road she was currently on was pretty straight, with a minimal amount of curves in it. She said that after a short amount of time, the wolf creature thing stopped following her, and she ultimately lost sight of it. As soon as she got home, she was panicked and pale as a ghost, and was still freaking out and crying. She was honestly a nervous wreck there for a while. She tells me whatever it was just there to scare her, and that she feels like it was so powerful and so evil that if it wanted to get her, it could have, but it just toyed with her, let her know that it was just there as its prey. She still works at the same place and still drives the same route basically because it's really the only way to get to work, but has not had any encounters with it ever since that day. I was driving home late at night, probably about 11:30 or so at night. There was only ever a few other cars on the road. I came across a bend in the road, and as it curves around, something large and black ran across the road, and as my headlights hit it, it looked like a deformed-looking hyena-wolf cross hybrid, or something weird like that. I've never seen an animal that looked so strange, and it looked like it was uncomfortable in its own skin, like it couldn't move properly, and its front legs were longer than its body allowed. It cleared the road pretty quickly though, but it just freaked me out due to the sheer size of this thing. It was humongous, and I've never seen a wolf or animal that looks anything like what I saw. I literally had to slam on my brakes since it jumped right out in front of my car and trailed off across the road. My windows were rolled down, but I didn't smell anything, nor did it make any noise, and I did not see any eye shine. I haven't really told anybody about this since they'll think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you this is exactly what I saw that night. I was driving around really late one night. It was probably 1 in the morning, and I was getting back from a friend's party. Now, the neighborhood I live in is obviously residential, but we're surrounded by a lot of thick woods. There's a long stretch of road, maybe about a mile, and there's thicket on both sides of the road that separates the residential area to another. I was driving this road, heading back to my place, and I probably had about a good 3 minutes until I hit the general neighborhood area. As I'm driving, I noticed some eye shine coming from the right side of the road, but I wasn't quite sure what it was. I figured maybe it was just a deer, but as I started to get closer, within seconds, I noticed it was the hugest wolf head I've ever seen in my life staring up at me from the thicket. What scares me is we don't have wolves around here, and the thicket and bramble is pretty tall, and so for this thing's head to be above it would have to be well over 8 feet tall. As I get closer and drive past it, all I literally saw was a giant wolf head staring at me through the bramble, or at least its head sticking out. What's weird is I've looked up other dogman encounters and other reports about having glowing eyes, etc. But these eyes were just normal eye shine like you would if you were to shine your headlights on a deer. It just didn't feel right though. The head was too huge, and there's no reason any wolf head should be 8 feet off the ground in the middle of thorns and bramble at night. It still gives me the creeps to think about. Oh, and I'm sure it doesn't help too that we're surrounded by a lot of thick woods in the entire area, so there's that. Plus, there's many deer that traverse, so this thing would have plenty of food to use. This encounter happened to me back in 1979 in El Paso, Texas. This was back in my early 20s when I lived out there. I later moved on out of the area and stayed for reasons of employment, and I'm glad I did. What I encountered that night still gives me nightmares to this day, and I will never go back. In my early 20s, I reached a pretty good spot financially due to my uncle getting me into real estate and doing it with me, and so we were making pretty good money at it. So I was just a single guy, no wife, no kids, just living by myself, living the typical bachelor life. Well, one thing I loved to do was take morning walks, and I would walk about 5 miles every morning to stay in shape. I love adventure though, and would usually hike outside of town. This particular hike occurred at Mammoth's Trunk Trail, a little ways out of town. This hike is pretty rigid with a lot of rocks and hills, but after making my way a little bit through is when I had my encounter. I got up around 4 or 5 in the morning and began my walk. I had done this trail before, so at one point or another I had veered off the path quite a bit, and after being about a couple hours into my hike, I needed to relieve myself naturally. I'm standing there behind a very large stone, pissing on the ground, when I begin to hear a really low growl, and it sounds like it's coming from about 10 feet away from me. I looked over my shoulder, and literally, not even 10 feet away, standing there, is the largest wolf I've ever seen in my life. At this point, I just urinate all over my foot as I'm frozen in fear, looking at this wolf that's literally the size of a buffalo. This thing had piercing amber eyes, and its teeth didn't even look right. They were really large, and it kind of had a hyena look to it, like if you went to cross a wolf with a hyena. I honestly thought it was going to attack me and kill me, but then after a few seconds, I heard the voices of some nearby distant hikers, and immediately, this thing looked over with its ears perked up, kind of like how a dog does when he hears something. As it looked over, I looked over to the nearby voices I was hearing, and I looked back towards the wolf, and it was gone. I didn't even see it leave. Apparently, these other people who I was hearing and also veered off the path in the same direction I was conveniently, and they were maybe only about 100 feet away. The way sound travels in this area is strange, and they sounded much closer, which I was actually hoping for. After pissing all over my own foot and leg and losing all the good in me, I ran out to these people and told them they needed to leave and that there's a really large predator in the area. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I sat there trying to convince them of what just happened to me, and they seemed like after some time thought I was genuine enough to convince them. So I don't know what happened back there, if that was a dogman or what. Whatever it was wasn't standing up. It was on all fours, but I know wolves don't get to that size. I'm not sure if it was a dire wolf or not, but it was literally the largest predator I've ever seen in my life. It was easily the size of a lion, if not bigger. This encounter happened to me just a few years ago when I went camping with my brother, my dad, and my uncle out in Wisconsin in the U.S.A. National Wildlife Refuge. For those of you who aren't familiar with the area, it's basically a giant bog with a variety of other trees like aspens and oaks, etc. The wildlife is pretty extensive and diverse too, with all sorts of birds and critters, so we knew going into it that it's probable we would run into something, but not like something we actually did encounter. My dad always keeps a rifle on him, and we have flares and other forms of safety equipment and tools to ward away potentially threatening animals. We usually do since we enjoy camping a lot, and it's just good to be prepared. We're actually residing in Texas at the moment and live down there, but our uncle lives up here in Wisconsin, so we like to visit him every year up here and do a big hiking trip together. Now, this camping trip began for our usual spring break week-long camping trip. We hiked into the bog about 6 or 7 miles and decided to set up camp. Usually, what we'll do is our first day, we'll hike for about 5 to 10 miles and set up camp, and then spend the next few days exploring the area and hiking before we move camp and venture even further. We came to a really nice little clearing next to a rather large swamp. Even being in March, it was still pretty comfortable to be in. We set up camp, cooked wieners over the fire, and drank beer, and then crashed out for the night. All I can say is I'm glad this happened on our first night before we got too far into the swamp. I awoke sometime in the middle of the night to some noise in our camp and some scratching on our tent. At first, I thought it was another camper going through our stuff, but I realized we were quite a ways out in the middle of nowhere. There's no way somebody is out here going through our stuff. It sounded like a large animal, and I know the bog is home to many and much variety of wildlife, but I could hear this thing breathing and wheezing. Whatever it was sounded huge and bipedal. It sounded at times like it was stomping around our campsite, but then it would just stop for a moment and then growl really heavily. Think of like a wolf's growl, but magnify that times 100. You could literally feel the bass of the vibrations through your body. For some strange reason, my brother, my father, and my uncle must have really drank a lot because they were passed out hard. Of course, I was the only one awake while this was going on, and now I'm freaking out in my sleeping bag. It's pitch black outside, and I don't have a firearm or any weapon to access directly. It wasn't even a second later that this thing comes right next to the tent, and I could hear it not even 2 feet away, growling and breathing. It was so terrifying. The best way I can describe it to you is it literally sounded like there was a lion that was 3 times its normal size right outside of our tent, snarling and growling. It stood there for a moment and then paced around our tent a couple times, and then all of a sudden, as soon as it came, it left. It wasn't until after it left that I noticed the noise in the swamp started to come back. Now that I think about it and look back, while that thing was stomping around, all noise outside of our tent was pretty much pin drop silent. Even though this whole thing only lasted maybe 10 minutes at most. I feel literally traumatized and I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I explained to my uncle and my brother and father the next morning when it happened, and they chalked it up to me just seeing or hearing a really large wolf or some other large predator in the area and thought it would be in everyone's best interest to pack up and leave. Even though they didn't necessarily believe what I had to say, I did appreciate though that they at least kept in mind safety precautions and were at least convinced enough that there was some large predator out there in the area that they were unaware of. If you're ever in central Wisconsin, stay out of the bog. There's nothing in there for any of us. It's not too often one reports seeing or having indications of a cryptid with a normal animal. If they are believed to be real, however, humans can't be the only things they interact with, and not every animal out there is vulnerable. This was not a report I myself witnessed, but instead one my grandmother told me about that my aunt later corroborated independently. so I think they're trustworthy. At the time, I'll note there wasn't much talk of dogmen, as this was about a decade before the infamous song came out, though there was talk of wolves or werewolf-like monsters in Appalachia for a long time, so my aunt and grandmother just always called it that wolf thing. For a little background, my grandparents' currently aunt's home is in backwoods of western Grayson County, Virginia, which, to this day, is still sparsely populated outside one or two large towns on the east side, and back then it was even less so. Extremely thick forest with hilly terrain in all directions. You have to get on a dirt path and follow it for about half a mile to get to a gravel-covered side road, and then follow it for about 30 minutes to reach a very small town just across the North Carolina border. If you go a short ways north, you find yourself at the Blue Ridge Mountains and Parkway, and that leads up into the Appalachian proper. The forest is mostly low-lying shrubs up to around 4 feet high, with pine and a lot of black oak trees making up the canopy. There is a very clear stream about 30 yards from the house, which has fish quite frequently. This, along with wild blackberries, tender leaf shrubs, and some apple trees, make it very lucrative for wildlife. The house itself is an old 2-story house, built onto an incline of the hill that overlooks it. This was back in the 1970s. My aunt believes it was 1978 to be exact, as she was finishing high school at the time. My father had graduated from college and was going on to the Air Force, so he had already moved out. My grandfather, although he was old enough to retire, liked to remain busy, so he worked his old job as an electrician and power pole technician. Just now, in an advisory role because he was getting up there in years. He had just gotten the contract down in North Carolina, so he was away from the house for about a week and a half. This left only my 17-year-old aunt and grandmother at the house at the time. As I said, there usually was a lot of wildlife in the area. A typical morning for my grandmother was making breakfast and sitting out on her porch, watching deer and the rabbits eat at the shrubbery. Sometimes she would also see or hear a bobcat, fox, or coyote about. On one occasion, a mountain lion and her cubs strolled right past the house. One animal she was familiar with in particular was a very large black bear who could be recognized by folks around those parts from a white patch on his chest and a hole in his left ear. My grandmother nicknamed him Captain because he had a habit of sitting up on his haunches and reaching up with his paws to pick apples, a motion that looked like he was saluting. Captain was a very big black bear, but wasn't very aggressive unless tested. He seemed to have an agreement with my grandmother and grandfather that if they left him alone, he would leave them alone. He just strolled by the house every now and then to have some blackberries on the bushes, or apples that had fallen down, which meant he came by the house's yards often, as he was too big to climb trees much more, and the fruit trees around the house were low enough that he could reach up and pick the food. My grandfather guesstimated he was somewhere in the 500 to 600 pound range, and roughly 6 feet tall, as my grandfather once measured some scratch marks he left on a tree. During the week, my grandmother noticed a fairly sharp decline in the animals nearby. It was the latter part of the summer and a wet season, so most of the plants were full bloom and the leaves were at their tenderest. Yet she couldn't see any of the rabbits or deer coming to graze. A coyote she had heard yapping every night for the past month seemed to vanish. A few neighbors, by neighbors I mean people who lived within 5 miles, who stopped by told her something had taken their dog and their chicken coop had been smashed into. They assumed the mountain lion that lurked about had done it, since it was the only thing that could have feasibly taken down a large farm dog, as they had seen Captain, the only other predator nearby big enough to take down an 80-pound farm dog. The day after, in a completely different area, gorging himself on a dead deer. They checked around and couldn't find anything. The next night, my grandmother was woken up by my aunt, who told her that she heard something bang against the outside of her wall. They checked around in the morning after and found one of the deer butchered with a bloody smear on the wall. Judging from the way the gravel was disturbed, the deer had been walking by the house when something ambushed it, and in the struggle, it got smacked against the wall. My grandmother, having grown up in the woods, was familiar with predator kills and methods. Mountain lions tend to jump on the back and rake their claws across the flanks to hold on as they bite the neck. Black bears will usually break the neck or the back with their paws while biting the head. And the rare occasions coyotes attack deer, they usually do it by biting down on the inside of the leg and twisting to rip the muscle and arteries. This kill clearly had the throat ripped out, but there weren't any claw marks to be found, and the bite looked narrower than what a cougar would do. Plus, she could gander there was only one predator from the way the ground had been disturbed, which didn't make any sense for coyotes as they typically hunted in pairs, since just one alone isn't usually enough to bring down a full-grown deer. After disposing of the carcass, the next few nights were relatively uneventful, except for the fact that several times my aunt or grandmother would be woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of something panting outside. Now, in these woods, you can hear a pin drop if it's close enough, and at some points, they could swear the animal making the panting was directly outside the wall. One day, my grandmother was picking some berries when she noticed what looked like dog tracks of a very large hound growing through a mudflat bordering the nearby stream. Thinking it might be the missing farm dog who had maybe just ran away, she followed the tracks until she heard something loudly growling at her from across the stream. She looked up to see the partially obscured face of what looked like a large, bulky brown-colored coyote or wolf standing in a thicket on the other side of the stream. She quickly began to back away, glancing back only to check her footing on the slope that led down to the stream. When she looked back, she saw the very distinct canine face in much greater detail because the animal had moved out from under cover. But instead of stepping out of the leaves like she thought it did at first, she soon noticed that it was instead standing up on its hind legs and peering over the shrubs. Now, she had seen canines stand upright before. Dogs do it, foxes can do it, coyotes sometimes do it. It was the size that took her off guard. She had been to that exact same thicket of shrubs just the other day, and her head only just barely reached the top. My grandmother was around 5'3". This thing had its head pitched clear over the shrubs with a little bit of extra visibility. And usually, when a predator is making no attempt to hide, it's usually because it's trying to intimidate somebody. My grandmother managed to back away to the hill without turning around, and when she started to get out of sight, the creature stepped out of the thicket on its hind legs. It strolled forward in a very uncanny way. She had trouble describing, but she insisted it never went back down on all fours. Needless to say, she ran to the house in a backpedal sprint. That night they heard the panting along with a distant howl and scraping sounds. They found the garage door, back door frame, and kitchen window frame all had claw marks on them from something investigating them. The canine creature was seen a few more times across the week by my grandmother and the neighbors, usually on or near the area of my family's property. My aunt finally saw it when she saw a pair of fuzzy ears outside of her window. Now, she wasn't startled right off the bat from this, as Captain had come by her window a few times before, and she gradually lost some fear of the big bear over the years. But in this case, his ears just barely reached the edge of the windowsill, whereas in this case, you could clearly see them at the top of their owner's head. She quickly realized it wasn't the bear because of the pointed shape, brown coloring, and the fact that it had two fully intact ears. They also started to detect a very pungent smell on a side door porch, one time finding what looked like some urinal or some other liquid stains on it, suggesting an animal had scent marked it to claim the spot. It all came to a head on a Wednesday night when they heard howling in the distance grow closer. My grandmother flipped on a porch light and glimpsed the canine animal quickly, sprinting across the lawn on its hind legs again, her sighting confirming how big it was. She'd seen timber wolves at the zoo up to 150 pounds, and she was certain this was at least a bit more than twice that size. For several hours of the night, they could hear it roaming around the property and pressing against doors like it was trying to find a way in. They glimpsed at several points eyeshine of yellow eyes peering in through the windows, as well as broad, long-fingered paws being pushed against the glass briefly. This was the day and age before cell phones and 24-hour police service in some rural areas, so no one had a means of immediately calling the police. Instead, my grandmother had to wait for minutes on a dial line with connection difficulty trying to call the police station 2 towns over. She was distracted by my aunt screaming, running into the bedroom to get one of the guns out. She had been sitting in the living room when she felt clicking against the glass and saw the wolf thing pressing its face and baring its teeth against the surface with its claws fully outstretched. Both of them started to try to get the rifles or shotguns out. It was becoming increasingly clear the creature was trying to get into the house and knew they were in there. They heard it panting through a wall before there was the sound of heavy footsteps and a very loud thump, with a flash of fur on the edge of the window. They ran to the innermost room, the pantry locker, and stayed in there with guns. Now, it's not like in the movies when creatures roar, snarl, and hiss constantly, no matter what they're doing. But they did hear a commotion outside. My aunt and grandmother hadn't the faintest idea what was going on and didn't investigate until the morning after. But they could tell something was antagonizing something, as occasional grunts, barks, and rumbles were audible through the blackness for about a minute and then gradually moved off. They found no bodies, but there had been clearly a ferocious altercation. The ground was ripped up in multiple spots. The wall had a dent in it, and there were some oxidized blood traces on the grass and dirt. My mother also found a trail where something had charged through the shrubs and recovered several vague dog prints, as well as wider tracks moving the same direction. The animals all seemed to come back by the end of the week, and the howls stopped. When my grandfather came back home, he, my aunt, and some neighbors surveyed the area to make sure they couldn't find the wolf creature. Evidently, the neighbors had also heard howls around their property at night that stopped recently too. They couldn't find it despite surveying the whole property, though they did find what looked like a trackway leading out of the property and running off into the mountains. Several days later, my grandmother saw Captain again, marking his territory by rubbing up against a tree in their yard and scratching the bark. He had several cuts across his muzzle, was missing patches of fur, and had some healed bite wounds on his arm. And the hole in his ear had now been torn open to the point he was missing half the ear flap. But other than that, and a slight limp that went away with time, he was fine. My aunt joked he looked rather proud of himself. When he was told about the urine-like smell on the doorstep, when the wolf creature was running amok, my grandfather speculated it was trying to claim the territory. Usually, black bears are relatively docile, but evidently, Captain took issue with this newcomer imposing on his space and became aggressive. So what my grandmother and aunt heard that one night was the bear charging while it was distracted and engaging the intruder. While the wolf-looking creature was taller, it seemed skinnier and less massive. And apparently, in a confrontation and threat displays that likely followed, sheer bulk won. Apparently, it decided it wasn't worth claiming this spot if it meant having to square off with a 1/4 ton of claws and teeth for it. Captain had run the intruder off to protect his territory and, coincidentally, helped my family. As a thank you, and so he could recover his strength quicker, my grandmother trimmed the apple trees to down all the fruit and let the bear enjoy himself without feeding him directly. Didn't want to associate humans with food. Winter would be in a few months, and she wanted him to fatten up so he could stick around for the next year, just in case. As she put it, the forest will always have a boss, and it's better to have one who's not interested in eating you. Decades have gone by, and while both my grandparents and Captain have now passed, the Dogman creature never returned. There's been about 3 black bears who've moved into Captain's place since, and each has grown about as big as he was. Thankfully, that seems to have been enough to ward off any large canines. Since this happened, I actually asked my aunt about it, and she added on some details. She thinks Captain and the wolf creature might have had an encounter prior, as a few days before the fight, the neighbors heard a loud ruckus in the forest near their small farm. The wolf creature was howling again, and their surviving dog would bark or occasionally howl back, only to hear the wolf howl get closer. That's when they heard this loud, booming bellow from the hills on the other side of the house. My aunt might have heard the same racket on a different night. For years, she didn't know it was calling back until she saw a trained black bear for movies give a roar on cue. Black bears only very rarely roar, but they are still capable. The howl stopped, as did the bellowing, after a few more calls. This was a few days before the wolf creature attacked the house, so it might have been Captain had been patrolling his territory, and they had more than one run-in. To this day, I can't say for certain exactly what it was, but I know it had sinister intentions. I've been born and raised close to around Ann Arbor, Michigan my entire life and have never encountered anything weird or out of the ordinary. I'm an avid hiker and outdoorsman and have seen it all when it comes to wildlife. I know much of my teenager years and early 20s was riddled with tales of the supposed dogman that lives out in the wilderness, but I have never encountered such a thing, or at least I thought until more recently. This happened to me just a month ago. I'm still having a harder time processing exactly what happened. I usually like to hike and traverse through miles and miles of wilderness. As I'm hiking through the woods, I just had this odd feeling that I'm being watched, and it's making me more and more uncomfortable as I go on. I continuously look around and check my surroundings, but I don't see anything. After a short amount of time, maybe not even a half hour later, the woods start to get silent. Now, for those of you who aren't exactly outdoors people, this usually happens when there is a large predator in the area, like a mountain lion or of the such. The only thing I can think of, though, would be a black bear, which is the only really kind of bear there is in Michigan. But I seriously doubt a black bear would be stalking me like this. I've also dealt with black bear in the past, and I've never had an experience anywhere close to what I was having with any black bear. I continued to track on back to my truck, having only gone about 3 or so miles into the woods. And that's when I started to smell the sweet smell of death, rotting meat, and wet dog. It was so strong. At this point, I definitely start picking up the pace, and I began jogging back to my truck. I knew whatever I was smelling couldn't be too far away, and as soon as I started jogging, I could hear this thing keeping up pace with me, whatever it was. It couldn't have been more than 20 yards behind me. I pretty much refused to turn around and look, and I literally kept my pace all the way until I made it to the tree line and ran to my truck, and I got the hell out of there. What's weird and also scares me at the same time is that whatever this was, I'm sure could have easily gotten me and taken me out, but it didn't. It just kept pace with me, like it was trying to shoo me off of its territory. It's really going to affect everything now, from the way I hike to where I hike. I guess there's just some things in the wilderness we were never meant to discover. My encounter takes place when I was 19. When I was a little younger than that, my parents split up in a really nasty divorce, but always stayed about 5 or so miles within each other, so that way me and my brother would be able to go back and forth and maintain a good, healthy relationship with both parents. We lived in a smaller town, so a lot of the times we would just walk to the other parent's house. One of the most popular ways we would do this is walk the dike to my dad's house. To give you a little bit of an idea, there's a dike that runs all the way up to the upper part of town where my mom is, to the lower part of town, which is a few miles away. Now, you can take this little pathway, which is right next to the train tracks and a river. This pathway is called a dike, and as you're walking there, there's about a 20-foot clearing on your left-hand side, followed by the woods. On your right-hand side is a little bit of a drop-off by maybe 5 or 7 feet, followed by some train tracks, followed by more brush, followed by the riverbank and then the river. This pathway is pretty long and extends for a few miles, and there's really only seldom few streetlights here and there that are out there. On this particular night, me and my brother, who were 19 and 16 at the time, are walking from my mother's to my father's down this dike. It's roughly about 8 p.m., if I remember correctly. It was definitely dark out, so it wasn't summer yet. Keep in mind we're the only ones out walking this right now, and this is pretty common for us since we walk this dike often, and we know that it's fairly low traffic. On this particular night, though, we were walking and we start hearing some strange noises by the riverbank. It's not really that uncommon. Sometimes homeless people and younger kids like to go down there and drink and party, so we didn't really think anything of it. But the noises we did hear sounded like a horse or something that large was trapped and trying to get out, or something like that. I really don't know just how else to describe it. It was just very strange, but all I can make out was that whatever was making this noise was humongous. Again, I kept walking and didn't really think too much of it until about 50 or so feet away, this large thing runs up from the train tracks all the way to the dike, right underneath the streetlight. It ran up on all fours, and as soon as it gets onto the pathway, it stands up on 2 legs and looks directly at me and in my brother's direction. At this point, me and him stopped dead in our tracks and practically pissed ourselves. My brother and I both said werewolf, and almost a cry whimper, and I stayed dead silent watching the thing. This thing stood there for about a moment and just stared at me and my brother, and then took 1 or 2 leaps and jumped into the woods to our left. This thing was enormous. At first, I thought it was a wolf or something, but then as soon as it climbed onto the path, I noticed it was the largest dog I'd ever seen. And then once it stood up, I didn't even know what to think anymore, other than a werewolf. It wasn't super ripped or anything, but it was pretty lean and had a more slender, tapered off waist, and I did see a tail that was quite bushy. The head was pretty large and looked very wolf-like. Imagine a timber wolf. And I could see under the light that it had pretty dark brown hair with certain streak patterns that were unique. The scariest thing about it, though, was the way it looked at us. It didn't snarl. It had a sinister smile on its face, like it wanted us to come to it so it could do evil. Its eyes were almost a piercing red. Even now, the story is really hard for me to recall because of just how traumatizing it was for both of us. Even though it only stood there and glared at us into our soul for probably not even 10 seconds. It felt like forever, like it had done what it wanted to do, like it wanted to terrify us and that its mission was complete. As soon as it turned its head and left into the woodline, me and my brother sprinted towards my dad's house. We got there and told him what we had saw, but of course he didn't believe it. He just thought we saw some homeless person or something. Of course, leave it to mom and dad to never believe what you have to say. Me and my brother to this day don't talk about it, and just like to pretend that it never existed. That to me feels like the easiest way to cope with it. My one and only encounter with a werewolf, or so I would call it, was back in 2011 when I was 16. I live kinda out in the middle of nowhere in Ohio, and it's pretty rural out here. I think the closest neighbor is probably a mile, and there's a lot of woods around our property, but I've never had an issue with that before. Anyway, it was a school night, and I was playing some video games before I went to bed, so this was probably roughly 9:30 if I remember correctly. My room isn't the largest, and I have a window that's right next to my TV, so I could see directly out my back window as I'm looking at my TV. So I'm sitting there, and I'm playing my Xbox, and I have a pretty normal, about 5 or so feet off the ground window, and the curtains are open. It's obviously pitch black outside. I see 2 large ears pop up. At this point, I'm only really half paying attention because I'm like, what the fuck? Did some large dog wander by our yard? And then, not even a couple seconds later, the whole head pops up into view, and at this point, I'm screaming like a little girl. This was a huge looking wolf-like face with a massive head that took up almost the entire span of my window. It had the most terrifying looking amber eyes, and it was baring its teeth at me. I think what blew me away the most was how big its teeth were, even though they seemed to stick out of its mouth even when it wasn't baring its teeth. It wasn't making any noise, but after I screamed and stared at it for a few seconds, I ran out of my room and ran to my parents to let them know there was some sort of evil dog outside my window. Of course, my dad thought it was some animal, so he grabbed his rifle and went to check the situation out. but there were no tracks or any signs of an animal had been outside my window. I now keep my curtains closed for the most part. This sighting happened to me back in 1981 in Northern California. If I remember right, I think I was either 11 or 12 at the time, and we lived on some property with acreage out in the middle of nowhere. There's actually alfalfa fields all around where we lived. Our driveway, which is pretty long, I want to say at least 500 to 600 yards, extended out from our house to the road with alfalfa fields on both sides. Now, right around the pathway, there are quite a few trees, big fir trees to be exact. There was one evening I was taking the trash cans out to the very end of the driveway, just dragging them. It's a huge pain in the ass, but I had to do it every week. That was my chore. Anyway, I got both cans to the end of the driveway, and as I started to walk back towards the house, I immediately felt danger, like something was after me. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was instinct or like this creature wanted me to know it was there, but I just happened to look up to my left in the fir tree. And in the fir tree, on a branch, was this hyena-looking creature. That's the best way I can describe it. The face looked very much like a hyena. As soon as I looked at it, it was looking right at me already. And it's not all that happened. It started to lower its head and growl as if I was prey. Apparently, it wasn't too fond of me discovering it was there. After about 3 seconds, the thing jumped from the tree onto the road, and then jumped into the other side of the road where there's pretty much nothing but thick forest and brush. It was pretty dusky out since it was the evening, so the only real thing I saw was how large it was, and then that it was a pretty dark color. Maybe like a dark brown, closer to black. It looks like it had some kind of mane, but it was really hard to tell any specific details with how it was holding onto the branch. The branch that was underneath that was a huge thick arm, and it was a part of one of the lower branches that was roughly 20 feet up. I'm still baffled how that tree held on to such a large animal, and I have no idea what it was, but obviously after seeing, I ran back to the house and never told my parents what I saw. Are they really going to believe that I saw a hyena creature in the trees? Probably not. This encounter happened to me as I was on my way through central Minnesota when I was younger, and me and my buddies used to go on hunting trips together all throughout the country. It was October at this time, and we were around central Minnesota during this time. And actually, we were right around the Mustinka River. Now, to give you a little bit more understanding of the area, there's not really a whole lot of trees around, just a lot of tall grass and brush. We were driving through the area, and it was late at night, so it was pretty dark. We were on a long stretch of road, and about 100 yards ahead of us, we see this giant mass jump out into the road, look over in our direction, and then jump to the other side of the road. When it jumped, it paused for a second and looked our way. We were far enough away that we couldn't make out every detail, but we definitely saw more than we ever wanted to. This thing looked like a human-wolf hybrid. It was very shaggy and had raccoon-like hands from what we saw. It wasn't really built huge either. It was very, very lean, but also very tall. Looking back, I can't really make out a lot of other details of the face and head, other than it looked like a giant brown wolf head. I do remember, though, that it had longer muscles, but I didn't see any teeth or anything like that, or even glowing eyes. Once this thing hopped to the other side of the road, we didn't want to take any chances running into whatever this thing was. So, we floored it and got the hell out of there. Me and my buddy have done a lot of hunting together and have not really ran into anything weird like that. People have even mentioned to us about Bigfoot stuff out there that we go and have never found any tracks or even any real proof that it exists. I'm not saying we ran into a werewolf. I'm not saying we ran into a creature. It was just some large animal. Maybe it could have been an unknown dog? I'm not too sure. I wouldn't want to be caught alone with what we saw, though. I will definitely say that. I went camping with my wife and 3 children in a national state park in Northern California back in 1989. It's been so long now, I forget the name of the exact park. I had a very terrifying experience that is hard for me to recount sometimes, just due to the feeling like I've acquired some sort of PTSD from it. We had done some hiking and fishing for the day, and we're driving our camper into the National State Park. We found a nice spot to pull over and get nestled down for the night. Everything went pretty normal. We went outside and we brought out the grill and had some burgers and just enjoyed the cool air and relaxed. After it got dark, we all decided to head in and get some shut-eye. Now, my children at the time were very young, 2, 4, and the oldest being 6. And of course, it makes it a little more scarier because it was a full moon this night, and so much of the area around our camper was actually illuminated by the moonlight. After falling asleep next to my wife in our bed, we were awoken at some point in the night by our 6-year-old daughter knocking on the door, saying there was some really big dog outside looking in the windows. I immediately just told her she was dreaming and to go back to sleep, but she was very persistent and sounded scared. I told my wife to stay in bed, and then I would get up and check it out. I got up and walked outside. I didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary. I didn't smell anything or even sense anything strange. I went back inside and told my daughter that there's nothing to worry about and that she should settle down. As soon as I told her that, whatever it was must have slammed as hard as it could into the side of our camper, because the entire thing shook like somebody drove headfirst into it at about 40 miles an hour. It knocked my daughter and I off of our feet, and my wife and younger children woke up and crying and screaming. The only thing I really had with me as a weapon was a baseball bat. So here I am in my pajamas, running outside with a bat, thinking somebody ran headfirst into the camper. I get outside to only experience total silence and the most eerie feeling I've ever felt. I'm not sure, for whatever reason, it was instinct or what was telling me, but I knew to turn to my right because I felt something was close by. I turned to my right, and sure enough, standing about 20 feet away from me, was the largest animal, whatever you want to call it, I've seen in my life. This thing was standing at least 10 feet tall. It was enormous. I never really watched horror movies or was into that sort of stuff. But if I had to tell you what a real-life werewolf would look like from the movies, this was it, in the living flesh. It was so massive. Its body was like you took Arnold Schwarzenegger, covered him with black hair, gave him piercing yellow eyes, and long claws. It was darker since it was night, but like I said, the moonlight allowed me to see more than what you normally expect on a night since it illuminated so much. It was so black, it was like it was absorbing the light around it, so I couldn't see a lot of the finer details, like muscle definition. But I could see humongous teeth, and what looked to be a giant dog head on top of this abomination of nature. I immediately threw down my bat and ran back inside and locked the camper door. I wasn't sure if that would even hold it out, but I told my family to huddle down and to be as quiet as possible. I really kinda lost track of time after that, because all I remember is this thing pacing outside of our camper and growling every couple minutes. It never once tried to open the door or get into our camper. After a while, the sound seemed to dissipate, and I never went back outside to check if it was still there. The family and I eventually found our way to sleep, and we left the very next morning. I'm not sure what it was, but it's something I really don't like to talk about, and even writing this out was tough for me. I would honestly prefer just to forget about it forever. I'm an Idaho native and a retired police officer. Many years ago, when I was working as an on-duty cop, I had a strange occurrence happen to me that I was told I'm not allowed to talk about. But I feel now that I'm older, it's something I should mention before I pass. The rest of the force thought I was crazy, but you know what? I don't care. You can't explain what happened to my vehicle. It was probably around midnight, and I was on the 41 between Sturgeon and Spirit Lake, when the only thing I can describe as an extremely large wolf began running alongside my vehicle and showed extremely aggressive behavior. I began to speed up, and I immediately radioed I had an unknown animal chasing my vehicle, and whatever this thing was slammed into my car and scratched the whole side of it with whatever claws it had on it. I sped up even more and eventually lost track of it. But as I went further and got far enough away, I pulled over to the side of the road just to check the damage on the vehicle, and you could see long and deep scratch marks all along the side of the vehicle. I called for backup, and when they arrived, they weren't sure what to make of the whole ordeal. These are claw marks as big as grizzly bear claws, and there ain't nothing out there that's going to chase my vehicle at midnight and do that to the metal of the car. The next morning, I get a call from my supervisor who explicitly told me to never speak about it and do not tell anyone about it, even though at that point I'd already told almost the whole force what had happened. This happened back in 1992, and although I didn't understand the circumstances of the time, I'm older now and I've looked into these kind of encounters. Some things I realize why now they keep things hush-hush. Pay attention to where you are and your surroundings, especially at nighttime, because even when you're an officer, things can still be dangerous. I live out and have lived out in a very rural area for most of my life without any issues at all. Where I live, there's a lot of clearing around my house, along with woods and a cornfield not too far away. This piece of property that I live on has actually been passed down from my grandparents, who originally settled here and built the house a very long time ago. I think since about the early 1900s. It's been fairly peaceful here, with a handful of farming and easy country life living. We stay out here and like it a lot because there's not really a whole lot of critters, and you get away from the busyness that is the city and everything that comes with it, like noise, crime, and people. Unfortunately, I'm learning out here it has its ups and downs too, with the odd things that have been happening. Only up until very recently, I've been experiencing some strange noises outside my house during the nighttime, but nothing that's really got me alarmed. One evening, I noticed some strange noises going on. It sounded like a bunch of growling, but I know there's really no other dogs in the neighborhood besides mine, so I thought that was strange. I go to look out my sliding glass door, and I see my Labrador barking his head off at this massive wolf human thing that was standing right by the cornfield. It looks like whatever this thing was had just stepped out from the cornfield into the clearing, and my dog was literally flipping shit. At this point, my dog is literally snarling and going crazy, and this thing is just standing there. Keep in mind, they're only about 20 to 30 feet away from each other, if I had to guess, and so now I'm freaking out because this thing looks mean enough to easily kill my dog. There's still plenty of daylight outside because it's starting to get dusky, but I could still see details. This thing had a massive, shaggy wolf head and a very lean, tapered waist, but it was very defined and very muscular. You could see it breathe, and even though it was shaggy, I could very much so make out the muscles on its abdomen and chest. Not quite ripped like a bodybuilder, but still very well built, and this thing had to have been pretty heavy. I can't really estimate what this thing weighed, but I guarantee you it could put some pounds. It looks like its arms were too long for its body though. I remember that and thought it was strange. After a moment or two of watching this go on, and not really sure what to do myself, this thing bared its teeth at my dog and got ready to attack. This thing sent my dog into a full frantic frenzy, running back to me whimpering, and as my dog was running back towards the house, this thing looked up over at the house and just stared at me through the window. I began to panic because I thought, what if this thing comes toward the house? What if it comes after me? What if it comes and tries to hurt us? But it never did. It just sat there and stared at us for another moment or two before turning around and going back into the cornfield the way it originally came. Even though it was roughly 100 or so yards away, I felt like it was staring into my soul, and that this being looked highly intelligent. I've never seen anything like it before, but I feel like it was more than just some unknown animal that we happened to run across. I thought it was some alpha predator, but for whatever reason, it seems more curious about my dog than it did threatened. It moved pretty quick too, because literally, within just a few seconds, it was long gone, and those cornfields are not really easy for traversing. After this happened to me, I decided to do a little bit of digging online, and I was surprised to find out how many other people have had occurrences just like mine with very similar beings. I'm honestly surprised I didn't have a more aggressive encounter. Even though the thing bared its teeth at my dog and was going to strike, it was very, I don't even know what you'd say. It just studied my dog at first, very curious, until it got ready to strike. But I'm very thankful and I'm counting my blessings. I still haven't seen any trace of it since then, and hope maybe it was just passing through the area and will leave me the hell alone. I live and have lived out in a very wild, rural area in Mississippi. I've lived out here just about my entire life, and I love it. I wouldn't change a thing. Waking up to the birds chirping in the morning and having all the wild critters around my property is one of the best things ever. I've never had any issues with predators attacking my livestock or anything like that. But lately, there seems to be a different story. In my area, I have probably about 6 or 7 other neighbors, and we're all fairly evenly spread out. All of my neighbors have livestock from horses, chickens, goats, cats, and dogs, you name it. My closest neighbor, bless her heart, has a couple pet raccoons and possums. She's almost 80 years old and will bring any animal into her house as her own. Lately, though, some of her animals have been turning up missing. The neighbor on the other side of my property, a little further out, has been finding his chickens and goats mutilated. He's lost about 10 goats this past couple years, and well over a dozen chickens. There's really no big alpha predators in the area that would literally entirely mutilate an animal like this. It doesn't make any sense. These livestock aren't even being eaten, just torn to shreds. These animals look like they've been thrown into a meat grinder and emptied out into the ground. Like I said, I haven't noticed anything strange with any of my livestock, but I do keep a close eye out. One early morning, I was going on a stroll through some of the acreage that's behind my property, as I like to do from time to time. I noticed things kind of seemed out of place with how quiet it was. Usually, in the early morning, the forest is pretty alive with bird noises and little animals scurrying about. That wasn't the case this morning, though. Even though the sun was shining bright, it was still dead silent. I don't know too much about hunting, but it was pretty unnerving to say the least. Not too far into the acreage is a small little lake. This thing isn't too large, maybe the size of a football field at most. So sometimes it's nice to be able to go back there and sit at the bank and just relax. That's where I was planning to go this morning, and even though I felt extremely uncomfortable with the total silence, I just did my best to ignore it. It only took me maybe about 5 or 10 or so minutes of walking before I made it to the clearing, or where I could clearly see the entire lake. I stopped to rest for a minute and just take in the view. Things seemed a little bit more eerie than they did just a moment ago. Things were still silent, and I started to feel the hair on my body raise up. I became very alert, like something was around, but I wasn't sure what. I suspected maybe a mountain lion was around, and I was being stalked. Just then, across the lake in the woods, I heard some crashing noises that sounded like a moose was stampeding through the woods. I was very puzzled by this, and within a second, I see this large, upright canine step right out of the woodline, take maybe 5 or 6 strides, and walk back into the other side of the woodline. Across the lake from me was another clearing that this thing walked into, but this clearing wasn't large. On one side of the woods, it was maybe about 30 to 40 feet where the other woods started, and that's where this thing walked into. All I could really see from where I was at was this large, gray wolf that was upright, just walking. I was more confused and puzzled than I was scared. I wasn't sure what to think, and so later on that day, I visited my neighbor and let her know what I saw. Beth, the one who has a ton of animals, told me that she didn't want to say anything because she didn't want anybody thinking she was crazy. But she has seen the same animal, the same large gray, upright canine on her property going after her livestock. Her husband had passed a long time ago, so she really had no means to chase it off or really defend herself. There's all sorts of unknown animals in the woods that we haven't discovered yet, and as long as it keeps its distance from me and my property, there won't be any problems. Back in 1990, I was living in Kane, Pennsylvania, where I worked with my wife's family, helping her father get his startup business going. Life was pretty normal for the most part, and even though I'm not really a country living type of person, I do enjoy where we live. Kane is a pretty small town, and so it was pretty simple living for a lot of the time. One evening, though, I was headed outside of town on Highway 6, headed east. I don't quite remember where I was on the road, but at some point, I was frightened when this large canine steps out onto the road, off to the other side of the road. It was later in the afternoon, but not quite evening yet. It was brown in color and had legs like a man, They did not bow back like a regular dog. It was weird. The head was enormous. It looks like a giant German shepherd. I thought it was a person in a suit at first because of how bizarre it was. And never once did it turn to look at me or anything like that. It just continued off and didn't pay attention to me. I didn't see any eye shine or anything. I didn't even see any teeth or anything, but I did notice its longer muzzle. It happened so fast I couldn't really recall what its hands looked like. Its strides were so big I knew there was no way it could have been a person. At first I thought it was a man in a suit or something like I said, or maybe somebody was just playing a trick, but it looked just too realistic, and I'm still trying to convince myself that it wasn't what it was, but I feel like I know for sure it was what it was. It was also 7 or so plus feet tall, and that I can't really wrap my head around still. It was about 50 feet away when it came out onto the road and crossed, so I only slowed down a little bit. It was an amazing sight to behold, and even though I was a little fearful, I've talked to other people around town to see if they've seen anything weird or bizarre, and no one really talks about anything. My wife and her family have lived in this area for a long time, and they've never had any encounters with such an animal. Who knows? Maybe I just got lucky and got to see an animal nobody really else gets to see. It was only a few years after that we moved up to Maine and still live there. I've been back to Kane quite a few times since and have yet to see or hear anything like it. Idaho gets pretty flippin' hot in the summertime, especially depending on where you live. I've lived south of Boise now for about 5 or so years, back from 2008 to roughly about 2013, and it is such a breath of fresh air from the hustle and bustle of the East Coast. I used to live down in Tampa for a long time, but have since moved here for a change of pace and a different job field. Of course, moving out here, I never thought I would encounter anything like what I did, since living in Florida, it's pretty vanilla. I think I've heard about the skunk ape once or twice growing up, but have never given it any real thought. I've always just thought that stuff was made up. Anyway, it was May. I remember that much, and it was back in 2013, right before I had to move. And this particular night was pretty hot. I lived in a 1-story house at the time, and my bedroom window is roughly 4 feet off the ground. My bed sits right next to my window, so as I'm laying down, I could literally reach over with my arm and close or open the window. Now, when I bought this house, it needed a bit of fixing up, and the windows all needed to be replaced. I fixed most of them, but they were still needing screens, and so of course for me, I hardly have ever opened my window, so I never really bothered putting a screen in. It wasn't quite hot enough for air conditioning just yet, so on this night, I thought, what the hell. I cracked my window a little bit and fell asleep. Well, it wasn't enough. I woke up sweating balls about 1 in the morning. I know because as soon as I woke up, I looked right up at my clock, got up, got some water, and then opened my window more because it was pretty hot. I didn't just open the window, I cranked that son of a bitch all the way open to let the cool air in. And for whatever reason, my room decided to just collect all the heat in the house and hold it in. I had a rough time falling back asleep, but the outside air was so nice and cool, it felt really good. I remember faintly waking up to the sound of heavy breathing and thought I was just half awake, half dreaming, so I brushed it off. I noticed the heavy breathing started to get louder and louder, and I started to feel like something wasn't right. I opened my eyes and looked in the direction of the heavy breathing, and outside, approaching my window about 20 feet away, was a werewolf. That's the only way I can describe it to you. It had glowing red eyes, and it had its teeth bared and claws out reaching for the open window. I screamed as loud as I could and jumped up and slammed the window shut. I quickly ran in my kitchen to grab a knife, and I prepared myself for an all-out war. I don't think I've ever went back to my bedroom. I just sat there, huddled on the kitchen floor, waiting for this monster to break in my house and get me. I was prepared to fight for my life. It was pretty quiet though, and nothing happened after that. I think maybe an hour or two later, I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I know, I'm waking up from the fetal position on my kitchen room floor with the knife still in my hand. I jump up and I immediately run back to my bedroom, and I see my window is still closed. Nothing disturbed. I run outside my house and search around where this thing was last night, and I find these humongous prints in the dirt. They were huge, easily 12 inches or more. I had a friend growing up who had a few Great Danes, and this paw print would dwarf even their paw prints. I thought to myself, great, I have a werewolf in the neighborhood. There's really nothing I could do, or anyone I could talk to after that. Who's gonna believe me? To my luck, though, I ended up getting a really good job offer roughly 3 hours away, closer to northern Idaho, and not even 2 weeks later, so I ended up moving. I'll never know what became of that creature, and I feel sorry for whoever ended up moving into that house. I hope they don't have the same nightly visitor that I did.